Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
A young man opened his eyes to find himself lying beside a simple campfire. Looking around, he was in a dim, quiet forest. Where is this? Boom! A clap of thunder struck, briefly illuminating the night sky. Within the dappled shadows of the woods, a massive figure seemed to flit past. Moments later, a deep, muffled dragon's roar echoed from the distance. Is that a dragon? He just said Farron. Could I really have transmigrated? Is this a world based on Dungeons and Dragons? Finally awake, kid. A rough voice suddenly sounded from behind, instantly putting the young man on high alert. He hurriedly turned his head to see a rough-looking man dressed like a hunter. Kid, what's with that look? Why so wary of me? Do you even know it was me who saved you? If I hadn't found you unconscious by the lake and kindly brought you back to camp, a little whelp like you would have been torn to shreds by murlocs already. Seeing the young man's suspicious gaze, the hunter uncle was quite displeased, blowing his beard and glaring as he launched into a long tirade. So, where are you from? How did you end up alone and unconscious by Crystal Lake? Are there even murlocs in a D&D setting? He really couldn't remember. While thinking this, the young man lied as easily as drinking water. I'm from Baldur's Gate. You can call me Alan. Oh. Alan. Sounds like a noble name. And where's this Baldur's Gate? How did you end up all the way out here with us? Oh, a country bumpkin who doesn't know Baldur's Gate. Alan thought to himself while observing the hunter. Suddenly, a gentle yet hollow female voice, without any warning, rang clearly in his ears, as if someone were whispering right next to him. Insight check, 19, success. A seemingly harmless, human, hunter. Even though you've lost most of your memories, you still keenly notice that beneath her seemingly amiable exterior lies a barely concealed arrogance. This person is suspicious. Alan immediately became more vigilant, but he only heard the voice and didn't catch that the system used the feminine pronoun, her. In D&D games, there are various dice checks. As long as the result of a 20-sided die meets the required number, different effects can be achieved. For example, passing an insight check can see through someone's verbal deception or disguise. So, with the system's insight check spoiler, Alan could be certain that the hunter uncle before him was absolutely not as simple as he seemed. Barely concealed arrogance. So this person likely has a prominent identity and is currently in disguise. Of course, Alan didn't show this on his face. He spoke with heartfelt gratitude. Oh. Sir. Thank you so much. I came here to visit relatives but ran into a bunch of damned bandits. They robbed me clean and left me there, dead or alive. Damn them. The hunter nodded. That bunch of red scarves that popped up recently is indeed quite annoying. Alan's gratitude wasn't entirely feigned. Regardless of this person's identity, the fact that he saved Alan, who had just transmigrated and was unconscious, remained true. 1,000 thanks, Ranger. May I ask for your name? I will surely remember this kindness. I think hunters in the D&D setting are called rangers, right? Alan thought this, but he didn't notice the hunter's pupils slightly contracting upon hearing the word ranger. Ranger? How does he know I'm a ranger? But the hunter quickly masked his slip, letting out a hearty, honest laugh. One lay. Just call me One lay. You've been out for so long, you must be starving. As he spoke, he lifted the rabbit he had just hunted and shook it, hinting that he was about to prepare a feast. Alan's stomach betrayed him with an ungrateful rumble, but he was also hesitant to eat food provided by such a suspicious person. Boom! Another clap of thunder struck. Somehow, One lay's grip loosened, and the rabbit carcass fell to the ground. The two looked at each other in silence for a moment. One lay bent down to pick it up. What bad luck! Looks like a heavy rain is coming. I think it's best we find somewhere to take shelter. Alan immediately patted his completely empty pockets, then looked at Wenlei with an awkward expression. Before Alan could speak, Wenlei heartily patted his own chest. Since I saved you, I might as well do the good deed all the way. I'll take you to the inn in town to rest up. 1,000 thanks, Mr. Wenlei. Alan initially wanted to help Wenlei pack up, but Wenlei refused. Considering the other might be hiding secrets, Alan tactfully averted his gaze. Well, only half averted. Alan still, accidentally, caught a glimpse of Wenlei taking out an elegant purple gem, murmuring something indistinctly, and then carefully putting the gem away again. All right. Let's get going. Wenlei slung a somewhat slender-looking wooden bough over his back and led Alan on a fast trek through the forest. The thunder grew more frequent, they'd better hurry to reach the town. Ouch! While running, Alan stumbled over something and fell into a patch of weeds. You alright, kid? Alan propped himself up, looking at the grass before him. Just as he was about to answer, that gentle female voice sounded in his ear again. Religion check, 7, failure. You discover a strange dagger in the grass. Though ordinary looking, it feels like a bottomless black abyss, constantly drawing your gaze. The sensation faintly stirs memories of some ancient totems or forbidden symbols, but your knowledge isn't sufficient to pinpoint it. You only feel an inexplicable chill. Darling, pick me up. In a daze, Alan found he had already clutched the dagger tightly to his chest without realizing when. Worn ritual dagger. One-handed, dagger, common quality. 1 to 2 damage, speed 1.4. You alright, kid? What's wrong with you? Did you hit your head? Wenlei's voice snapped Alan out of it. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet. I'm fine, Mr. Wenlei. I just felt a bit dizzy. Let's keep moving. I really don't want to get soaked. Wenlei gave Alan a suspicious once-over but said nothing more. The two continued silently weaving through the trees. Soon, they could see some firelight. The town was just ahead. Just as they were about to step out of the woods, Alan suddenly stopped. What now, kid? Mr. Wenlei, I imagine your family background must be quite comfortable. My old man hunts year-round too. His palms are thick and rough, and his knuckles are big and coarse. Not like yours, which are so well maintained. Wenlei was taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that Alan, after saying this, didn't linger but walked straight forward. This strange human, is he, reminding me? Looking at the young man's retreating back, Wenlei silently took a pair of gloves from his pocket and put them on, covering the hands that didn't match his false identity, then quickly caught up. Alan pushed aside the branches and stepped onto the town's cobblestone path, feeling excited. He'd forgotten to ask earlier what's the name of this town. This is the first place the great Alan has set foot in this world. Come on, the inn's over there. Wenlei caught up and, without mentioning what just happened, pointed into the distance. Alan looked in the direction he pointed and saw a simple yet exceptionally cozy-looking cottage with a blue-tiled roof and a red brick chimney. The signboard above the door wasn't in Chinese characters, but Alan could directly understand its meaning. Lion's Pride. Lion's Pride. Boom. Thunder crashed, and a flash of lightning seemed to cross Alan's mind. The previous clues connected at this moment. He remembered that he had indeed seen murlocs in his D&D games, but those were only Quatoa living underground in the Underdark, Sawajin inhabiting the oceans, and the lawful good Lokatha. And this country bumpkin who's never heard of Baldur's Gate, the very familiar-sounding name Crystal Lake. Damn system, you didn't send me to Farron at all. You clearly sent me to Azeroth in the world of Warcraft. Goddamn Lion's Pride Inn, this is clearly the freaking Elwyn Forest's Gold's Hire. Amidst his shock, the system's notification sounded again. Personal panel unlocked. Race, human. Strength, 6, at least you're not disabled. Dexterity, 6, you run faster than a turtle. Constitution, 6, you are very proficient at receiving skin tests and saline injections. Intelligence, 18, your brain is not very smooth. Wisdom, 18, trust your intuition. Charisma, 20, people easily and unconsciously tell you the truth, are willing to listen to your opinions, and even, at certain moments, subconsciously follow your choices. Attribute points to distribute, 0. Spells learned, none. Newbie mission triggered. Mission name, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Writing legends begins with a strong physique. Please persist in daily physical training to forge a powerful body. It is recommended to start with 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 km run every day. Mission objective, increase your strength attribute by 1.0 firsts. Reward, 5 strength attribute points, 1 random low-level spell. Looking at the mission prompt, Alan was somewhat surprised. Increase strength by 1 point. This mission is too easy, isn't it? A random green quality weapon from a beginner village in World of Warcraft could even add as much as 2 points of strength. Unlike the D&D system where the normal upper limit for attribute values is 20 points, attribute values in Warcraft are measured in the hundreds and thousands. Speaking of which, what would happen if you stack D&D system attribute values to 100? A slap on the back from Wenlei jolted Alan back to reality. What are you spacing out for? Get inside. With that, Wenlei flashed a grateful smile and pushed the door open first. Alan quickly followed, greeted by a wave of heat and the innkeeper's enthusiastic welcome. Oh. Come on in, friend, the downpour is about to hit. Grab a seat anywhere by the hearth. Feeling an inexplicable warmth and familiarity with the scene, Alan found himself sitting down by the fireplace almost without thinking. The innkeeper approached, but before he could speak, Wenlei boomed in his loud voice, "Innkeeper, do you have any Sunfire vintage here?" The innkeeper rubbed his bald head and clicked his tongue. Hey, this guest has quite a unique taste. Sunfire vintage? That's the cheap swill those pointy-eared Quel'Dorii from the north drink. We old Stormwind folks don't touch that stuff. Wenlei slapped his hand down heavily, leaving a single, dazzling, shimmering gold coin on the table. Just tell me, do you have it or not? My God, 1 gold coin. Alan watched, wide-eyed, as the innkeeper pocketed the coin with lightning speed, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Hey! I've always said the customer is king. Just a moment, esteemed guest. Sunfire vintage, coming right up. Before long, the obliging innkeeper had laid out a table full of fine food and drink. Alan didn't stand on ceremony. Ever since transmigrating, he felt like he'd been starving for 10,000 years, and he devoured most of the dishes like a whirlwind. At that moment, a Stormwind soldier off duty at the next table suspiciously addressed the suspicious-looking fellow dressed as a rustic hunter but spending lavishly. You two don't look like locals. Where are you from? With the system's prompts and Wenlei's full-of-holes disguise, Alan of course knew he wasn't an ordinary hunter. But considering Wenlei had saved him, was spending generously, and he himself wasn't exactly clean either, Alan wasn't foolish enough to expose him. So he helped cover for him. Honorable warrior, greetings. I am Alan Prester, from the Kingdom of Alterac. This is my attendant, Wenlei. Deception check, 20 points, critical success. The Prester family, great nobles from the northern Kingdom of Alterac. Fortunately, with your modern, pampered upbringing, you naturally carry an air of nobility in your bearing. People readily accept your story. Esteemed Mr. Prester, I have heard of your family's renown. Honor to your ancestors. Stormwind welcomes your arrival. Also, I deeply sympathize with the betrayal of your kingdom's people by that mad king. The patrons in the inn immediately accepted this setting, and their attitude toward Alan instantly became respectful. It was just that Wenlei's expression didn't look too good, but he didn't voice any objection either. Alan guessed that Wenlei's act of saving him might not have been purely altruistic either. He might have been trying to better infiltrate the area by rescuing a local. He just didn't expect that the person he saved was also a scheming outsider. The reason Alan chose to fabricate the identity of a Prester noble was because Alterac was far away and hard to verify. Moreover, in the world of Warcraft, people often pretended to be members of the Prester family to swindle others everywhere. The ease of impersonating a Prester family member was historically proven. After eating and drinking his fill, Alan sat by the window watching the heavy rain outside. The excitement of truly being in a fantasy world refused to fade. It seems we'll have to stay here tonight. Wenlei had come up behind him at some point, also gazing at the rain outside. The innkeeper followed obsequiously. Esteemed guests, warm rooms have long been prepared. The most luxurious suite for your rest. Alan, who had been freeloading food and drink, felt a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head and leaned close to Uncle Wenlei's ear. Let's not get 2 rooms. I can make do. I'll just crash in a chair in your room for the night. Uncle Wenlei's ear twitched. He shot Alan an annoyed glare but didn't explode. He just softly uttered a sentence the innkeeper couldn't hear. Unnecessary. With that, Wenlei turned and headed straight for the guest rooms upstairs. Alan watched Wenlei's retreating back, lost in thought. Mr. Wenlei's peculiar taste, and that purple orb. Alan recalled that in the World of Warcraft game, there was an item shaped like a purple orb. The Orb of Deception, whose effect was to disguise the user as another race. Considering all this, Alan couldn't help but suspect, could the other party be a Quel'Dorii high elf spy in disguise? Also, his earlier suggestion wasn't genuinely to save Wenlei money, he just wanted to test something else. Thinking this, Alan followed the innkeeper's lead back to his own room. Looking at the incredibly luxurious, comfortable, and warm high-class suite opened with Wenlei's money, Alan quickly reached a conclusion in his heart. Forget it, no matter who Uncle Wenlei is, he's definitely a good person. After enjoying the room for a while, the excitement faded, and Alan belatedly felt a sense of unease. Azeroth was not a kind place. Dangers lurked everywhere. A single misstep, and the conflicts between powerful figures could grind him to dust. At that moment, the rain outside intensified, more urgent. The wind howled through the woods like an invisible giant beast breathing heavily. Every flash of lightning illuminated everything in the room with a ghastly white for an instant before plunging it back into dim, murky yellow. Alan's heart skipped a beat. Just now, outside the window, was there something? He strode quickly to the window, threw open the latch, and the wind immediately rushed in, giving him a jolt. He leaned out, but the pitch-black curtain of rain had swallowed everything. In the distance, trees were only left as clawing, menacing silhouettes. It was just an ordinary rainy night. Then, Alan remembered the worn-out dagger he had picked up earlier in the grass. He carefully took it out. In the dim firelight, he could see ancient patterns carved on the dagger's sheath. The wrapping on the hilt was tattered and exceptionally cold to the touch. No matter what, a dagger that triggered a system religion check definitely wasn't a simple thing. Alan tried to pull the dagger out, but it was as if the sheath had rusted shut. He exerted all his strength, but it didn't budge an inch. Could it be that my strength value isn't high enough? Did I fail a strength check? Alan panted, letting go, looking somewhat helplessly at the mysterious dagger. It seemed that to uncover its secrets, he first needed to become stronger. Alan finished washing up and lay down on the soft, comfortable silk bedding, forcing himself to sleep. His body was utterly exhausted, but his mind was unusually alert. With 1,000 thoughts swirling, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. This went on until deep into the night. Alan drifted in a half-asleep, half-awake daze when suddenly, he heard a creak. Was the door opening? Alan jolted awake from his stupor. He held his breath, lay perfectly still, and stared wide-eyed toward the door. However, the room was pitch black. He couldn't see a thing. Just as he was wondering if he'd stayed up so late he was hearing things, suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across, accompanied by a clap of thunder. The lightning briefly illuminated the room. 6 children, faces pale, bodies drenched, stood silently in a row before the bed, slowly turning their heads to look at him. Damn it, isn't this Gold's Hire? Isn't Gold's Hire supposed to be the newbie village? Why is there something so terrifying in the newbie village? In the afterimage left by the lightning flash and the darkness that descended once more, Alan nearly made a sound, but he held it back. Although he didn't know what the other party was, the principle was, if the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. Waiting in the darkness was excruciating, so quiet that Alan could hear his own heartbeat. Not long after, another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, briefly illuminating the room. He saw that the 6 children, who moments ago had looked like statues dredged from the bottom of a rainy night lake and lined up in a row, had now moved aside, changing their formation to stand in a pentagram pattern. What were they doing? Performing a ritual? As Alan's mind raced frantically, he suddenly heard a sharp, piercing scream coming from outside the inn door. The children arranging themselves into the pentagram formation also turned their heads toward the source of the sound. The lightning passed, plunging the room back into darkness. Yet, not long after, the door was suddenly flung open violently, and Wenlei barged in, holding an oil lamp. Seeing Wenlei at that moment, Alan breathed a sigh of relief and finally dared to get up from the bed. "You actually came. Uncle Wenlei, my sworn father, Dad. Hurry, shine the light over there." Alan pointed to where the children had just been standing. Wenlei, though unaware of what had happened, strode over without hesitation, lamp in hand. However, the corner where the pentagram had just been was now empty, with only damp water stains remaining on the floorboards. What on earth happened? Wenlei was puzzled. He had just heard the heartrending scream, and his first reaction was to check on the safety of his ally, Alan. "I don't know. This inn seems to have something unclean. Let's go out and take a look." Alan dressed at lightning speed, got out of bed, and lit a lamp. The two went downstairs to find the innkeeper sitting in the first-floor tavern, frowning deeply as he drank, muttering to himself, "It happened again, just like last time." "What happened?" Seeing it was a distinguished guest asking, the innkeeper rubbed his bald head and said helplessly, "I don't know either. This is the second time this month. 3 weeks ago, on a stormy night with thunder and rain just like this, a courier came here to take shelter from the rain overnight. Close to midnight, he ran downstairs screaming, and finally fled in his pajamas into the pouring rain. He's been missing ever since." He took a gulp of wine and continued, "When it started raining again tonight, I had a bad feeling. I never expected the strange incident from last time to happen again. Just now, one of your fellow guests downstairs suddenly screamed and ran down from upstairs, once again dashing into the heavy rain. No matter how I tried to stop him or ask questions, he paid me no mind." Walking to the door, the innkeeper pointed at a shadow barely visible in the forest when illuminated by lightning. "See, that's him. He's already run that far. If this continues, my inn will have to close down and go out of business." Wenlei gazed intently for a moment, then began putting on his cloak. "You two wait here. I'll go chase him back." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wenlei rushed out. "Wait for me, I'm coming too." With Wenlei gone, Alan instantly felt a lack of security. He originally wanted to chase after him but was stopped by the innkeeper. "Young Master Prester, it's too dangerous outside. You'd better stay here." R.A. Recalling the 6 strange children he had just seen, Alan found it hard to say which place was safer. "Innkeeper, what's your name?" Alan thought of a method. If the innkeeper before him was the innkeeper of the Lion's Pride Inn from World of Warcraft, then this place should be relatively safe, because even up to the latest game version, the innkeeper was still alive and well. "Just call me Farley." Alan suddenly realized he had absolutely no idea what the Lion's Pride Inn's owner was called. He only knew Bob from Hearthstone. Still wanting to see how far Wenlei had chased, Alan looked outside and then froze stiff. "Mr. Farley, look." Innkeeper Farley followed the direction Alan was pointing and saw that where the tavern entrance had just been was now a red wall built of brick and stone. Farley and Alan looked at each other. "We're doomed." The fireplace, candles, and oil lamps on the first floor instantly went out. "Dobbins! Dobbins! Hurry up and bring me my gun. Get me something too. Get me something too. Anything that can add strength, weapons, or equipment will do." The scene descended into chaos, and Farley didn't notice Alan's nonsensical babbling. The Dobbins that Farley was shouting for made no response. Alan could only follow the clattering sounds Farley made as he moved through the darkness. "Dobbins! Where the hell have you died? Farley finally managed to fumble his way to his armory in the dark and began rummaging around frantically. Alan also started wildly grabbing things, trying to dig out a piece of equipment that could increase strength. This is a white item, this one's white too, damn it, this one adds spirit, this one adds intellect. Farley pulled out his rifle, shouted, "Who's there?" and charged forward. At that moment, Alan finally picked up a short sword. Notched short sword. One hand, sword, uncommon quality. 8 to 15 damage, speed 2.1. +1 strength. Overjoyed, Alan stood up and drew the sword, only to find the entire first floor of the inn had fallen into complete silence. Innkeeper Farley's voice had also vanished. All he could hear was the system's prompt tone. "Damn it, host, you're a damn genius, raising a whole point of strength attribute in just one day. You're truly a 1 in 10,000 martial arts prodigy. Mission objective, increase your strength attribute by 1 point, 1/1. Mission name, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself, completed. Reward, strength attribute points x5 have been distributed. Reward, random low-level spell is being drawn. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the spell, Grease. Spell details. Spell level, first level. Effect, you designate a point within spell range. Slick grease covers an area centered on that point. When the grease appears, each creature standing in its area must make a saving throw. A creature that fails the saving throw falls prone. Additional note, I said you slip and fall, are you deaf? Grease. New main quest unlocked. Main quest name, Paladin Trial. Excellent. With a robust physique secured, one can consider a class change. Come, demonstrate your virtues to me. Let's see if you have the potential to be a paladin. Quest objective, save a lost lamb, 0 to 1. Quest reward, 5 constitution attribute points, 1 random low-level spell. Before Alan could examine the new quest in detail, the reward from the previous quest, the strength attribute points, arrived. Strength 7, to Strength 12. Big muscle bro. Big muscle bro. A soft, flowing light seemed to shimmer around his body for an instant before vanishing. Alan felt a surge of power, vast and seemingly inexhaustible, the likes of which he hadn't experienced since his life before transmigration. Power. Is this power? Where are the monsters? I want to fight 10. Innkeeper Farley. Where are you? However, the pitch black inn was deathly quiet, with no response from Farley to be heard. A flash of lightning momentarily illuminated the inn's first floor. In the stark, pale light, Alan vaguely saw a figure on the staircase. Seizing the fading afterglow of the lightning, he quickly located an oil lamp. Once the room plunged back into darkness, he groped his way over and picked it up. Before he could even figure out how to relight it, the lamp ignited on its own. Holding the lamp in one hand and his short sword in the other, Alan's heart pounded wildly as he cautiously approached the staircase. Reaching the stairs and looking up, the hazy lamplight revealed a figure lying on the upper steps. Perched atop that figure was a smaller, more delicate silhouette, crouched like a beast, seemingly gnawing on something. Rab. The person lying down was Innkeeper Farley. Alan recognized his shoes. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his short sword, held his breath, and charged up the stairs. Just as Alan was about to thrust his sword into the back of the small figure, the prone Farley suddenly sat bolt upright. The small figure crouched on him let out a soft, startled shriek and launched itself like a projectile, slamming directly into Alan's face. Alan was knocked to the floor. Struggling to open his eyes, he could only see white fabric. Then, he felt the thing on his face stand up, and a pair of small feet clad in white lace socks stepped squarely on his face. Looking further up, he saw a small face with deep blue eyes and sky blue hair. Ah! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Stella hurriedly jumped off Alan's face and threw herself into a prostrate apology at lightning speed. Only then did Alan get a clear look. The small figure was actually a female gnome, a fantastical race of Azeroth. Who are you? What were you doing on Mr. Farley just now? Stella, still on the floor, quickly lifted her head to explain, "Don't kill me. My name is Stella. I'm staying at the Lion's Pride. Just now, I was using this, a goblin jumper cable, to try and save Mr. Farley's life." As she spoke, she held up a small device with both hands. Alan finally saw her face clearly innocent, pure, and pitifully charming. "You're a gnome. How do you know how to use a goblin jumper cable, an engineering product of goblin technology?" Gnomes and goblins are two completely different races, and gnome engineering and goblin engineering are famously incompatible. "Young Master Prester, stay your blade. Stella really is a long-term guest here." Farley, who was gasping for breath, felt Alan's hostility and hurriedly scrambled up to vouch for her. "She's been staying with us for a week. While it is strange for a gnome to be studying goblin tech, she hasn't caused any trouble." Here, Farley paused, aside from not paying her room bill. Hearing this, Stella deeply buried her little blue-haired head again. Her twin tails swayed as if expressing apology. "Forget that for now, Mr. Farley. Are you all right? What happened just now?" "Just now. I saw a faint shadow, was about to fire my gun, and then a ferocious, clawing ghost pounced right onto my face. Then I woke up and saw you too." Hearing this, Stella finally got up from the floor. Her eyes sparkling with excitement, she looked at the innkeeper, Farley. "Mr. Farley, so you're saying the Lion's Pride and really is haunted? In that case, could my room fee be reduced?" Farley sighed helplessly, massaging his forehead. "Stella, a haunted inn is not a valid reason for free room and board." "Fine. Considering you just saved me, your tab is cleared." Stella's expression went from hopeful to drooping in disappointment, and then lit up with stars again. "Really, Mr. Farley? You're the best. Wait a minute. Is now really the time for this? If there really is a ghost here, how are we supposed to survive?" Alan inopportunely interrupted Stella, who was being cute. His legendary life as Alan Prester had only just begun. He couldn't let it end here in Gold's Hire, especially not in the Lion's Pride Inn. "I." A piercing shriek suddenly came from upstairs. The three exchanged glances. Stella suddenly raised her hand. "I'll be the vanguard." Then she pulled out two round objects and charged upstairs with a "Wayaya" shout. Alan hurriedly followed. "Danger. Be careful." Farley was even more horrified. "Stella, you are not to use goblin grenades in here." Stella, who had charged to the second floor, had already spotted a ferocious, menacing ghost. Alan, close behind, also saw it, a pale, sinister female specter, looking very much like the Banshee unit from the game. Hearing Farley forbid her from throwing grenades, Stella hesitated for a split second. Then her feet slipped out from under her, and she fell flat on the floor in a classic slip-on-nothing. The Banshee shrieked, claws outstretched, and pounced toward Stella. Farley fired immediately. Sparks flew, but the bullet passed straight through the Banshee's translucent body. In that split second, Alan had no time to think about what was reasonable. He instinctively used the only offensive spell he currently knew. Grease. Alan raised his sword and rapidly recited an incantation that seemed to be naturally etched into his mind. Viscluan Frazeke. Immediately after, a large glob of lard fell from the sky, splattering across the second-floor hallway. Saving throw, 1 point, critical failure. Although you have no legs, nor even a physical body, the greasy floor disgusts you to the point of convulsions, causing your magnetic field to go haywire, and thus you inadvertently slip and fall. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Banshee, as if performing a mime act, slipped mid-charge and fell flat on its face. Farley was dumbfounded. That worked? A ghost can slip. What kind of spell is this? Alan hurried over, wanting to help Stella up. But then he heard a thud. Alan had slipped and fallen too. Because the lard had spread. Farley, not looking carefully, moved forward to pull the two up and make a run for it. Another thud. Farley also slipped and fell, the three who had slipped and the banshee stared at one another in awkward silence. Stella turned her head to look at the two reinforcements who had collapsed on the spot, her expression saying as if, "What's wrong, is this a comfy place to nap?" The banshee let out a piercing scream, tried to rise again, but accidentally stepped on her own translucent skirt and fell once more. "Can any of you do magic?" "Physical damage doesn't seem to affect it," Alan said as he dragged Stella's arm and painfully crawled toward the stairwell. I can. Stella tried to raise her hand, but Alan roughly pulled her arm down again. "Then what are you waiting for? Blast it with magic." "But you're holding my hand, I can't cast." Stella lay against Alan's leg, looking up at him with an aggrieved face. Alan was momentarily speechless, so he let go. At that moment, the banshee passed the saving throw and floated up again. In a panic, Alan forced himself to his feet to buy time for Stella to cast a spell. Luckily, the fallen banshee was now furious and seemed to direct all her hatred at Alan. So she lunged without hesitation at Alan, who had moved away from Stella. Alan held his short sword up and stared at the banshee. He was gambling. The banshee arrived in an instant and swiped a gaunt, spectral claw at him. Alan raised his sword to block. Clang, the short sword struck the ghostly claw and produced a crisp sound. Alan's eyes brightened. This was exactly what he was betting on, a ghost with no true physical form might reveal some tangibility while attacking. He immediately released his sword, dropped into a squat, then surged forward and grabbed the banshee's manifested body. "Now, fire at me." Stella, having just finished reciting her incantation, raised both hands as bluish-purple arcane light flared at her fingertips. A dazzling flash, and a circle like an otherworldly portal appeared. Then several pouches of cool spring water plopped down in front of Stella, piling up into a small mound. Farley rubbed his forehead, and Alan was once again at a loss for words. "This is... create water? Are you serious?" Seeing this, Stella's face flushed crimson and she hung her head in embarrassment. I was only a mage apprentice for a short time." With the banshee in his arms starting to struggle free, Alan grit his teeth and gave up on dignity. He grabbed the banshee's skirt and, rolling with it, knelt down. "Are in Nigerian Naira BS. Wait, I want to talk to you." The banshee had intended to tear the insolent, clueless, and impertinent man's face apart. But when she lowered her head, she saw beneath her billowing skirts the face looking up at her. His hair was a little messy, his complexion somewhat pale, but his features were handsome and distinct, and his eyes when they looked at her in the dim light appeared particularly melancholy. The banshee lowered her terrifying claw. Her ferocious visage gradually softened as she stared at Alan, dazed. "You, say. Who are you? Who did this to you?" "I'll avenge you," he declared. Persuasion check, 24, success. A pathetic little girl, ravaged into a horrifying wraith by terrible necromantic magic, but your resolute and handsome face reminded her of a boy she once admired, so she decided to hear you out. "I am me. Milana, I don't know who turned me into this," she stammered. Sensing an opening, Alan switched tactics immediately. "Did you have any wishes when you were alive? Don't kill us, I'll fulfill your last wish." The banshee stared blankly at Alan. I had no wishes." Hearing that she had none, Alan inwardly panicked. Fortunately, after a pause she added, "But, my mistress, Miss Tyroya, she had a wish. I want to fulfill her wish." Alan exhaled and softened his gaze, resolute. "Tell me. I will help you, and I will help your Miss Tyroya fulfill her wish." Milana the banshee lowered her head and looked at the boy who was practically holding her in his arms and who carried an aristocratic air. He was gazing at her with such tender eyes that her ethereal features seemed to blush. She was only a maid, and she had never seen such a handsome young noble who would look at her like that. "Miss, my mistress likes a boy from the hunter family. I wish for them to be happy," Milana murmured, her pale face as if damp with tears. Though Alan had no idea who Milana was talking about, he agreed to everything without hesitation. I swear, I promise you, I will make your mistress and that. Hunter, be happy. Really? Thank you, thank you. Milana believed the man before her completely, her obsession dissolved in an instant and her form grew faint. Can you tell me, your name? My name is Alan, Alan Prester. When Alan answered, Milana smiled with satisfaction and gradually dispersed. Thank you, Alan Prester. Once Milana had completely turned into a wisp of smoke, Alan exhaled and slumped down. Stella sat nearby, eyes sparkling with admiration as she stared at him. Oh my God, so amazing. Farley wore a face of respect, truly impressed such a hideous, vengeful spirit subdued, worthy of a Presti young master. The group stared at Alan, who suddenly asked, have you heard the name Tyroya? Stella's twin tails wagged like a rattle. Farley looked surprised. I don't know her. Are you really going to fulfill this evil spirit's so-called wish? Alan didn't answer. At that moment the system notification sounded. Quest objective, rescue one lost lamb, 1-1. Newbie mission, Paladin trial, completed. Reward, Constitution attribute points x5 awarded. Reward, one random low circle spell is being drawn. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the spell, communicate with the dead. Spell details. School, necromancy. Circle, third circle. Effect, grants a corpse of a humanoid semblance of life for a short time, allowing the caster to hold a brief conversation with it. The caster may ask up to 5 questions. This spell is ineffective on undead creatures. Note, the dead keep no secrets before you. New main quest unlocked. Main quest title, Warlock Trial. Although you saved a lost soul, you clearly lack virtue and are full of lies, even refusing to give her a real name in her final moments. You are unfit to become a paladin. But perhaps you could become a scheming, deceptive warlock. Quest objective, weave a grand deception, 0-1. Quest reward, 3 random mid-circle spells, 10 universal attribute points, unlock class change system. Constitution 6, to Constitution 11. Ordinary illnesses can no longer defeat you. Alan, whose legs had gone weak from fear moments ago, suddenly felt his backbone steel itself. He nonchalantly steadied himself against the wall and looked around, pointing to the only open door down the corridor. Was that door opened by you? Stella's twin tails continued to sway left and right. Farley shook his head too, but then his face lit up like he remembered something and he slapped his thigh. I remember now, this is the room the messenger who suddenly went mad and ran into the rainy night stayed in 3 weeks ago. It looks like the problem is right here. Shall we go in and take a look? Alan asked, though his body was already heading toward the room. Farley followed and answered as he walked, but after the last incident we thoroughly cleaned this room. We didn't find anything strange. Stella's large eyes looked timidly at the room. She was a little scared, so she rummaged through her belongings and pulled out 2 goblin grenades. She weighed the 2 grenades in her hand, and much of her fear was instantly driven away. She quickened her pace to catch up. Alan was the first to step inside. Surprisingly, everything in the room was normal, just an ordinary guest room except. In the very center of the floor sat a purple cloth pouch. When Farley saw that ordinary purple pouch, he reacted as if he had seen something terrifying. He took 2 steps back, his face drained of color. I remember now. This is the pouch the messenger used to carry letters. When Stella heard that, her face stiffened. Her blue eyes blinked rapidly as she silently retreated a few steps and returned to the doorway. Although Alan was also frightened, he still unconsciously took a few steps closer to the purple pouch. Are you sure? I'm sure. He was the only one nearby using a purple mail pouch. We thought he vanished with the pouch, but it seems the pouch has been here all along. Stella poked half her head out from behind the door and weakly asked, could this pouch be cursed? Alan drew his short sword, crouched a safe distance away, and jabbed at it with the blade. Nothing happened. Stella silently craned her whole head forward, and Farley moved up beside Alan. Who would bother to curse a bag of letters? Seeing nothing happen, Alan had already picked up the pouch and started rummaging through it. Maybe there's a letter in here that's involved in something improper. Perception check, 19, success. The pouch's fabric was unexpectedly fine, its deep purple-blue color clashing with most of the rough letters inside. At that moment, a lavish letter caught your eye. The envelope was bound with a faded silver cord, and a cat's eye bead hung from the cord's end, emitting a faint, ominous phosphorescence. A with ring above S. The instant you touched it, a cold, stinging pain shot through your fingertip, as if pricked by a fine needle. Thanks to the system spoiler, Alan picked up that incongruous letter. The envelope was thick vellum. In its center was stamped a vertical pupil eye that seemed to cry blood. Religion check, 1, critical failure. You cannot recognize this mark, but it carries a profane distortion. The bloody tears seem to slowly slide downward. Most unsettlingly, that eye is watching you. No matter how you tilt the envelope, the pupil of that emblem remains locked onto your face. The room's lighting shows no change, but you swear the vertical pupil is slowly contracting, like a predator adjusting to the dark. A chill seeped from the envelope into your fingertips, climbing up the veins of your arm, and in your ear rose a distant howl, like mourning from beneath deep water. Everything around suddenly became too quiet. Thunder, wind, the rustle of distant leaves all vanished. Just as your fingers pinched the edge of the envelope to pull it free, the air froze. With the narrative's whisper, 6 or 7 new wraiths suddenly materialized in the room, clawing and lunging. Ha! Help! Stella screamed. Alan, already primed by the system spoiler, began reciting the grease spell. A great glob of lard splashed down. However, only 2 of the wraiths slipped, the other malevolent spirits lunged at the group. Alan felt doomed. He shouldn't have let curiosity take over. This isn't a game, this is dangerous Azeroth, teeming with old gods, undead, demons, countless evil beings could end his life at any moment. Stella raised a grenade, ready to pull the pin, screaming, "Run!" Farley lifted his gun, sparks flying, and time seemed to freeze. No, time actually froze. Alan had just turned around and found himself unable to move. Then he felt a woman whisper in his ear. "Dear, you are about to die." For a moment Alan couldn't tell whether this was his system or some other presence speaking. "I cannot bear to see you die like this, dear. Come, offer everything to me, give me your name, your soul, body, and heart. Serve me for the rest of your life, and I will grant you endless power." "Who are you? Who am I?" "I am your lover, your eternity, your deepest devotion, I am your master." Hearing that rambling whisper, Alan knew this was not a power worth borrowing. He did not want to become some unspeakable thing in Azeroth. So what to do? Have Stella detonate a grenade and bring the ghosts and them all to ruin together? Would a grenade even harm those things? At that moment Alan caught sight of a familiar figure in the hallway shadow outside the door. Time began flowing again. A rough voice shouted, "Run!" Alan summoned all his strength and sprinted forward, knocking into Farley, grabbing Stella by her ponytail. Stella's limbs flailed like a puppet as Alan dragged her away. Right in front of them, Wenlei stepped out from behind the doorframe, his light bow blazing with scorching fire. Otaka. Explosive shot. A brilliant blaze launched from the bow. Fire serpents swept through, igniting the grease on the floor. Magical flames soared and detonated. A massive heat wave tossed Alan and the others. The wraiths were consumed by the flames and dissipated like ash, wailing and screaming as they vanished from the room. Thrown into the corridor, Alan ignored the pain and bit his teeth, charging back into the roaring blaze. He grabbed the distinctive envelope, then leapt into Wenlei's arms, burying his face in his chest, and fainted. "Wenlei, foster father, father. You finally came." Wenlei, well, no, Wenlei at first wanted to smack Alan away, but remembering his persona, he was Alan Prester's retainer, he held back. Farley knelt on the ground, wailing, "Put out the fire. Put out the fire. Mayin. Aha." When Alan woke again, he saw bright sunlight outside the window. "You're awake, you're awake." Master Alan is awake, an unfamiliar man cried with joy as he opened the door. He was Dobbins, the innkeeper of the Lion's Pride. Soon, a crowd burst in. Wenlei stood expressionless to the side. Stella was first to leap to Alan's bedside, her ponytail trembling, face full of delight. "Savior. You're awake." It had been 2 days since that rainy night. 2 nights ago when Lei had captured the unlucky guest who had fled the inn in panic, he found the man reduced to a babbling lunatic. Coming back in time, when Lei witnessed the last scene before Alan was knocked unconscious and saved them. Alan had used his body to shield Farley and Stella, taking the brunt of the blast. Then he had dashed back into the flames to snatch the letter. He sustained varying degrees of burns. Farley specifically invited Sister Anita, a female cleric from Northshire Abbey, to treat Alan. Learning he'd been lying there for 2 days, Alan couldn't help thinking his constitution was still too weak, but Farley and Stella disagreed. They believed that Alan had taken the full force of a massive explosion and still could wake up after 2 days in bed, looking so energetic his body was incredibly resilient, almost superhuman. The letter. Where's that letter? Alan was quite concerned about whether he had managed to save that letter. Wenlei, as if she had anticipated this, handed him the nearly incinerated scraps of paper. The content is mostly burned away, only this salutation remains. Alan took it. Only a moldy, blackened corner of the letter remained, on which elegant cursive script was barely legible. To Monsieur de Montmorency. Side quest unlocked. Side quest name, The Mystery of de Montmorency. A strange letter, a strange emblem, a strange curse. Secrets lie within. Attempt to unravel the mystery of the de Montmorency family. Quest reward, 1 random low-level spell, 5 agility attribute points. Who is Monsieur de Montmorency? Was there such a person in the World of Warcraft game? What could be confirmed now was that the eerie rainy night incident at the Lion's Pride was definitely connected to the wraith summoned by this letter. But what about the 6 drenched children seen that night? And the tempting whispers that were heard? Alan began to ponder, his hand unconsciously reaching out towards the group. The others didn't understand what Alan reaching out meant, and they all turned to look at his attendant, Uncle Wenlei. Wenlei's brow twitched almost imperceptibly, then she coughed. "What is it? Give me paper and a pen." Seeing Alan order her around so naturally, a faint chill emanated from beneath Wenlei's expressionless face. Nevertheless, she turned and rummaged through her pack, pulling out a stack of blank parchment and a dip pen, which she handed over. With a few casual strokes, Alan sketched a vertical pupil eye weeping tears, appearing exceptionally sinister. The eye seemed to possess a bizarre vitality, staring straight out from the paper at anyone looking. "Do you recognize this mark?" This was the emblem stamped on the envelope. The crowd gathered to examine it for a moment, then shook their heads one after another, indicating they had never seen this emblem before. Farley, however, seemed to recall something. "Although I haven't seen this emblem, I have heard of the de Montmorency surname. They are nobles from Stormwind. But they are quite reclusive and don't appear in public much." Wenlei had a different discovery. Although only a corner remains, this letter bears very clear traces of necromantic magic. Seeing she couldn't be of much help here, Stella, in the blink of an eye, scurried downstairs, off to who knows what. After a few more words, Farley found a random excuse to send his staff away. Rubbing his hands together, he looked somewhat awkwardly at Alan. "Well, esteemed Mr. Prester, while I am extremely grateful that you lifted the curse on the inn, but your subordinate's arrow nearly set the inn on fire, this is so." Farley looked at Alan. Alan could only widen his eyes innocently and look at Wenlei. Wenlei was still meticulously studying the eye Alan had drawn. Casually, she took out a small pouch. A jingling, clinking sound. Just hearing the crisp noise from within made Farley's eyes light up. So good. What a great shot. Hero. Warrior. Excellent. Thank you for saving the Lion's Pride. Farley took the small pouch, gave it a heft that seemed to gauge the approximate amount, then left the room contentedly, taking Alan's gaze with him. How much money was in there? Noticing Alan's look, Wenlei suddenly spoke up. Let's be frank. I'm here specifically to investigate these matters. If possible, I'd like you to accompany me to Stormwind. I need your cooperation to help me continue the investigation, and Alan thought it over. Although he had triggered the related quest and needed to investigate this matter, helping so enthusiastically without any reason would seem suspicious too, wouldn't it? Don't misunderstand, it's not because he's greedy for money. This is just to give himself a superficially reasonable and unsuspicious motive for action. So he raised his hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together, then held up a hand showing 5 fingers. 5. Before he could finish, Wenlei decisively agreed to his demand. 5 gold it is. This 1 gold coin is the deposit. Upon completion, I'll give you the remaining 4. Alan was stunned. 5 gold coins. But I was originally going to say 50 silver coins. Even so, he unhesitatingly caught the single gold coin Wenlei tossed towards him. The golden coin traced a perfect arc through the air, landing steadily in his palm. The heavy, substantial feel made Alan's heart leap with joy. He blurted out, "Deal." A carriage traveled down a tree-lined avenue, surrounded by tranquil forests and the clear chirping of orioles. Inside the carriage, Alan looked at Stella, who was staring at him with her large, bright blue eyes, and voiced a soul-searching question. Why is she here? Wenlei spoke as if it were the most natural thing. Innkeeper Farley found me, saying this little gnome is very reliable and might be helpful for our investigation. Stella nodded vigorously beside them, her shockingly blue hair swaying with the motion. She clutched a bulging canvas bag to her chest, from which came constant clinking and clanging, filled with who knows how many engineering gadgets. Wenlei continued, I took a look at her engineering contraptions. They are indeed quite varied and might come in handy. Besides, she doesn't want payment, just room and board covered, so I brought her along. Isn't this clearly Innkeeper Farley, unable to tolerate this freeloading blue-haired gnome any longer, kicking the burden over to you? But since it wasn't his money being spent, Alan had nothing to say. He even had to put on an expression that said, "Good, you did well." Seeing Alan's agreement, Stella immediately performed a standard kneeling bow. Benefactor, I won't let you down. Although the carriage compartment Wenlei booked was spacious and Stella's frame was petite, such an exaggerated movement still made things seem a bit cramped. Stella wobbled unsteadily, looking almost as if she were kissing Alan's boots. Under Wenlei's amused gaze, a somewhat embarrassed Alan hurriedly helped her up. Don't do that so readily next time. Stella lifted her small face, eyes brimming with tears. He really is so different from other noble young masters. Not knowing what else to say, Alan simply drew back the curtain and leaned his head out the carriage window. Then, his breath caught. Stormwind had arrived. Ahead, a magnificent city sprawled between mountain ranges. White walls encircled the entire city, and massive gates stood open, welcoming travelers from all directions. At the very top were the spires of Stormwind Keep, golden decorations gleaming in the sunlight. Below the keep, buildings of various districts stood row upon row, tiles of different colors forming a warm, continuous sea. As majestic as in the game, yet different, because everything was brand new. Many buildings still had scaffolding erected, with craftsmen bustling about on them like ants. This was a city reborn from the ashes. The carriage soon passed through the gates of the Valley of Heroes. Here, there was one place distinctly different from the World of Warcraft game. It was empty. The memorial statues of the 5 sons of Lothar were not yet here. Because now, it was 8 years after the opening of the Dark Portal. This was information Alan had probed for on his very first day after transmigrating here, during that dinner at the Lion's Pride. In the current timeline, the sons of Lothar had not yet embarked on their expedition to Outland, had not yet sacrificed themselves, so naturally, no statues stood here. The Second War had just ended. Stormwind was just being rebuilt from ruins. The Valley of Heroes might not even be called by that name yet. The Third War had not yet erupted. The Scourge had not run rampant. Lordaeron and the Northern Kingdoms had not fallen. Dalaran had not been crushed into dust and mud by the Defiler Archimonde. The High Elves' Quel'Thalas had not yet been breached by the Scourge army. Logically speaking, present-day Stormwind was the safest place for the next several years. Of course, only relatively speaking. Later, in the world of Warcraft, Cataclysm, expansion, the world-destroying dragon Deathwing would destroy nearly half of Stormwind, and the entire park district would be ruined and rebuilt. So, to survive, the best plan was to obediently lay low in Stormwind, and definitely not buy property in the park district. After defeating the Lich King Arthas in the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, just quietly moved to the countryside for a while. But, was this really what he wanted? Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, the carriage passed through the city gates, entered the stone-paved streets of Old Town, and finally stopped before a 3-story building. The Pig and Whistle Inn. The inn sign depicted a grinning pink pig, with a horn-blowing sentry standing on its back. Warm light spilled from the inn's windows, accompanied by the sounds of voices and clinking cups. After retrieving their luggage and entering the inn, Wenlei had just finished ordering. Hearing the long list of dishes, Wenlei recited honey-roasted squab, onion and cheese bisque, charcoal-grilled lionfish, herb bread pudding. Stella's eyes began to sparkle, and she stuck out her little tongue to lick the drool that had started to flow. Before the food arrived, a loud bang from the neighboring table drew Alan's attention. Thump. He turned to look. At the next table sat a boy of about 10 or so years old, with unruly black hair. His features were youthful but already hinted at a resolute outline. His eyes burned with angry flames, and he seemed like a furious little lion. He angrily complained to another young man beside him. "Damn it, they clearly treat me like a child, don't take me seriously at all." The young man beside him was slightly older, with short brown hair and a gentle face. He was helplessly pressing the boy's shoulder, whispering words of consolation. Alan's heart stirred. The boy's face, that angry and proud demeanor, reminded him of a name. Varian Wrynn. King of Stormwind, Lion of Humanity, High King of the Alliance. And now, he was just a boy who had lost his father not long ago, forced to sit in the corner of the Regency Council meetings as an observer. "Shaw, tell me, what should I do?" Now it was even more certain that this was Varian. Was the other young man Matthias Shaw? So he and King Varian had known each other since childhood. No wonder Varian Wrynn would later trust him enough to hand over SI-7 to him. Although Alan didn't know why King Varian and Shaw were holed up in such an unremarkable little tavern drinking away their sorrows, a bold idea had already formed in his mind. He stood up and walked straight over to their table. "Good evening, sir. I am Alan Prester, from the Kingdom of Alterac." Seeing a strange man suddenly approach and speak, Shaw's eyes instantly turned shadowy. In the tavern's gloom, a group of figures slowly began to encircle Alan. Alan, however, acted as if he was completely unaware, continuing on his own. "I understand you. My family doesn't value me, they look down on me. So in a fit of anger, I left Alterac and came to Stormwind, wanting to make something of myself here. What you just said sounds just like me. You're not valued by your family either, are you?" Varian lifted his eyes, scrutinizing this bold stranger before him. He tilted his head slightly, giving Shaw a look. Shaw gave an almost imperceptible nod, lifting a finger slightly. The encircling shadows dispersed instantly, as if they had never been there. Wenlei also loosened her grip on her dagger hilt and leaned back in her chair. "What do you want to say?" Varian spoke, his tone wary, yet carrying a hint of curiosity. Alan chuckled a few times, his laughter open and sincere. He gazed into Varian's eyes, which seemed to hold a hidden fire. "I can understand how you feel. We share the same misfortune," Alan said, word by word. "Coincidentally, I am currently involved in a major undertaking, something that might save Stormwind. So, I'd like to invite you to join me. If you can achieve great merit by following me, your elders will surely look at you in a new light. By then, you'll be able to shoulder your family's burdens and reclaim what is rightfully yours." Persuasion check, 14 points. You are the first man who dared to be so disrespectful of noble etiquette in front of Varian Wrynn. Although you are crude, direct, and impolite, he instead feels a sense of unshackled comfort, as if seeing another, truer side of himself. Your straightforward invitation and ambition ignite his wild side. Ha, a major undertaking enough to save Stormwind. Why would you think of cooperating with a complete stranger like me? Do you even know who I am? Although Varian's words sounded like a refusal, the systems check revealed his true thoughts. Alan grew even more confident. Although I don't know you, I can sense the fire in your heart. He raised his hand, pointing vaguely at the area over Varian's chest. It's the same fire as mine. We are the same kind of people. We both want to achieve something great, don't we, Ayob? Varian was stunned for a moment. Then, he burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. I am Matthias. Tell me about this major undertaking of yours. Seeing his own name snatched away by the young king, Shaw resignedly began to think up a fake name for himself. A short while later, they naturally joined Alan's table of three. When Lei showed no reaction, paying little attention to Varian and the other man. Stella, sensing Shaw's hostility towards her benefactor, glared at him angrily, puffing out her cheeks. Shaw glanced at her and ignored her. We just came from Gold's Hire, Alan began, steering the conversation back on track. At the Lion's Pride Inn in Gold's Hire, an extremely vile curse incident occurred, burning down more than half the inn. I imagine in a few days, you'll receive news from there. As Alan spoke, the food they had just ordered arrived. Stella, who had been glaring fiercely, instantly had her attention stolen by the roasted squab, forgetting her staring contest with Shaw. During the investigation, we discovered traces of necromantic magic. Furthermore, even Stormwind's de Montmorency family is implicated. We suspect the de Montmorency family may be harboring remnants of the Horde. Before the scourge ran rampant, only a very few studied necromancy. Gul'dan was one of the most famous among them. He created the first Death Knight in history, forcibly injecting the soul of a deceased orc warlock, Terran Gorfiend, into the corpse of a fallen human knight, thus giving birth to this undead creature that fused an orc soul with a human body. Gul'dan renamed him Terran Gorfiend. Terran Gorfiend subsequently founded the Death Knight forces under the orcs' command. These undead monsters wantonly slaughtered humans with necromantic magic, becoming a terrifying presence during the Second War. Now, not long after the war's end, with the dark portal closed, countless scattered orcs are dispersed across Azeroth. That strange letter from the Lion's Pride bore traces of necromantic magic. Alan suspected the writer was very likely an orc warlock or a death knight. And a male member of the de Montmorency family was corresponding with this person. The implication was clear. After saying this, Alan gave a meaningful look. When Lei unhurriedly took out from her robe the nearly burned letter fragment and the strange emblem Alan had replicated. That weeping vertical eye, under the tavern's dim lamplight, seemed to truly be gazing at each person present. Stella, meanwhile, continued munching on her squab, not forgetting to occasionally lift her greasy face to glare at Shaw. Varian and Shaw passed around the expensive vellum letter fragment bearing traces of necromantic energy, then examined the creepy pattern, exchanging a look. It seemed, there might really be something to this. At that time, what Stormwind hated most above all else were those green-skinned orcs who had almost taken their homeland. If there really were Horde remnants colluding with Stormwind nobles, investigating this matter would surely greatly boost. Varian's heart skipped a beat. It would surely greatly boost the prestige of him, this young king. I'm an outsider. Investigating the de Montmorency family would be quite difficult for me. I wonder if... Before he could finish, Varian impatiently cut Alan off. Don't worry. Leave investigating the de Montmorency family to me, a local. He patted his chest, his eyes shining with excitement. Then, remembering something, he changed tack. Speaking of which, I have met your father. Duke Prester would be proud to have a son like you. Alan felt a twinge of guilt but kept a straight face, smiling and nodding. Come on, Varian raised his mug. Let's toast first to our major undertaking. Early the next morning, Alan woke up in bed with a splitting headache, rubbing his temples. Last night, Matthias, having found a purpose, was in high spirits and insisted on drinking to their heart's content with Alan and the others. Varian's capacity for alcohol seemed bottomless, Uncle Wenlei remained completely unfazed, and even little Stella the gnome could drink far more than Alan. He became the first one to fall flat, thoroughly mocked by Varian. After that, he had no memory at all of how he got back to his room. He only remembered Varian patting his chest and promising he would definitely get to the bottom of the de Montmorency family in Stormwind. Alan and the others just needed to wait at the inn for his news. Even so, Alan wasn't that idle, nor did he plan to just sit around waiting at the inn. In Azeroth, he needed to do everything possible to increase his own strength. Wait a minute. Alan looked down at the clean, neat pajamas he was wearing and froze. Who changed me into these? Couldn't remember. Forget it. He rolled out of bed, straightened his attire simply, and pushed the door open, just in time to see Wen Lei leaning against the corridor railing, looking rather uncomfortable. Awake? Wen Lei's voice was flat. Yeah. Alan nodded. Heading down for breakfast. Want to join? Wen Lei didn't answer, just watched him walk down the stairs, her gaze complex. Last night, Alan had only had a few mugs of beer before getting drunk to the point of unconsciousness. After Matthias and she helped Alan back to his room, that reckless kid had insisted she change Alan's clothes. To avoid exposing her identity, Wen Lei had no choice but to grit her teeth and do it. Remembering what she saw yesterday, a flicker of awkwardness crossed Wen Lei's face, and she averted her gaze. But, watching Alan's retreating back as he went downstairs, the corner of her mouth unconsciously curled up into a slight smile. Originally, she just wanted to borrow Alan's name to avoid suspicion. She never expected this kid, on his very first day in Stormwind, would help her connect with a local noble to investigate this matter. For that, she could forgive him. Where could he find power? Where could he find strength? Wandering the streets of Stormwind, Alan's mind was completely consumed by this question. His first instinct was to complete the main quest given by the system, the one that required him to weave a great deception. But as he walked along, he had casually deceived a few passers-by, yet the quest progress hadn't budged an inch. Perhaps it was because they were all insignificant little scams. What the system wanted was a truly great deception, wasn't it? Unconsciously, Alan had tricked his way all the way to the front of the Cathedral of Light. He stopped and looked up. The Cathedral of Light stood majestically at the edge of Stormwind, its white stone walls glowing with a holy radiance under the sun. Solemn hymns faintly drifted from deep within the cathedral, cleansing the soul of every listener. A sudden wild idea struck Alan. Since the system's main quest couldn't be completed, preventing him from unlocking the D&D class change system, then he could go unlock a World of Warcraft class instead. He was already here, might as well see if the light would favor him. He straightened his clothes, put on a pious expression, and blended into the crowd entering the Cathedral of Light. The interior of the cathedral was even more magnificent than the outside suggested. Rows of tall stone pillars supported the dome, and the beams of light cast through the stained glass windows looked like stairways to heaven. Scattered worshippers sat on the pews, candlelight flickered before the holy statues, and the air was filled with the scent of incense. Alan looked around and quickly found his target. A female bishop in a white robe was arranging candlesticks before the altar. Her face was kind, her gaze gentle, and she seemed to be enveloped in a faint, shimmering aura. Alan quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply. Reverend Bishop, I am a lost soul from a distant land, who has finally arrived at the Hall of the Light today. I wish to receive the Light's baptism and become a follower of the Light. The female bishop turned, her gaze resting softly on him. Child, the Light welcomes all who sincerely seek it. Alan's expression grew even more devout. Please pray for me. I yearn to feel the warmth of the light. The bishop smiled, nodded, raised her hand, and placed it on Alan's head. Closing her eyes, she began to pray in a low voice. The prayer was ancient and solemn. Alan felt a warm power flow into him from the top of his head. It was just warm at first, then it rapidly heated up, becoming scalding hot, and finally, Alpha NBS. Dash. Alan let out a pained cry, his whole body curling up like a boiled shrimp as he staggered backward, nearly knocking over a candlestick behind him. His skin took on an eerie red hue, and his hair seemed to smoke faintly. The bishop opened her eyes, looked at the disheveled Alan on the floor, and a flicker of understanding passed through her gaze. "Child," she said gently, "the light is not suited for you." Rubbing his painfully scorched head, Alan felt like crying but had no tears. Not only was he not favored by the light, he was actually afraid of it. Why? Since things had come to this, becoming a priest was clearly out of the question. Alan looked at the female bishop. Since the path of the light was blocked, then. All right. But, Reverend Bishop, he said, pulling a malachite green stone from his robe, I have here a gem of incalculable value. It's a rare arcane crystal, a treasure seen once in 100 years. Look at this quality, this luster, it's truly a rarity. I'll sell it to you cheap now, for just 1 gold coin, how about it? Before Alan departed, to thank him, Innkeeper Farley had given him the short sword Alan had found earlier, along with a large bag of malachite. Malachite sounded like a gemstone, but in reality, it was just a byproduct mineral found with copper ore in Azeroth, completely worthless, not even worth a copper coin. It was the kind of thing you'd consider a waste of pocket space. Not wanting to let it go to waste, Alan had been trying to sell this bag of malachite by tricking people along the way. Deception check, failed. The female bishop watched him quietly, her eyes seeming to see through all disguises. Then, she smiled. She raised her hand and gently patted Alan's head, the gesture like a loving mother comforting a naughty child. Child, she said softly, the light will forgive you. Alan was stunned. He stood there, watching the bishops retreating back, a complex, indescribable emotion welling up in his heart. He shook his head, dispelling this inexplicable feeling, and slunk out of the Cathedral of Light. The path of the light was officially a failure. But Alan wasn't one to give up so easily. He lifted his head and turned his gaze to the distance, to the other side of Stormwind. Several tall, purple spires shimmered with a mysterious glow under the sunlight, their peaks wreathed in faint arcs of arcane energy. The Mage Quarter. That was the arcane sanctum of Stormwind, the Hall of Mages. If he couldn't be a priest, surely he could be a mage. Alan took a deep breath and strode in that direction. The architectural style of the Mage Quarter was completely different from that of the Cathedral District. Most people walking the streets were robed mages. Alan stopped before a grand arcane sanctum. At that moment, a group of mage apprentices was entering through the main doors together. Alan's eyes darted, and he silently blended into their midst. Once inside the sanctum, Alan looked around and quickly locked onto a target. It was a young mage apprentice, looking no more than 15 or 16, with long brown hair tied in a simple ponytail, her face still bearing traces of childish innocence and naivety. She was struggling to carry a stack of books toward the stairs, looking like the type who was kind-hearted and easily swayed. Alan quickly stepped forward, blocking her path. "Hello." He put on a sincere and pitiful expression. "I'm the child of farmers from the Stormwind countryside. Since I was little, I've held the arcane sanctum in the highest esteem, dreaming of becoming a mage. But my family is too poor, we can't afford the tuition, and I can't find anyone to recommend me. Could you help me?" The young mage apprentice was stunned. Her name was Amy Marlin, and she was indeed the easily swayed type. Looking now at the glimmer of desperate longing in the eyes of this poor country boy, her heart softened. She knew perfectly well that she was just an apprentice herself, with no authority to decide who could enter the sanctum. But she simply couldn't bear to see this young man thrown out by the cold, heartless mages inside. "My name is Amy Marlin." She hesitated for a moment, then pulled a fist-sized crystal orb from her robe pocket. "This is a leyline resonance orb. It can be used to test arcane affinity. To become a mage, you first need sufficient affinity." She handed the crystal orb to Alan. "Hold it, concentrate, and imagine yourself connecting with the surrounding magical energies." Alan took the orb, took a deep breath, and did as she said. He concentrated, imagining magical energy flowing into his body. The crystal orb showed no reaction. He tried again, concentrating even harder. The orb remained utterly dead and silent. Amy bit her lip. Try again. Maybe you need to relax a bit." Alan tried a third time, a fourth time, a fifth time. The orb was like a dead thing, not even a flicker of light. The expectation on Amy's face gradually turned to awkwardness, and then from awkwardness to sympathy. Alan released the orb, staring at it with an expressionless face. Seriously? All of them? Seriously? The light rejected him, and the arcane ignored him. Did they know that the last person rejected by all primal forces, left with nowhere to turn, was an orc? That guy later embraced the embrace of fell energy. Oh right, his name was Gul'dan. Since things had come to this. Alan took a deep breath, lifted his head, and a sincere smile reappeared on his face. He pulled out that same malachite green stone from his robe. The same piece of malachite. All right. But, Miss Amy, he said with utmost sincerity, I have here a gem of incalculable value. It's a rare arcane crystal, a treasure seen once in 100 years. To thank you for giving me this chance, I'll sell it to you cheap now, for just 1 silver coin, how about it? Deception check, success. Amy blinked her eyes, looking at the arcane crystal, then at Alan's sincere expression. Really? Something so valuable, for just 1 silver coin? Of course. Alan patted his chest. I'm a man who knows how to repay kindness. Amy hesitated for a moment, then pulled a silver coin from her pocket and handed it to him. Then I'll buy it. Alan took the silver coin, tucked it into his pocket, turned, and left. Stepping out of the main gate of the arcane sanctum, he stopped and looked back at the magnificent purple building. Amy Marlin. That name sounded somewhat familiar. Although he couldn't recall exactly who she was at the moment, Alan knew she was probably a named character in World of Warcraft. A kind-hearted, good girl. It felt pretty bad to deceive her like this. But there was no choice, it was the system's task. I will repay the kindness of this silver coin someday. Alan tossed the silver coin in his hand a few times and continued walking. At the end of the street in the Mage Quarter stood an inconspicuous building with a sign hanging at the door, the Slaughtered Lamb Inn. Alan knew that the warlock trainer for the human race in World of Warcraft was hidden in the basement of this inn. Should he embrace fell energy, just like Gul'dan? He stood at the street corner, staring at the inn, hesitating for a long time. Then, he turned and left. He still preferred professions that were a bit more sunny and handsome. Fell energy could wait. Crossing the boundary of the Mage Quarter, Alan arrived in the trade district. It was lively, bustling, and full of life. Shops lined both sides of the street, hawking cries rose and fell, and crowds bustled about, including finely dressed merchants, porters carrying goods, and children running back and forth. Alan walked through the crowd feeling refreshed and uplifted, soaking in this long-missed liveliness. Then, he couldn't resist spending. He bought a pair of gloves from a leather goods shop, fine, soft lambskin, exquisitely crafted, and comfortable to wear. Next door at a fabric shop, he bought a scarf deep blue wool, soft and warm to the touch. NB. Just as he was paying, a strange chill suddenly crawled up his spine. The surrounding clamor seemed to freeze in an instant. The cries of hawkers, footsteps, conversations, all sounds became distant and muffled, as if separated by a thick curtain of water. The pedestrians coming and going on the street were still moving, but it was as if someone had pressed slow motion. Every movement was so slow it was nearly frozen. And in this still world, a pair of eyes was watching him. It was a gnome. With striking, bright yellow hair, wearing a set of bright yellow robes, she stood right in the middle of the bustling street, quietly watching him. The surrounding commotion had nothing to do with her. The flowing crowd passed by her side, yet not a single person touched her. She stood there like a rock, letting the river of time flow past on either side. Then, she began walking toward Alan. Step by step, neither fast nor slow, but unstoppable. Alan's heart suddenly tightened. A female gnome with yellow hair and yellow clothes, could it be Chromie? The bronze dragon flight was one of the 5 great dragon aspects of Azeroth, responsible for guarding the order of the timeline. Chromie was a member of the bronze dragon flight, who most enjoyed disguising herself as a gnome and mingling among mortals. No way. He had only been here for a few days, and he was already on the bronze dragonflight's radar. Was it because his transmigration had caused a disturbance in the timeline, prompting the bronze dragons to intervene and eliminate him? In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through Alan's mind: erasure, being thrown back to his original world, being cast into a time rift to wander forever. The yellow-haired gnome had already reached him. She looked up, her eyes as calm as a bottomless, ancient well, quietly gazing at him. Alan met her gaze. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Alan took a deep breath and pulled out a piece of emerald green stone from his robe, still malachite. I have here a priceless gemstone, an arcane crystal so rare it's seen only once in a century, he said, his voice so calm it even surprised himself. I'm selling it cheap right now. Do you want it? Evening arrived, and Alan returned to the Pig and Whistle Inn. He sat at the dining table, filled with a sense of lingering fear. For some reason, the gnome suspected to be Chromie had ultimately not taken action against him. She had just looked at the malachite, then looked at Alan, then pulled out a silver coin and bought it. 1 silver coin. For a worthless piece of malachite. She bought it. What did this mean? Was it the bronze dragonflight tacitly approving his actions? Or was it just Chromie's mischievous taste? Regardless, he had just deceived a powerful bronze dragon, making her spend money on a worthless piece of junk stone. Surely that counted as a grand swindle, right? Alan checked his system panel. Main quest progress, 0/1. Alright, apparently not. He sighed and looked up, just in time to see Wenlei and Stella sitting downstairs having their midday meal. The moment Stella saw Alan, she immediately shot over like a little cannonball. Her small face was streaked with tears, her large sapphire blue eyes watery, and she trembled all over with excitement. Benefactor. She hugged Alan's leg and wailed loudly. Thank you for providing such a sumptuous lunch. It was so delicious. I've never eaten anything so tasty in my whole life. Alan looked down at this little gnome, snot and tears running down her face, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Wenlei sat at the dining table, watching Stella's tearful display of gratitude toward Alan, feeling inexplicably annoyed. After all, it was his money that had paid for it. But soon, Alan walked up to him and held up the gloves. Uncle Wenlei, he said, I bought you a pair of gloves. Those gloves you've been wearing for days must be filthy, right? Wenlei was stunned. He looked down at his hands. Those gloves had indeed been worn for several days, covered in the dust and sweat stains of the journey. He looked up at the new gloves Alan was offering, fine, soft lambskin, exquisitely crafted, clearly not cheap. He took the gloves without a word, just nodding. Alan then pulled the deep blue wool scarf from his bag and handed it to Stella. And Stella, this scarf is for you. The weather is getting colder, don't catch a chill. Stella took the scarf and, still with snot and tears, wrapped it around her neck. But her frame was just too petite. The scarf wrapped once around her neck, and the remaining length hung straight down to her knees, making it look like she was wearing a cape or an ill-fitting sweater. Just as she was about to say something, the inn door was suddenly thrown open with a bang. Shaw stood panting in the doorway, fine beads of sweat on his forehead, his chest heaving violently. Clearly, he had run all the way here. His gaze swept across the interior of the inn and quickly locked onto Alan. Alan. He strode forward, lowering his voice. Finally found you. There's progress on the de Montmorency matter. Bang! Wenlei slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Shaw was startled by the commotion and gave him a strange look, but didn't comment further, continuing his report to Alan. We've figured it out. The de Montmorency family was just a minor noble house in Stormwind, consistently marginalized from power, holding no real authority and not well known. But... He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. But, their entire family was massacred 3 weeks ago. In the barracks of the Old Town District, Alan and his 2 companions were led through multiple checkpoints by an officer. Inside the command post, the long table was already surrounded by seated officers. Their military uniforms were crisp, their expressions stern. Thick dossiers and maps were spread out on the table before them. Alan was ushered to a secondary seat at the table. Stella sat beside him, clearly somewhat terrified. Her small body was curled up in the chair, her large, azure-blue eyes darting around nervously. The tall, imposing soldiers surrounding her made her look like a little mouse that had accidentally wandered into a pride of lions. Wenlei's face was expressionless, one hand resting naturally at his waist, where his dagger was concealed. Suddenly, all the officers stood up in unison, their movements synchronized, the heels of their boots clicking together crisply. They straightened their backs, their gazes fixed on the doorway, their right hands rising. 7th Legion, saluting the kin dash. Before the words could be finished, a figure strode in. Varian Rin, like a young lion brimming with fighting spirit, walked into the command post with his head held high and his chest out. Today he wore a well-tailored, deep blue military uniform, the collar embroidered with a golden lion's head. The scabbard of the sword at his waist gleamed brightly. His gaze swept over the officers who were on the verge of speaking out, his brow furrowing slightly, a flash of warning in his eyes. The officers forcibly swallowed the words they were about to say, then seamlessly transitioned. Kin, the nation's eagle, Stormwind's sharp blade, the esteemed Major Matthias Shaw. A slight upward curve touched Varian's lips. He seemed quite satisfied with this last-minute change of address. He took the seat at the head of the table, his eyes sweeping over those present. They paused on Alan for a moment, and he gave a slight nod. Major Matthias Shaw. Wenlei, who had always felt the name Matthias sounded somewhat familiar, leaned slightly towards Alan and whispered in a low voice, "I've heard of him. Rumor has it he is the sharp blade in Stormwind's shadow, in charge of the most cruel, ruthless, and omnipresent intelligence agency SI-7. His voice was soft, but loud enough for Stella beside him to hear. The words, SI-7, were like a bucket of ice water poured over her head. Stella's little face instantly turned deathly pale. Her large, azure-blue eyes looked fearfully at the seated Major Shaw. Then, without a sound, she shrank her entire body behind Alan, leaving only a tuft of blue hair visible, trembling. As. Suppressing a laugh, Alan asked knowingly, "So you are Major Shaw? Then who is that Shaw beside you?" Before Varian could answer, the real Matthias Shaw spoke up first, "I am Major Shaw's cousin." His tone was calm, his expression unchanged. Alan drew out the tail end of that, very long. Varian vaguely felt the other was making fun of him, but couldn't quite pin it down. He cleared his throat and put on a stern face. "All right, let's get down to business." An officer stood up in response, walked to a map hanging on the wall, and picked up a slender pointer. "Gentlemen," he cleared his throat, pointing to a marked location on the map of Elwyn Forest, 3 weeks ago, the de Montmorency family was brutally massacred at their country villa near the lumber camp in Elwyn Forest. The pointer tapped on the map, where the symbol for a manor was marked. Based on the on-site investigation, there were a total of 17 victims, the head of the de Montmorency family and his wife, their 5 children, 7 servants, and 3 distant relatives who happened to be staying overnight. The cause of death for all was a sharp weapon slitting their throats. The method was clean and efficient. As the officer spoke, Varian whispered more inside information to Alan beside him. Because the de Montmorency family was quite marginalized in noble circles, this tragedy didn't cause much of a stir among the nobility. Stormwind's officials hastily classified it as a random act by the Red Scarf Bandits, especially since all the valuables from the villa were indeed missing. Red Scarf Bandits? Alan raised an eyebrow. The red headband mentioned by Wenlei came to mind. It was now 8 years after the opening of the Dark Portal. Stormwind wasn't fully rebuilt yet. The Stonemasons Guild hadn't yet turned to banditry due to unpaid wages. Edwin Van Cleef hadn't yet founded the Defias Brotherhood. So where did these Red Scarf Bandits come from? Of course, the inside story wasn't just what Varian said. At the time, Stormwind's officials closed the case with the results of wiping out the largest bandit group in Elwyn Forest and completely strengthening domestic security patrols. It didn't create any ripples. The de Montmorency family was just buried by the dust of history. Until today, when this massacre case was dug up again by Varian Rin. Combined with previous clues, Alan's earlier conclusion was overturned. Varian believed it wasn't that the de Montmorency family had colluded with Horde remnants, but rather that a Horde remnant hiding within Stormwind's borders was responsible for this tragedy. The shift in the perpetrator from Red Scarf bandits to Horde remnants instantly changed the importance of this massacre case. The Stormwind nobility were now all uneasy. After all, bandits could be wiped out easily, but the Horde orcs, they had truly conquered Stormwind. That terrifying memory was still branded in the heart of every Stormwind resident: burning houses, corpses everywhere, green-skinned demons waving battle axes and roaring as they charged through the city gates. King Varian's discovery was a slap in the face to those nobles of the Regency Council who still saw him as a child. Varian himself also wanted to use this case to seize back the power that was rightfully his. Thus, the de Montmorency Massacre Special Investigation Team was formed. After hearing the whole story, that gentle yet hollow female voice sounded in Alan's ear. Side quest, The Mystery of de Montmorency, completed. Reward, 5 dexterity attribute points distributed. Reward, 1 random low-level spell being drawn. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the spell, Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Spell details. Spell level, 1st level. Effect, choose a creature you can see within range. If the creature can be affected by the spell, everything becomes hilariously funny to it, causing it to break into fits of uncontrollable laughter. This spell has no effect on creatures with an intelligence of 4 or lower. Note, laughter, too, is yours to command. Alan stared at the panel, falling silent. What kind of lousy spell is this? Makes people laugh hysterically. What's the use? Make the opponent laugh to death during a fight? Although Alan knew that hideous laughter could sometimes have surprising effects, he was simply venting his feelings because he didn't draw any powerful attack spell. Dexterity 6 to Dexterity 11. Congratulations, you now run faster than a rabbit. Alright then, at least I'm more confident about escaping now. Before he could fully digest this reward, the system's voice sounded again. Side quest unlocked. Side quest name, The Mystery of de Montmorency, Part 2. A terrifying serial killer, the mastermind behind the de Montmorency family massacre, is hiding within Stormwind's borders. I think you should avenge them, find the killer, arrest him, or kill him. Quest reward, 2 random low-level spells, 5 free attribute points. Alan took a deep breath, pulling himself back from the system interface. Just then, he heard an officer sigh, but where do we find the killer? There are no eyewitnesses, no clues, only a half-burned letter and an emblem of unknown origin. The other officers nodded one after another, their faces showing difficulty. Eyewitnesses? Alan actually had an idea, but couldn't bring it up in front of so many people. I can find information about the killer. Alan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. Varian's eyes lit up. Oh. What's your plan? Don't worry about that. Alan looked around. The gazes of those officers and nobles felt like needles pricking him. These people indeed didn't look favorably upon him, an outsider who appeared out of nowhere, bewitching their king to play some kind of make-believe, and now bragging that he could find the killer. He beckoned to Varian. Varian didn't mind his impropriety and leaned his ear closer. Alan lowered his voice to a volume only the two of them could hear. Tonight, after midnight, come find me at the inn. I have a way to find out the killer's information, characteristics, even his name. Varian gave him a strange look. Forget it. I'll believe him one more time. He straightened up and announced to everyone, today's meeting ends here. Everyone, return and await further instructions. The officers looked at each other. Some wanted to say something, but seeing Varian's unyielding expression, they could only stand up, salute, and file out one by one. As they left, many shot unfriendly glances at Alan. Their eyes clearly said, just you wait, let's see how you'll blow your own cover. After everyone had dispersed, Stella finally dared to peek her head out from behind Alan. She let go of Alan's sleeve, which she had been clutching tightly, and let out a long sigh of relief. That scared me to death. A few officers who had joined halfway through only then noticed that there was actually a little gnome hiding behind Alan, and they all showed expressions of surprise. Stella met those gazes and whoosh, she shrank back again. That night. The candlelight flickered in the Pig and Whistle Inn. Upstairs in the room, Stella was looking at Alan with a face full of admiration. "Benefactor, you were so brave today." She waved her little hands, stars twinkling in her azure blue eyes. "Facing so many important people, and you could still speak without changing your expression. So amazing." Alan smiled but didn't speak. Wenlei, meanwhile, was pacing back and forth, his brow furrowed tightly. He finally couldn't hold back and stopped, looking at Alan. "What method do you actually have to find the killer?" Alan smiled mysteriously, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. "You'll find out then." Wenlei's frown deepened, like a cat tormented by curiosity. He paced a few more steps, then spoke again. "Did you find any other clues in Gold's Hire that day?" Alan smiled without answering. Wenlei scratched his head and ears, restless. He kept glancing at the moonlight outside the window, then at the clock on the wall. Finally. Knock, knock, knock. The door was gently knocked. Alan got up to open it. Outside stood two figures wrapped in dark cloaks, Varian Rin and Matthias Shaw. "We're here," Varian said in a low voice, unable to wait as soon as he entered. "Speak, what method do you actually have?" Alan unhurriedly closed the door and gestured for the two to sit down. Wenlei and Stella also gathered around. 8 eyes fixed on Alan. Alan smiled slightly and looked at Varian. "Do you know where the bodies of the de Montmorency family are buried?" Varian looked at Alan with considerable suspicion. "Is that the right question to ask?" "What do you mean, where are their remains buried? What are you going to do?" Alan sighed and, facing the confused gazes of everyone, explained, "While in Alterac, I learned a unique spell that can determine information about the murderer through the corpse of the deceased." Everyone nodded thoughtfully. "So that's it. It must be some kind of divination-type spell." The high priests of Stormwind occasionally performed similar spells, using the power of the holy light to obtain fragments of the deceased's final moments. While rare, this was not incomprehensible. Alan didn't plan to explain further. Varian stared at him for 3 seconds. A flicker of hesitation passed through those young eyes, but, he gritted his teeth and decided to trust Alan one more time. He shot a glance at Shaw. Shaw stepped forward, leaned close to Varian's ear, and whispered something. As an outstanding agent, he had long since memorized all the information regarding the de Montmorency massacre, including seemingly useless details, such as where the remains were kept. The night was deep, the moonlight obscured by thick clouds, only occasionally leaking a few strands of light through the cracks. The 5 of them, wrapped in dark cloaks, slipped silently through the streets and alleys of Stormwind, exited the city through a side gate in the old town, and headed north along a path overgrown with wild grass. After walking about 2 miles, a cemetery emerged from the darkness. This was Stormwind's Northshire Cemetery, its official name being Serenity's Rest, the final resting place for the city's nobles and wealthy merchants. The cemetery was built against a hillside, with layers upon layers of tombstones stretching from the foot of the hill to halfway up the slope. At the very top were several stone family crypts, crouching in the night like silent giant beasts. The cemetery's iron gate was locked, but Shaw just fiddled with it lightly for a few moments. The lock mechanism emitted a soft click, and the gate opened. They filed in one by one. The cemetery was even colder inside than outside. Suddenly. Pat-a-tat. Something scurried out from the grass at Stella's feet, dragging a long, furry tail, and whoosh, darted into a nearby bush. Stella jumped up as if she had been stepped on. "Ya dash!" She let out a shriek, her tiny body leaping into the air and landing on Alan's head. Her 2 short legs clamped tightly around his neck, her hands clutching his forehead, her whole form like a blue furry hat plopped on his crown. "G ghost." Alan staggered from the impact, nearly falling over. "Get down," his voice came out muffled. No. Wenlei looked at this comical scene, her mouth twitching, then reached out and plucked Stella off Alan's head. Once her feet touched the ground, Stella immediately hid behind Alan, tightly clutching the hem of his clothes, peeking out with only one eye to scan the surroundings warily. A withering above new yes. Shaw expressionlessly withdrew his gaze and continued leading the way. The group passed through the noble section of the cemetery and arrived at a relatively remote corner. Shaw stopped and gestured with his chin towards a direction. There stood the gravedigger, an old man with a hunched back, patrolling the cemetery while holding a dim lantern. Shaw walked over, and the two exchanged a few words in low voices. He discreetly handed over a small pouch of coins and showed a unique insignia. "Oh, honored guests, coming to pay respects to family at this late hour, you must be careful for your safety," the old man said tactfully, not asking further questions. He headed towards the cemetery entrance with his lantern. "I was just about to go to the tavern for a drink to warm up. This cemetery gets very chilly at night." Watching the gravedigger's figure disappear into the darkness, Shaw turned around and nodded to the group. Next was finding the target. The moonlight flickered in and out, making the inscriptions on the tombstones hard to read. They checked the epitaphs on the tombstones one by one. "De Montmorency." One lay muttered softly, squatting before one tombstone. "Not this one." After walking past a few more rows, Shaw suddenly stopped. "Found it." Everyone gathered around. It was a medium-sized tombstone, white marble glowing faintly in the moonlight. The top of the tombstone was carved with a family crest, a shield with 3 wavy diagonal stripes across its surface, which in heraldry usually represented the sea or rivers. The tombstone was inscribed: Alfred de Montmorency. Year 24 before the Dark Portal, year 8 after the Dark Portal. May his sword forever guard his homeland. Below was a line of smaller text, carving out his significance to the family. Head of the de Montmorency family. Alan looked at the tombstone, then at Varian, and said seriously, "All right, let's dig." Everyone stared at him in shock. "We have to dig it out." Alan nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Of course. How else am I supposed to perform the spell?" Varian held his forehead, feeling his temples throbbing. "Are you insane?" he hissed, though the shock in his tone was impossible to suppress. "This is a noble's remains. Even if their family was marginalized, they are still nobility. You want to dig up a noble's grave?" Shaw quickly offered an alternative. "Wait a moment, weren't there also servants from the de Montmorency household who were massacred along with them? Guards, servants, stable hands, that sort." He paused. "Let's go there instead." 5 minutes later, the 5 of them once again crept out of the cemetery in the dead of night, skirted the foot of the hill, and arrived at a desolate slope. This was Stormwind's public cemetery, or to put it bluntly, a potter's field. Grave mounds were scattered haphazardly among the wild grass. Some had simple wooden markers, some had nothing at all, only slightly raised mounds of earth proving a person was buried there. According to the intelligence Shaw possessed, the 7 servants of the de Montmorency family were buried in this area. They split up to search. The moonlight was blocked by the clouds, plunging the surroundings into pitch blackness. Stella's hand clutched Alan's clothes tightly, her little hand icy cold. A long, drawn-out wolf howl came from the distance. A woo. The sound echoed through the valley, one after another, growing closer. Stella shivered violently, suddenly hugging Alan's thigh, burying her face against his knee, her whole body trembling. "There really are ghosts here." Alan sighed helplessly, peeling Stella off his leg and lifting her up like a small animal. Stella struggled in the air for a moment, realized she couldn't break free, and instead tightly wrapped her arms around Alan's arm. Just then, Shaw's voice came from not far away. "Found it." Everyone hurried over. It was a simple grave mound, slightly larger than the surrounding ones, with a crude wooden marker. The writing on the marker was somewhat faded but still barely legible. Harvey Granger. Captain of the Guard, de Montmorency household. May he rest in peace. Harvey Granger, Shaw confirmed. Captain of the Guard for the de Montmorency family, served the head of the family for 20 years. Varian was silent for a moment, then placed a hand over his chest facing the simple marker. "My apologies, Harvey Granger. To track down the true murderer of your master, we must disturb your rest." His voice was soft, carrying genuine remorse. May you understand. Shaw took a cloth bundle from his back, opened it, revealing a brand new shovel. He took a deep breath and drove the shovel into the soil. Clumps of earth were dug up one shovelful at a time. A faint, cloyingly sweet, putrid smell began to permeate the air. Stella covered her nose, her face pale, but she didn't cry out. Shaw's movements were efficient, looking like this wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. After digging about half a man's depth, the shovel hit something hard. It was a simple, thin coffin, not even painted, the wood already somewhat rotten. Shaw jumped into the pit, pried open the coffin lid with the shovel, and a much stronger odor assaulted them. Everyone held their breath and peered inside. A corpse lay in the coffin, still wrapped in tattered clothing, its empty eye sockets facing the night sky. All eyes swiveled to Alan. The look in their eyes clearly said, "Your turn. Begin." Alan took a deep breath and stepped forward. He closed his eyes, and then, began to chant. Alan's voice was low, as if reciting an ancient prayer, or calling out to something slumbering. Faint ripples began to appear in the air. The ripples grew stronger, forming barely perceptible currents of air swirling around Alan. Wind gathered from all directions. The wild grass on the tombstones began to wither. The moonlight completely vanished into the clouds, plunging the surroundings into utter silence. Alan continued chanting, his voice growing more and more resonant. Finally, a powerful surge of necromantic energy converged and poured into the coffin. Thump. The corpse actually sat up. Its empty eye sockets slowly turned, fixing on Alan. Varian's expression became extremely complicated. Did I trust the wrong person? This setup, this grand display of necromantic magic, are you the Horde remnant, the necromancer? Shaw had already drawn his dagger, placing himself in front of Varian, ready to protect his king at any moment. Wenlei fell into self-doubt. Is Alan the one I'm supposed to be investigating? Only Stella's eyes were sparkling with stars. Oh my god, my savior is just too amazing. Alright, next, we can just ask him directly who the murderer is. After finishing his spell, Alan raised a hand to wipe the fine sweat beading on his forehead. As soon as the words fell, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air tore through the night. Shaw actually erupted into action on the spot, his figure ghosting across several paces in an attempt to subdue Alan. Speak dash, his voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. Who are you? Although Wenlei was suspicious of Alan, her body moved instinctively. She took a sideways step, forcefully blocking the path in front of Alan, raising her arm to parry the dagger Shaw thrust at her. Clang! Metal clashed, scattering a few sparks. The two exchanged several swift blows amidst the grave mounds. Only after protecting Alan did Wenlei inwardly curse herself for being an idiot. She had been pretending to be Alan's attendant and feigning ignorance up until now, had she even feigned ignorance into her brain. This guy just used necromancy, and you're still protecting him? Stella was also not to be outdone. Although her small face was deathly pale, she still pulled a round engineering grenade from her bosom, her small hand gripping the pull ring, ready to yank the fuse at any moment. Shaw, stop! Varian's voice suddenly rang out, carrying an indisputable authority. Shaw's movements halted, his offensive abruptly ceasing. He retreated half a step, but the dagger remained in his hand, his gaze wary as he stared at Alan. In the surrounding darkness, several lurking figures also restrained their actions. They were SI-7 agents, arrows already knocked, awaiting only a single command. The mass grave fell back into silence, with only the rustling sound of the night wind blowing through the withered grass. Varian stepped forward several paces, moonlight illuminating his young face. Mr. Prester. His voice was calm, yet carried pressure. Why do you know how to use necromancy? Alan took a deep breath. He had already prepared an answer for this question. As you are aware, Alterax's Mad King, Aiden Perinold, once collaborated with the Horde. Alan met Varian's gaze, his speech unhurried, his expression composed. Those green-skinned monsters shared some bizarre and unconventional spells with him. Although my family did not agree with the Mad King's actions, records of those spells were scattered abroad. By a stroke of luck, I happened to learn a portion of them, they knew. He paused, spreading his hands in a gesture of openness. But I only learned a few not-so-evil spells. Like this one. It's called, Communicate with the Dead. He pointed at the still-sitting corpse. I am merely awakening a deceased person to have a brief conversation with them. Nothing more can be done. We can ask him 5 questions. After that, he will return to his eternal rest. If you truly do not trust me. Then he looked at Varian again, his gaze sincere. You can ask the questions yourself. Alan waited. He waited for the system's persuasion check prompt tone. However, nothing happened. Varian merely stared at him for a few seconds, then, to everyone's surprise, nodded. I believe you. He turned to Shaw, his tone brooking no argument. Lower your weapon. Shaw, you ask him who the murderer is. Alan was stunned. He, just believed it. Shaw was also stunned, but he immediately sheathed his dagger, took a deep breath, and walked up to the corpse. Under the moonlight, the corpse's empty eye sockets faced him, the scent of decay lingering at his nostrils. Shaw forcibly suppressed the discomfort in his heart and asked. Are you captain of the guard for the de Montmorency family, Harvey Granger? Harvey clumsily turned his head, the movement like that of a rusted machine. Yes. His voice was hoarse, as if coming from the bottom of a deep well. I am. Shaw let out a long sigh of relief, turning his head to look at Alan. There are 4 questions left, correct? Yes. Harvey nodded. Shaw turned his head back in shock. No, I wasn't asking you just now. Immediately, he twisted his head back to confirm with Alan. Did that count as 1 question just now? Yes. Harvey nodded affirmatively again. Shaw slapped a hand against his own forehead, producing a crisp smack. Friend, his voice carried a slight tremor, please only answer when I am speaking directly to you, all right? All right. Harvey nodded. Wenlei, watching from the side, felt the corner of her eye twitch uncontrollably. She finally couldn't hold back, planting her hands on her hips to interrogate Shaw. Why do you add a correct at the end of every sentence? I did not. Harvey shook his head. After saying this, as if it had completed some mission, it neatly and decisively leaned backwards. Thump. It lay straight back into its own coffin, not a trace of vitality remaining. The mass grave fell into deathly silence. The night wind blew, withered grass rustling. In the distance, an owl's cry sounded, as if mocking something. Alan appropriately added the finishing blow from the side, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. All right, where are the shovels? I think we can continue digging now. Some time later. Before another grave mound, Shaw alone was silently digging into the earth. The shovel plunged into the soil again and again, his movements fast and fierce, as if venting something. Moonlight shone on his face, his expression so gloomy it could drip water. He was filled with extreme regret. He had actually performed a farce with a corpse in front of Varian, wasting the few precious question opportunities completely. He took a deep breath and continued burying his head in the hard digging. Finally, the shovel struck wood. He pried open the coffin lid and stepped aside. Varian walked forward, placed a hand over his chest towards the corpse in the coffin, and offered a low apology. Then he turned to Alan, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. I think, it's better to let you ask the questions yourself. Alan nodded, not saying much more, and walked up to the corpse once again. He closed his eyes, and lo, obscure incantations once again flowed from his lips. Those ancient syllables drifted on the night wind, carrying an aura that did not belong to the living. The corpse trembled, then sat up. Alan thought about it and felt Shaw's earlier method of confirming identity was actually correct. After all, it was a mass grave. If they dug up the wrong person, not only would the information obtained be useless, it might even mislead the investigation. Are you a guard of the de Montmorency family, Davy? Yes. Davy replied. Alan nodded. Who killed you? Davy was silent for a moment. The empty eye sockets gazed at the night sky, as if recalling something. I didn't see clearly, he said. Were there any orcs seen near the de Montmorency family villa? No. Alan fell silent for a while. He changed his angle. On the day you died, were there any outsiders in the de Montmorency family villa? Davy fell silent again. Time passed second by second. Just as Alan thought he wouldn't answer, it spoke. Yes. 3 distant relatives came that day. His voice was intermittent, as if piecing together fragmented memories. They were the master's, cousin's family, stayed overnight. He paused for a long time again. Then, he said, and also the tutor the master hired for the young lady. Alan's heart skipped a beat. What was the tutor's name? Davy struggled to remember, finally speaking. Stalvin. His voice grew fainter and fainter, like a candle flame in the wind. Stalvin Mistmantle. After uttering the final word, the corpse's eerie glow completely extinguished. It fell backwards, lying back in the coffin, returning to eternal silence. Stalvin. The moment he heard that name, something seemed to explode in Alan's mind. He remembered. The legend of Stalvin. A terrifying tale of madness, obsession, and a family massacre. Stalvin was a tutor. He was hired by a noble family to be the private tutor for their young lady. Through their daily interactions, this middle-aged man developed inappropriate feelings for his young student. Even more tragically, he deluded himself into believing the young lady reciprocated his affections, interpreting every polite smile, every ordinary greeting, as a signal of love. In his heart, he pledged his life to her. Until that day. The noble lady brought a young man home, linking arms with him, walking up to Stalvin with a radiant smile. She said, "This is my tutor, Uncle Stalvin. He's a nice old man." Old man. In that instant, all his fantasies shattered. She didn't see him as a lover, or a future husband. She just saw him as an elderly man. That was all. On a certain night afterwards, Stalvin raised his butcher's knife. He slaughtered the entire noble family, the young lady who had deceived his feelings, the master who hired him, the mistress who never looked at him properly, the innocent servants, not a single one was spared. Afterwards, Stalvin fled to Darkshire, hiding in a dilapidated cottage. Later, he became one of the undead. Alan's thoughts raced like lightning. So it seemed Stalvin likely learned necromancy through some means, and that letter could very well have been sent by him. In the World of Warcraft game, this was a classic quest from Duskwood. Back when Alan played the game, he would just click the mouse frantically, skip through all the dialogue, never read the quest descriptions, only caring about the experience and rewards. That's why he hadn't connected the dots earlier. Although Alan had already deduced the true culprit through his knowledge of the game's plot spoilers, he couldn't just tell Varian outright. So he remained silent and continued to cooperate with Varian and the others in digging up the other graves. Shaw once again found the tombstone of a servant from the de Montmorency family. Holding up the lantern, he illuminated the simple wooden marker and was about to call the others over. Psst. Alan's gaze fell upon the tombstone. He froze on the spot. Milana. May she rest in peace. No surname, no position, no dates of birth or death. Just this one name, and a brief blessing. But Alan knew her. In Gold's Hire, at the Lion's Pride Inn, the banshee who had spared him. Her pallid face, her hollow eyes, and those tear-filled eyes appeared vividly before Alan's eyes at this moment. She said her name was Milana. She said she had no wishes of her own. She only wanted to fulfill her young mistress's wish, to let her be united with her beloved. So she was a maid of the de Montmorency family? Was it just for such a selfish, such a beastly reason that she was slaughtered alongside the de Montmorency family by Stalvin? After death, her soul was still tormented by Stalvin, turned into a terrifying banshee wraith, forced to wander day after day in that inn, denied a peaceful end. The diligent Shaw had already shouldered his shovel, ready to dig, but Alan grabbed his wrist. Wait. Shaw turned back, puzzled. What's wrong? Pick another one. Alan's voice was a bit hoarse. Pick a different person. Stella stood to the side. Seeing Alan's reaction, her large, azure eyes blinked, as if she had also realized something. It can't be, right? She whispered, her small hand covering her mouth. Lei had chased after them at the time and hadn't witnessed that scene in the inn room. He looked at Stella in confusion, his eyes filled with question marks. What happened? But Alan spoke first. I owe the owner of this grave a favor. His voice was soft, yet firm. The favor hasn't been repaid yet. I don't want to disturb her now. Varian looked at him. Under the moonlight, this peer's expression was completely different from before. Something in his eyes had sunk, like a stone dropping into deep water. Varian didn't ask further. It's fine, he patted Alan's shoulder. Then we'll pick another one. Shaw nodded, picked up the lantern, and continued searching. A moment later, he stopped before another grave mound. This one, he said. Emily Barker, also a maid of the de Montmorency family. According to the injury report, she was basically among the last to be killed. Perhaps we can see more. Everyone gathered around. Another round of digging. The shovel entered the earth, the coffin was pried open, and the corpse was exposed to the moonlight. Alan took a deep breath and once again chanted that ancient incantation. The corpse sat up. Alan stared directly at the corpse and asked bluntly. Was it the tutor, Stalvin Mistmantle, who killed you and the de Montmorency family? The corpse shuddered violently. Hatred and venomous fire seemed to ignite in her eye sockets. Yes, her voice was hoarse, each word seemingly squeezed out from between clenched teeth. I saw it with my own eyes. The onlookers were somewhat surprised. The murderer was just a tutor. An ordinary tutor hired by the de Montmorency family. Why would he slaughter all 17 members of that household? Why did he do it? Because he harbored twisted feelings for the young mistress, but the young mistress did not love him. When it came to this, something unexpected happened to Alan. After identifying the culprit of the massacre, Shaw didn't show excitement. Instead, he revealed an indescribable expression. There was no joy of solving the case in that expression, only disappointment. He turned his head, leaned close to Varian's ear, and whispered something. The night wind howled. Alan couldn't hear what he said, but he saw Shaw's mouth movements and guessed the content of those words. What now? The culprit isn't some horde remnant, just a tutor. The implication was all too clear. If the murderer was just an ordinary killer, then this case was just an ordinary murder case. It wasn't worth the King of Stormwind personally investigating. It wasn't worth investing so many resources. It wasn't worth spending so much time and effort. Alan frowned, looking at Shaw with disbelief, but then he saw. Even in Varian Rin's eyes, there was a deep sense of disappointment. Are you going to withdraw? Alan was silent for a moment. Then, he let it go. Indeed, from the very beginning, it was his own deduction that had misled Varian. It was he who said the letter involved necromancy, suspecting the de Montmorency family was harboring horde remnants. It was he who said this case might involve orc warlocks or death knights. The reason Varian invested such great enthusiasm, the reason he formed a special task force despite pressure, the reason he personally came to the unmarked graveyard to dig up graves in the middle of the night, was because he thought the shadow of the horde lurked behind this. Once uncovered, it would be a major case that could shake all of Stormwind. Now the truth was revealed. The culprit was just a pervert who went on a killing spree because he couldn't have his student. It was only natural for Varian to be disappointed. Alan took a deep breath. The night wind rushed into his lungs, icy and piercing. He remembered the pallid face of the banshee in the Lion's Pride Inn, remembered the last words she said. Thank you, Alan pressed her. He had promised Milana he would fulfill her last wish. Her mistress Tyroya had already died tragically at Stalvin's hands. The only thing he could do now was to make Stalvin pay, to avenge them. Alan raised his head and looked at Varian. Moonlight shone on his face. His expression was eerily calm. It's fine, he said, his voice soft, yet carrying an undeniable firmness. Thank you for all your help along the way. He paused. From here on, I will ensure these victims receive justice. His gaze passed over Varian, over Shaw, landing on that simple wooden marker in the distance, Milana's resting place. I will personally kill that bastard Stalvan Mistmantle. Varian wanted to say something, his lips moved slightly, but in the end, he remained silent. Under the moonlight, Alan turned to the maid skeleton and softly finished asking the remaining, less crucial questions. The maid answered them one by one, her voice growing fainter and fainter, finally dissolving into a sigh as she slowly lay back down in the coffin. Alan picked up the shovel. This time, he personally shoveled the earth back, one scoop at a time. After filling it in, he stood in place, facing that simple wooden marker Emily Barker, a poor soul he had never known yet whose peaceful rest had been disturbed because of him, and bowed deeply. "Thank you," he said softly. "Rest in peace." By the time they returned to Stormwind, the horizon was already tinged with the pale light of dawn. The group, who had stayed up all night, dragged their weary footsteps and stopped before the door of the Pig and Whistle Inn. Varian and Shaw stood opposite them. The two groups looked at each other across the morning mist for a moment. "Well, we part ways here, then." Varian's voice was somewhat dry. Alan nodded, saying nothing. They turned and walked off in different directions. Inside the inn room, Alan sat on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the gleaming gold coin in his hand. It was the deposit Wenlei had given him, 1 gold coin. Wenlei was packing his belongings. Sensing Alan's silence, he turned his head. Alan stood up and walked over to Wenlei. "I'm sorry," his voice was very light. "Stalvan might not be the person you're investigating. But I must find him." He extended the gold coin towards Wenlei. The meaning was clear, he couldn't continue helping Wenlei maintain his cover in Stormwind. The previous deposit was being returned. Wenlei looked down at the gold coin, then up at Alan. Then, he smiled and said in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Don't get it wrong. I'm the employer." A hint of teasing laced his voice. "The job isn't finished yet. I'll only give you the remaining balance after we find Stalvan." Alan looked up in surprise. The truth about Stalvan's crimes wouldn't be fully revealed until the classic era of World of Warcraft. In the 8th year after the Dark Portal, a high elf mingling in Stormwind had no logical reason to be here for this case. Wenlei closed Alan's hand, which held the coin, and pushed it back. Alan felt an inexplicable warmth. Of course, he was referring to the gold coin in his palm. Stella came through the door carrying a large bundle of engineering parts, just in time to see the two men standing close together. This scene painted her small face with deep suspicion. "Areo Thailand Bodies." But she still bounced over to Alan, looked up at him, her large, azure eyes filled with seriousness. "Benefactor. I'm willing to come too. I will definitely help you." Alan looked at these two people, one tall and one short, opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, just nodded. "All right," he said. The next morning. Stormwind Keep. Varian sat by the window, gazing motionlessly at the rising sun outside. He had been sitting like this for a long time. Shaw stood behind him, looking at his king's profile. That face was furrowed with worry, his eyes distant, lost in thought. "Your Majesty," Shaw spoke softly, his tone admonishing. "You should have your breakfast." Varian did not respond. Shaw sighed and continued. "Still thinking about last night? Your Majesty, forgive my bluntness, but for the king of a nation to involve himself in such a minor case is a waste of your energy and time. Even if the case is solved and that Stalvan is caught, the nobles of the Regency Council won't think any higher of you for it, they'll just think you're neglecting your duties, playing these small-time games." He paused, his tone growing more earnest. "You are the king of Stormwind. Your energy should be focused on governing the kingdom." What Shaw said was very reasonable, but Varian kept recalling Alan's eyes, those eyes that revealed disappointment. That look, it was as if to say, "So you're just like that after all." Just then, the door was gently pushed open. A figure entered. It was a young woman with long, golden hair cascading softly over her shoulders. Her features were gentle, her eyes and brows carrying a tender smile. She wore a light blue gown, her abdomen slightly rounded, clearly pregnant. Seeing this, Shaw tactfully bowed and withdrew. The woman walked behind Varian and gently reached out her arms, embracing him from behind. "What's wrong?" Her voice was as soft as a March breeze. "Something on your mind?" Varian's body stiffened for an instant, then relaxed. He raised his hand and covered the back of hers, gently stroking it. "No, it's nothing, my love," he said. The woman smiled. She released him, walked around to face him, leaned down slightly, and pressed her forehead against his. "Don't I know you?" Her voice was light, full of affection. "Although I don't know what happened, I want to tell you." She straightened up, cupped his face in her hands, and made him look into her eyes. "These past 2 days. I feel like you've returned to how you were when your father was still alive." A gentle light shone in her eyes. "So full of vitality, so full of passion, so, like you're doing what you truly want to do. I don't know the reason, but I quite like it." Varian was stunned. Tiffin Rin, Queen of Stormwind, the love of Varian's life, smiled at him, a smile that shone into his heart like sunlight. She turned and left, leaving Varian alone by the window. The sunlight outside streamed in, casting dappled light and shadow on the floor. Varian looked out the window, his gaze passing over the rows of rooftops, over the towering city walls, over the lush green elwyn forest in the distance, looking toward some unknown place. What was he thinking? Perhaps even he himself didn't know. The Pig and Whistle Inn. Wenlei had hired another large carriage, which was now parked at the inn's entrance. It was a spacious enclosed carriage. 4 sturdy horses were already harnessed, snorting impatiently. The 3 of them were packing their luggage in the room. To be precise, Alan was helping Stella pack. The amount of stuff the little blue-haired gnome had brought was astonishing. Engineering parts large and small, a thick book of blueprints, and a pile of metal lumps whose purpose was unknown, all spread out messily across the bed. Alan stuffed them into the bag while muttering under his breath, "Are you moving house or going to war?" "They're all useful," Stella declared righteously. "You never know when they might come in handy." Wenlei leaned against the doorframe, watching this scene, a slight smile playing on his lips. He asked, "So you're that certain Stalvin is in Duskwood?" Alan's hands paused for a moment, then he continued packing. "I've been to Darkshire before," he said, his tone calm yet firm. "I heard that 2 or 3 weeks ago, a strange madman appeared in the woods north of Darkshire. After committing his crime near the lumber camp in eastern Elwyn Forest, it's highly likely Stalvin fled south along that road into Duskwood. It's very logical. And the timing matches up." Stella, hugging a large bundle of engineering supplies, pretended to think, nodding seriously. "That's what I think too." Wenlei said with a laugh, "Then if we're wrong, how about you cover the travel expenses, Stella?" Stella's face fell instantly, her pretty features collapsing. She hurriedly changed her tune, "Well, I think we can't jump to conclusions just yet." Alan, however, was very firm. "Trust me. I have a feeling Stalvin is definitely hiding in Duskwood." "Really? Then it seems we'll solve the case soon," a hearty male voice suddenly sounded right by his ear. Alan looked up in surprise, following the sound. Then, he froze. At the inn's entrance, the sunlight was just right. A youth sat astride a tall white horse. The horse was snow-white all over, only its mane and tail were silver-gray, gleaming in the sunlight. The youth wore a set of dark blue casual clothes, yet it couldn't hide the innate heroic air about him. Sunlight spilled from behind, gilding his silhouette with a golden edge. He sat on the horse, leaning forward slightly, looking at Alan with a spirited and triumphant gaze, a smug smile playing on his lips. "Va. Wow, Matthias." Alan almost blurted out the real name but managed to correct himself in time. "What are you doing here?" The smugness on Varian's face intensified. He tugged the reins, and the white horse reared up with a proud neigh, the pose extremely dashing. "What are you talking about?" he said loudly. "This is the first big case we're working on together. How could I miss it?" But immediately, he switched to a mysterious expression, lowered his voice, looked around furtively like a thief, then leaned closer to Alan. I suggest we leave quickly, he winked. Because I snuck out without telling my cousin. Alan looked at his face, which was practically screaming, "Come on, praise me," and for a moment didn't know what to say. Varian straightened up, flicked the reins with flair, and turned his horse around. The sunlight shone upon him. The white horse's mane flew in the wind. He looked back over his shoulder, extending his right hand towards Alan. "Let's go." His smile was so brilliant it seemed capable of dispelling all gloom. "Justice is still waiting for us to uphold it." The carriage clattered into Gold's Hire in the afternoon. Sunlight lazily spilled onto the streets. A few hens pecked at the roadside, and a blacksmith clanged away in his shop. Alan lifted the carriage curtain, gazing at this familiar yet unfamiliar town. Innkeeper Farley was oiling the signboard at the entrance. The moment he saw Alan's head poking out, his eyes lit up. That was the moneybags he had just sent off a few days ago. He hurriedly stood up, his face wreathed in smiles as he went to greet them. Alan and the others were still disembarking one by one. Farley's gaze swept over the carriage and landed on a youth sitting astride a tall white horse, leisurely surveying his surroundings. Innkeeper Farley's eyes brightened. This young lad had an imposing and dignified air about him. He looked like a hard worker. He strode over quickly, patted the youth on the shoulder, and spoke warmly. "Lad, you've worked hard. Just lead these horses to the stables out back. The fodder is in the second compartment on the left in the storeroom. There's hay and oats, feed them as you see fit, but don't overfeed them. If you're traveling again this afternoon, horses that are too full can't run properly." He spoke with utter naturalness. After finishing, he even gave Varian's shoulder another pat. Varian Rin, the king of Stormwind, the Lion of the Alliance, was stunned. He looked down at his patted shoulder, then looked up at Farley's beaming face. Then, he burst into hearty laughter. "All right," he agreed readily, and actually took the reins to head towards the stables. Alan finally noticed the situation and nearly tumbled out of the carriage. "No, no, no." He rushed over in a few quick strides, blocking Varian, then hastily said to Farley, "Innkeeper Farley, this is our friend, he's with us." Farley blinked, looking at Alan, then at the youth he had mistaken for a coachman. The youth was still smiling, not the slightest bit displeased. Farley hurriedly bowed in apology. "Oh dear, oh dear. My mistake." Varian waved a dismissive hand. Farley's gaze inadvertently swept over that face again. Wait a minute. This face, why did it look more and more familiar? A scene suddenly flashed through Farley's mind. Several years ago, when the old King Lane was still alive, he had toured Elwyn Forest with the young Crown Prince. They had passed through Gold's Hire from a distance. Ranob. He sucked in a sharp breath, his legs went weak, and he almost knelt on the spot. But Varian had already turned away, chatting and laughing with Alan as they walked into the inn. Farley opened his mouth, but in the end, said nothing. He just followed behind, trembling, his mind repeating over and over, "I patted his shoulder. I told him to feed the horses. Lunch was on the house, courtesy of Innkeeper Farley. It absolutely wasn't because he wanted to curry favor with the young king, nor because he was particularly generous. It was mainly because the money Miss Wen Lano, it should be said, the money Alan had given him earlier was enough to stay at the Lion's Pride for several weeks. Innkeeper Farley rubbed his hands together and personally cooked up a feast: honey-glazed ribs, creamy mushroom soup, roasted fish, freshly baked dark bread, and a jug of fine Thunderbrew ale. Everyone sat around the table, eating with gusto. Farley waited on them nearby. The more he looked at that youth, the more his heart pounded with fright. As expected of young Master Alan. He just went to Stormwind once and managed to lure away our young king. But His Majesty clearly didn't want his identity revealed. He, a mere innkeeper, naturally didn't dare say a word. After a few rounds of drinks, Alan mentioned they were heading to Duskwood. Hearing this, Farley suddenly slapped his thigh. "Aya." His eyes lit up. "You're going to Duskwood? That's perfect." Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him. Farley cleared his throat and began his tale. "Here's the thing. A month ago, a bounty notice was posted in Gold's Hire. It said there's a fierce forest wolf leader named Lupos. That beast has been causing havoc in Elwyn Forest, killing dozens of cattle and sheep. The hunters in town organized a hunt and finally cornered it by the river. But then that beast. He spread his hands, making a diving motion. Plop. It just jumped into the river, swam to the opposite bank in Darkshire, and got away. So now, Lupos is under a joint bounty from Darkshire and Gold's Hire. After listening, everyone continued eating with a distinct lack of enthusiasm. Just a wolf. Seeing their reaction, Farley added another line. But you're right. The bounty for this Lupos is only 1 gold coin. You lot definitely wouldn't be interested. Whoosh. Alan's eyes lit up. 1 gold coin. He put down his fork, his expression turning serious. Maintaining the peace and order of Elwyn Forest is the duty of every citizen. Therefore, we accept this bounty. After the meal, the group went to find the town guard to get the bounty details. Guard Thomas was in front of the notice board, posting newly arrived bounty notices. His back was to the street. He held a brush and paste, humming a little tune as he stuck parchment after parchment onto the wooden board. Footsteps sounded behind him. Without turning his head, Thomas said, "All the bounties are on the notice board. Have a look yourselves." He finished posting the last one and turned around, his gaze casually sweeping over the group. First glance, nothing special, just a bunch of travelers. Second glance. Wait a minute. His gaze suddenly froze, locking onto Varian. Oh my God. Thomas's knees went weak, he almost knelt on the spot. His mouth was already open, the word, "Your Majesty," was about to burst out. Ha! Thomas! An arm suddenly hooked around his neck and gave a hard squeeze. Varian acted as if he'd met an old friend, warmly pulling Thomas close with an arm around his neck, while his other hand vigorously patted his shoulder. Thomas! We go way back. His voice was extremely hearty. How come you're a guard in Gold's Hire now? Long time no see. Thomas was being choked so hard he couldn't breathe. His face turned red, and he made ugh sounds in his throat. He desperately tried to speak, to salute, to say something, but that arm was like an iron band, preventing a single word from escaping. Varian continued holding him, smiling brilliantly. Really has been a long time. My friends and I wanted to take a look at Goldshire's bounty notices. We won't disturb you, we'll just look ourselves. You go about your business, don't mind us. As he spoke, he gave Thomas's back a hearty slap. Thomas staggered from the slap and finally caught his breath. He nodded repeatedly, his eyes screaming, I understand, I won't say a word. Then he stumbled to the side, leaning against the notice board and coughing violently. Alan pretended not to see and walked straight to the notice board. The board was covered with notices, wanted posters for fugitives, rewards for lost livestock, and a few seeking missing relatives. Alan's eyes scanned the parchments and quickly fixed on one of them. Bounty, Lupos. Description, an enormous forest wolf with silver-gray fur and glowing red eyes. Suspected to be corrupted by shadow magic. Extremely dangerous. Reward for killing Lupos, upon presentation of its head or complete carcass, 1 gold coin. Below was a drawing. Everyone gathered around to examine the drawing. Stella's eyes widened. Wow dash, she exclaimed with delight. What a cute little puppy. Everyone looked at her in silence. That little puppy looked anything but cute. Stella, completely oblivious, was still pointing at the drawing. Look at its ears, they're perked up. So lively. Varian leaned in to look at the drawing, then turned to look at Thomas. The latter was still coughing, but the moment he felt Varian's gaze, he immediately straightened up, putting on an "I saw nothing" expression. So Varian walked over and peeled the bounty notice off the board. This one, he said to Thomas, I'm taking it. Thomas nodded repeatedly, his manner practically screaming, take the whole notice board if you want. Varian rolled up the drawing, tucked it into his coat, and walked back to the group. The carriage was ready, the horses were fed and watered, and the coachman was prepared to depart. "Let's go," Varian said, swinging up onto his horse. He flicked the reins, and the white horse raised its head and whinnied. "Justice awaits us." Alan then declared with perfect confidence, "Matthias, on the way to Darkshire, teach me how to ride a horse." "Sure thing." Thomas watched them ride away, inwardly clicking his tongue. Who was this youth? To have the king himself personally teach him horsemanship. Could it be Prince Arthas of Lordaeron? Stormwind. The noble's quarter, a luxurious banquet hall. It was a perfectly ordinary noble soiree. Yet not so ordinary. Because tonight, everyone's gaze was, without exception, drawn to one person. It was a woman. She reclined on a divan in the place of honor, one long, elegant leg crossed over the other. Beneath her silk gown, her full curves were subtly visible. She had long, raven-black hair and deep purple eyes. Her lowered lashes exuded a lazy allure, and the cutout at her chest revealed a breathtaking expanse of pale skin. She merely sat there lazily, yet she made every other woman in the entire banquet hall pale in comparison. The nobles flocked around her like moths to a flame, vying to pay her court. "Lady Katrana, you are absolutely radiant tonight. Lady Katrana, might I have the honor of inviting you to lunch tomorrow?" Among them were barons, counts, even dukes, those lofty figures who usually looked down upon countless others. At this moment, they were like fawning lapdogs, hoping only to earn a glance or a smile from this lady. And the lady merely lifted her eyelids lazily, occasionally giving a faint response, sometimes not even bothering to do that. But the more aloof she was, the more fervently the nobles fawned over her. Duke Merismum pushed through the crowd, bowing as he approached the divan. His face was plastered with an obsequious smile. If outsiders saw that expression, they would never believe it belonged to a duke. "Lady Katrana," he began cautiously, "my sincerest apologies. His Majesty the King had agreed to receive you today, but a situation arose at the last minute, so." Those purple eyes turned and gave him a cold glance. Duke Merismum felt his bones go weak under that gaze. He hurriedly continued, afraid of displeasing the lady. "It's all my fault. All my poor planning." He rubbed his hands together, suddenly seeming to remember something. "However, I have managed to find out something else for you." Those purple eyes narrowed slightly, seeming to show a flicker of interest. Duke Merismum, feeling immensely flattered, quickly said, "I don't know if it's your brother, that member of your family, Alan Prester, has also recently arrived in Stormwind." He paused, carefully observing the lady's expression, then ventured. "Shall I arrange for him to come see you?" "Oh." A slight smile touched Lady Katrana's lips, and a glint of amusement flashed in her eyes. "My brother?" She crossed her legs the other way, a movement both elegant and lazy, yet it made all the nobles secretly watching swallow hard. She extended a slender finger and lightly traced her own red lips, a gesture of extreme seduction. "No need." Katrana smiled. That smile was breathtakingly beautiful, yet it inexplicably sent a chill down one's spine. "I will pay him a visit myself." Duskwood. The carriage moved slowly along the road, the surrounding trees tall and twisted, almost blotting out all the daylight. Yes, daylight. It was clearly noon, but the moment they crossed into the border of Duskwood, the sky seemed to have been pulled down like a curtain. Heavy gray clouds pressed low, and occasional slivers of light leaking through the seams of cloud did not illuminate the surroundings, instead, they made the twisted tree shadows look even more sinister. "Wow." Stella pressed her face against the window, "Why is it so dark?" "Magic?" Alan, practicing riding, felt the same inward wonder. In the game Duskwood was always gloomy, but experiencing it in person made the oppression tangible. Beside him, Varian rode that white horse, keeping pace with the carriage, holding a battered book in his hands, his brows growing increasingly tight. Last night, at the horse ranch east of Elwyn Forest, they had lodged with the ranch owner, the Hunter family. Old Hunter had taken a particular interest when he learned they were investigating the de Montmorency massacre. Because his eldest son had been the lover of Miss Tyroya de Montmorency. That poor young man was still sullen with grief over losing his beloved, unable to recover. Alan inquired discreetly about Stalvin. The hunters recalled Stalvin staying at their home for a few days, polite, refined in speech, leaving a very good impression. He had even said he had a gift to give young Hunter. Unfortunately, the boy happened to be away that day. Mrs. Hunter also remembered one thing: when Stalvin left, he had left behind a diary at their house. They respected their guest's privacy and never opened it. Alan could not bear for the Hunter family to know what that polite gentleman had actually done. He only took the diary when they left. Now Varian was flipping through Stalvin's diary. His expression grew darker and darker. Strange, uncontrollable. Today I felt something I never have before. While I was tutoring Kyles in history, Tyroya was outside tending her garden. After a while she came in, placed a bright red begonia in the palm of my hand and smiled sweetly at me, and I felt my heart pounding violently. I am certain she feels the same toward me. This morning she even placed her hand in mine. When she smiled, her eyes shimmered like diamonds. We shared a silent communion. She has taken up residence in my heart, and she sets my blood racing. I never thought I would be so enraged. How dare she? When I was teaching Kyle's math, Tyroya came with one of her suitors, and they openly held hands. Such an ill-bred young man. Tyroya barely introduced me, casually saying, "Oh, this is my tutor, Uncle Stalvin. He's a nice old man." Old man. The instant I heard that word, my face flushed. I am only a few years older than her, and yet she betrayed me. My heart seems to have fallen into a bottomless abyss of despair. She betrayed my feelings and now she is engaged. That wretched deceiver. My mind is filled with darkness, and with every passing minute that feeling intensifies. I will make her pay in blood, though compared to my tears, that will be pale and powerless. Varian slammed the diary shut with a snap, furious. That beast. Stella poked her blue head out of the window, curious. Have you finished? Can I see it? Alan reached over and pushed Stella's head back inside. Kids, don't look. I'm not a kid. Stella protested, muffled from within the carriage. I just look small. Alan ignored her protest and urged his horse closer to Varian. Varian looked up at him, his gaze resolute. No matter what, he said slowly and deliberately, I will never let that beast go. I completely agree. Alan nodded. Just then, after Stella ducked back in, Wenlei's head popped out. From the forest on the right, Wenlei leaned her ear and listened, her eyes sharp. I can hear sounds of fighting. Alan snapped, alert. Oh. Let's go take a look. He tugged the reins and turned his mount. With his current stats, 12 strength, 11 stamina, 11 agility, he was already above average among ordinary people, and his riding had become more skillful. RAO. The coachman stopped the carriage as instructed. Alan and Varian dismounted, Wenlei crawled out the window, and Stella tumbled out clutching her bulging engineering pack. Varian drew his sword, Wenlei notched her light bow, and Alan tightened his grip on the short sword he had taken from Gold's hire. They pushed through the undergrowth and walked several dozen steps deeper into the woods. Suddenly, a low, guttural roar mixed with the clang of metal came from ahead. Through the interlaced trunks they saw a clearing. On the clearing stood a young man in silver plate armor locked in combat with a giant wolf. The wolf was enormous. Taller than a grown man, its silver-gray fur stood up like steel needles, and its eyes glowed an eerie crimson. When it swung its claws, dark purple light curled around the talons, forming shadow slashes that screamed toward its opponent. The young man raised a shield bearing the sigil of holy light, barely blocking a shadow slash. Bang! The shadow energy exploded against the shield, scattering black sparks. He stumbled back, and took the chance to thrust his sword, carving a wound into the wolf's foreleg. The wolf howled in pain, its roar growing even more ferocious. The group exchanged looks. Isn't that? Alan murmured. Stella had already pulled out the wanted poster. She unfolded the parchment, looked at the picture of the cute little dog, then looked up at the massive creature in the clearing that was frantically lunging, eyes aglow and claws trailing shadow. She lowered the poster and looked again. Then looked up at the wolf. She repeated this 3 or 4 times. Finally, cocking her head, she directed a soul-level question at the wolf. "Is that you in the picture?" The wolf, of course, did not answer. It was busy dodging a horizontal strike from the paladin and countering with a shadow slash. Wenlei's mouth twitched. She lowered her bow and looked at Alan. "Are we helping?" Alan glanced at the paladin, clearly on the defensive. "Help." Alan drew his short sword. "That's a gold coin." Varian had already tightened his grip on his sword and chuckled when he heard that. "I knew it. How does a great hero make their entrance?" Alan had wanted to use his signature move, Grease, but considering the number of melee fighters on his side, casting Grease now might hinder his allies more than it would hinder the enemy. Forget it. In that moment of hesitation, just as the paladin was about to be overwhelmed, Wenlei's fingers released the bowstring. The sharp arrow tore through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed directly at Lupos's head. Yet, the giant wolf seemed to have eyes on the back of its head, leaping high into the air at the very moment the arrow was about to strike. Whoosh! The arrow grazed its belly and thudded into a tree trunk behind it, the fletching vibrating with a hum. But this leap landed it right into another trap. Beast! Die! Varian had already predicted its landing point. His great sword raised high, he charged forward like an arrow shot from a bow. The blade carved a cold arc through the dim forest, aiming straight for Lupos's neck. However, something unexpected happened. A dense shadow suddenly surged around Lupos's body, the blackness writhing and churning like a living thing. The next second, its form vanished into thin air, transforming into a mass of distorted shadow. Varian's sword sliced through empty air, and a chill shot up his spine. The shadow coalesced behind him. Claws wrapped in shadowy energy slashed down viciously. No time to dodge. Boom dash. A tremendous crash echoed, startling birds from the trees. The paladin had rushed in front of Varian. His body was enveloped in a golden radiance divine shield. The light, like an inverted golden bell, protected both men within. Immediately, the paladin pressed forward instead of retreating, ramming into Lupo's head-on while still under the divine shield. Thud! The giant wolf's massive body was sent flying backward, tumbling twice on the ground before scrambling awkwardly to its feet. Alan's heart nearly leapt out of his throat. Varian Rin, the king of Stormwind, the future lion of the Alliance, had almost died right before his eyes. If his intervention caused a change in the timeline and Varian died right here, wouldn't the bronze dragonflight tear him to shreds and toss the pieces into a time rift? Are Nigerian Nairobi? He took a deep breath, his gaze locking onto the giant wolf that was getting back up. I choose you. Tasha's hideous laughter. Also one of the only two offensive spells Alan currently mastered. Alan raised his right hand, fingers spread, aiming at Lupo's. Obscure syllables flowed from his lips. An invisible ripple spread from his palm, instantly bridging the distance between him and Lupo's. Tasha's hideous laughter had a prerequisite: it could only be cast on targets with an intelligence higher than 4. If this wolf was as dumb as a rock, the spell would fail. Alan prayed frantically in his heart, please, be a little smarter. Even just a tiny bit smarter. Lupo's had just steadied itself, its crimson eyes locking onto the group, a low growl rumbling in its throat. It arched its back, preparing to launch a fatal strike. Then it froze. Those crimson eyes blinked, then blinked again. It looked down at its own paws, as if discovering for the first time that these things were attached to its body. Saving throw, failed. Lupo's laughed. A giant wolf with glowing red eyes, right there in the forest clearing, rolled on the ground laughing. It lay on its back, its massive body wriggling and squirming, an eerie, giggling sound coming from its throat. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell, kind of spell is this? What are you all standing around for? Alan's roar shattered the silence. Kill it. Alan didn't need to remind them. Wenlei had already loosed a deadly arrow. The bowstring twanged, and the arrow shot forth, aimed straight for Lupos's chest. At the same moment, Varian moved. He pushed off with his legs, leaping into the air like a panther. His great sword raised high over his head, his body traced a graceful arc through the air, landing right above Lupo's. Thud dash. The arrow plunged accurately into Lupo's heart, the shaft still vibrating. Immediately after, the sword light descended. Varian's great sword, carrying the full weight and momentum of his body, slammed down onto Lupo's neck. Squelch. Blood gushed forth, splattering all over Varian. The massive wolf head was severed, thudding onto the grass and rolling away. The crimson eyes remained squinted in the midst of its hysterical laughter, as if it was still savoring something hilarious even in death. Lupo's didn't even have time to howl in agony. Its massive body twitched twice, then collapsed with a heavy thud. Varian landed, steadying himself. He was drenched in blood, but his eyes shone with an intense light, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He casually flicked the blood droplets from his sword, picked up the still dripping wolf head, and strode towards Alan. My God! His voice was full of excitement. Alan, what kind of spell was that? That was amazing. Alan watched the ferocious wolf head getting closer, his brow furrowed, subconsciously taking 2 steps back. Hey, hey, hey! Don't bring that thing over here. Varian paid no mind, shaking the wolf head in his hand, sending droplets of blood flying. What are you afraid of? This is a gold coin. Hearing Varian say that, the wolf head instantly looked much more appealing in Alan's eyes. This is my exclusive, secret spell, he said with a serious face. I'm afraid I cannot disclose it. Varian nodded, a look of understanding on his face. As expected of the Prester family. Wenlei also put away her longbow, pulled out a dagger, and naturally crouched down to start skinning Lupo's hide. She shot a thoughtful glance at Alan as she worked. A spell that could make an enemy roll on the ground laughing stupidly, completely incapacitated, was indeed quite powerful. Stella rummaged in her backpack and pulled out a small brass horn, inlaid with several buttons. She pressed one of the buttons. Doot 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 dash. The little horn automatically played a rousing victory march. Stella held the horn aloft, chest puffed out, as if providing a musical accompaniment for her saviors. The paladin, slumped on the ground, realized his undignified state and struggled to his feet. His body had clearly reached its limit, but he still tried to straighten his back as he walked over to the group. Thank you all very much for saving me. His voice was hoarse but sincere. If not for you, I'm afraid I would have met my end here today. He solemnly removed his helmet, revealing a young, weary yet resolute face. My name is Morgan Lattimore, he said. I am a paladin of the Holy Light. I will never forget your life-saving grace. If there is anything I can do to help, please do not hesitate to ask. Alan was stunned. Morgan Lattimore. Another tragic soul. In life, he was a great and noble paladin, fighting for countless innocent, poor, and suffering people. He had followed the Lightbringer Youtheron campaigns, enduring countless hardships and torments, witnessing the desperate tragedy of the kingdom of Lordaeron. But he always had a spiritual pillar, his wife and children, far away in Darkshire. After the war ended, he dragged his exhausted body back to his hometown, only to be greeted by the graves of his wife and daughter. Extreme self-blame, rage, and sorrow consumed his sanity. He mistakenly killed the gravedigger, betraying the paladin's faith, and ultimately took his own life in despair. But death did not grant him peace. His powerful obsession transformed him into an unrelenting undead Morladim, wandering the Ravenhill cemetery, slaughtering all living things. Morladim was an elite undead mob, exceptionally fierce. In his previous life, during hardcore mode, Alan had died at his hands more than once. After players killed him, they would learn from a quest that one of Morladim's daughters had actually survived. That daughter would entrust the player to bring her ring to her father's grave in mourning. When the player brought the ring to Morgan Lattimore's grave, his spirit would appear. Learning that his daughter still lived finally brought solace to his tormented soul. He gifted the player his own sword Arceus. It was a green two-handed sword, its stats not outstanding, but Alan had kept it in his game bank, never discarding it even until he quit the game. Alan looked at the weary man before him, who still maintained the dignity of a paladin. His eyes still held a light. His faith had not yet crumbled. His wife and daughter were still alive. Now that he was here, would Morgan's fate change? Morgan Lattimore, Alan snapped back to reality, offering a smile. I am Alan Prester. These are my friends Matthias, Wenlei, and Stella. Stella poked her blue-haired head out from behind Alan and waved vigorously. We are heading to Darkshire, Alan said. Morgan nodded slowly, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Then please allow me to guide you there. He paused, then added, Darkshire has been under martial law lately. Because the Sons of Lothar happen to be stationed near Darkshire. Sons of Lothar. Hearing this name, Wenlei's expression clearly became somewhat off. He slightly turned his face away, his gaze drifting towards the roadside bushes as if they had suddenly become extraordinarily interesting. Even Varian's expression became somewhat unnatural. He silently cursed to himself, how could I have forgotten about this? Of course he knew that recently the Sons of Lothar were heading towards the blasted lands to build a fortress there, watchtower, and Darkshire was indeed a necessary route. The group continued along the muddy road. To ease the awkwardness brought by the silence, Alan casually asked. Why would the Sons of Lothar be here? Morgan answered honestly, I don't know that. It said it's related to the Dark Portal. The Dark Portal? Varian feigned ignorance, wasn't the Dark Portal already closed? He certainly knew the truth. Recently, large numbers of orcs had emerged again in the blasted lands. Who knew from which remote corner those green skins had crawled out? Based on Archmage Khadgar's suggestion, the Alliance had decided to build a fortress in the blasted lands, watchtower, to completely curb the orcs' mischief. But these were military secrets, not suitable for detailed discussion in public. Listening to their conversation, fragments of memories vaguely surfaced in Alan's mind. Year 8 after the Dark Portal. This timeframe seemed to be right before the events of Warcraft 3. Nazul from Draenor was plotting to reopen the Dark Portal, could it be related to that? But soon he shook his head. No matter what, these high-level power struggles were not something a newly transmigrated nobody like him could get involved in. He just wanted to find Stalvin, fulfill his promise to Milana, then quietly lie low in Stormwind, or go to the countryside to buy some land, farm, raise chickens, staying far away from those world-destroying messes. Well, at least that was the plan for now. Ahem, he cleared his throat lightly, we're just going to Darkshire to handle some minor matters. We probably should avoid disturbing the heroes of the Sons of Lothar, Alpha and Empty said yes. Wenlei nodded vigorously, and Varian also nodded vigorously. Wenlei was afraid of meeting Illyria Windrunner, Varian was afraid of meeting Turalyon. The former goes without saying, Wenlei had sneaked out behind his sister's back, just to prove he could become a qualified ranger and was undergoing his trial. The latter, Turalyon, as the current supreme commander of the Alliance, was basically Varian's guardian. It was Turalyon who brought the refugee Varian back to Stormwind to inherit the throne, and the Regency Council ministers were also arranged by Turalyon. If Turalyon found out he had sneaked out of Stormwind and come to this backwater to investigate some massacre case. Emerging from the forest, Alan, Stella, and Wenlei returned to the carriage. Morgan walked ahead leading the way, sinking into deep internal conflict. What to do? Judging by these people's reactions, they seemed suspicious. That one called Matthias, his expression became unnatural upon hearing Sons of Lothar, that one called Wenlei was even more obviously avoiding something. Could they be outlaws? Could they have committed crimes in Stormwind and fled to Darkshire to lay low? As a righteous paladin, if he discovered these people were outlaws, he should rightfully apprehend them and hand them over to the local authorities. But they had just saved his life. Without them, he would have long been food in Luposa's belly. Morgan was locked in intense internal struggle, repay the debt of gratitude, or enforce the law. This was a problem. Just as he was agonizing so hard his eyebrows were about to twist into knots, a situation arose on the road ahead. A checkpoint blocked the center of the road, with several soldiers wearing standard Alliance armor inspecting passers-by. Next to the barricade stood a wooden sign that read, Military Restricted Area, please cooperate with inspection. It was too late to hide, those soldiers had already noticed them. Morgan had no choice but to brace himself and lead the group forward. A soldier who looked like a sergeant stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the group, speaking in a routine manner. "Where are you from? What brings you to Darkshire?" Alan thought, fortunately they had just saved a local of Darkshire, and a paladin at that. With him vouching, it shouldn't raise any unnecessary suspicion. "Ahem, well, this officer, I am Morgan Lattimore, a paladin of the Holy Light." His voice was tight, his tongue as if tied in knots. "These people are my, well, lifesavers. They are good people, definitely not bad people, I can swear by the Holy Light, although the Holy Light isn't always accurate, but I think they are probably good people." The soldier's expressions gradually turned subtle. An older soldier frowned. "So, who exactly are they? Where are they from? What are they doing in Darkshire?" "They are from. Cold sweat beaded on Morgan's forehead. He realized he didn't actually know where these people came from. Anyway, they came from over there. They came to Darkshire too. The soldiers exchanged a look. "Please have the people in the carriage step down." The sergeant's tone became serious, "for inspection." Varian, riding his horse, was the first in line. A young soldier stepped forward and began a routine body search. Varian had no choice but to cooperate, raising his hands and letting the soldier frisk him. When the soldier reached his waist, his hands suddenly froze. From inside Varian's belt, he pulled out an exquisite signet ring. The ring face was engraved with a golden Stormwind lion head crest, surrounded by intricate cursive script. The soldier's hands began to tremble. He stared at the ring in disbelief, turning it over 3 times. Then, trembling, he raised the ring to show his companion beside him. The companion leaned over to look and was also stunned. The two fell into completely different trains of thought. The young soldier's heart pounded wildly, only one thought in his mind: this. A thief actually dared to steal the king's signet ring? A monumental achievement was right before his eyes. Capture this thief, promotion and riches were within reach. His hand had already quietly moved towards the hilt of his blade at his waist. The older soldier's heart also pounded wildly, but a different thought was in his mind: this. King Varian is actually traveling incognito, personally coming to Darkshire. A monumental achievement was right before his eyes. Perform well before His Majesty the King, promotion and riches were within reach. The two looked at each other, nodded, each thinking the other understood their meaning. The older soldier was just about to open his mouth to salute, when suddenly he felt. Why was his neck suddenly feeling itchy? He subconsciously turned his head, just in time to see the young soldier's hand already gripping his sword hilt, body leaning slightly forward, gaze fixed intently on Varian's back, drawing his blade ready to apprehend this outrageously bold thief. The older soldier's heart nearly leaped out of his throat. He lunged forward, clamped a hand around the young soldier's windpipe, and yanked him backward with all his strength. Ugh! The young soldier was choked silent, dragged stumbling backwards. The older soldier leaned close to his ear and, in a voice meant for only the two of them, ground his teeth and hissed. "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. That is the king." The young soldier's eyes darted. He glanced at the signet ring, then at Varian's face, and only then did realization dawn. His legs went weak, he almost dropped to his knees on the spot. The older soldier held him fast, forcing a twisted, uglier-than-tears smile onto his face as he bobbed his head and saluted Varian like a madman. Morgan, being searched, watched the two soldiers acting bewilderingly and had no idea what was happening. He didn't even recognize the king's signet. At that moment, Alan, Wenlei, and Stella climbed down from the wagon. What they saw was a group of soldiers who, in an instant, turned into models of utmost respect. 2 soldiers jumped forward to lead the horses for the coachman. "As guardians of Stormwind, this job is on us." The younger soldier busied himself brushing dust off Alan's clothes. "Sir, you must be tired from the journey. The roads through Duskwood are rough." The older soldier, clearly more experienced, trotted over and personally hefted Stella's bulging engineering pack. "Ah, miss, your luggage is so heavy, why didn't you say so earlier? Come, let 6th Battalion, 4th Company Corporal Sally help you carry it." The sergeant waved a big hand. Let them through, let them through. These folks are obviously decent people. What are you all standing around for? By order of Thomas, Sergeant and Captain of 6th Battalion, 4th Company, move the barricade. The soldiers briskly shifted the roadblocks and formed two neat rows, snapping to attention with full salutes, as if they were escorting some great dignitary. Everyone, puzzled, remounted where necessary and the wagons rolled through the checkpoint under the soldiers' solicitous gazes. Most people were baffled and couldn't make sense of it. When Lay guessed Matthias had done something with his assumed identity, but only Alan had figured out the truth, smiling wryly as he watched Varian. They finally arrived at Darkshire. The little town was much livelier than expected. The Sons of Lothar's army was camped nearby and had brought many support personnel. The first thing Alan and the others did was go to the sheriff to claim the bounty. Lupos had been jointly posted by Darkshire and Goldshire. The sheriff's office sat in the center of town. They pushed the door open and found the sheriff's seat empty. Behind a nearby desk sat a clerk bent over paperwork. New. At the noise, he looked up. He was about 30, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a mild, scholarly air. "Can I help you?" He set down his pen, tugged at his sleeve, and asked politely. Varian set the wolf head, wrapped in coarse cloth, on the desk. "For the bounty," he said, "Lupos's bounty." The clerk carefully untied the bundle. When the huge wolf head came into view, his eyes lit up. "This is really Lupo's?" His tone brimmed with astonishment. "You're true heroes. That beast has plagued us for so long. I didn't expect you to have slain it. Please wait a moment. The reward money needs to be withdrawn, I'll handle it right away." He wrapped the head back up and wrote something in his ledger. "By the way, where are you staying? We can arrange a time and I'll deliver the money so you don't have to make another trip." When Lay gave the clerk the name of the Darkshire Inn, unsurprisingly, they were staying there tonight. The clerk nodded, closed the ledger, and bowed slightly. "Very well. Again, thank you for ridding Darkshire of this menace." After that, Morgan led the group to his house first. It was a simple but cozy wooden cottage, with a few rose bushes planted at the gate. Morgan's wife stood at the door to greet them. Seeing her husband home safe, her eyes glossed. 3 children barreled out and all dove into Morgan's arms at once. Alan watched from the side, moved by the scene. Morgan crouched down and hugged the children one by one, then stood and slipped his arm around his wife's waist, planting a kiss on her forehead. After a moment, Morgan straightened and said a few low words to his wife. She nodded, worry flickering across her face, but she did not stop him. Then Morgan moved off as if it were the most natural thing to do, walking toward Alan and the others. "Come on," he said. "I'm coming with you to pursue the fugitive." Along the way, Alan and the others talked about how they had come to Darkshire to hunt down the fugitive, but none had expected Morgan to volunteer so readily to join them. Alan had assumed Morgan had brought them to visit his household. Morgan, don't you need to stay with your family?" Morgan shook his head, voice steady. "You saved me, so of course I have to help. Duskwood is dangerous, I'll accompany and protect you. Besides he glanced back at his cottage, tenderness flickering in his eyes, they'll understand." Varian stepped up and gave Morgan a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Good." Alan watched this and thought secretly, "Kid, your future's set now." As the de facto project leader for the trip, Big Shot One Lay booked several rooms at the Darkshire Inn, though Varian insisted on paying for his own. They stowed their luggage and headed downstairs, with Morgan waiting outside the inn. One Lay's first move was to take out the high-quality wolf pelt he'd skinned from Lupo's, intending to have the town's tanner work it up. Alan and the others were no experts in furs, but this was premium hide too fine to leave unmade into top-tier leather goods. While One Lay lingered with the pelt, the rest split up to question townsfolk about leads on Stalvin. Alan deliberately separated himself. He already knew Stalvin was hiding in an abandoned shack north of Darkshire, but he couldn't simply reveal it. He pretended to canvass for information alone so he could drop the right hint later. He walked along the town's central cobblestone road and stopped in front of a slightly shabby tavern. The sign creaked in the wind, painted with a crooked wine glass. Alan pushed the door and stepped inside. Scattered patrons sat about, giving him only a lazy glance as he entered. Alan's gaze swept the tavern and soon fixed on a corner by the bar. There, an old man with a shock of white hair sat with his head bowed, drowning his sorrows in drink. Something stirred in Alan. He approached and took a bar stool beside the old man. "Sir," he said, careful to sound casual, "pardon the intrusion." The old man did not look up. Alan went on, "I'm from out of town, and I'm trying to ask after someone. Do you know of a man who came from elsewhere about 30, looked scholarly, like a man of letters?" The old man still didn't lift his head, though the hand gripping his mug tightened somewhat. Silence held for a few seconds. Then the old man slowly raised his head. Under the lamp's light, Alan was stunned. Beneath that shock of white hair was an extremely youthful face that in almost an instant, Alan realized who the person before him was. White hair, a youthful face. This combination of features wasn't common in Azeroth. Archmage Khadgar. That young mage who served as an apprentice under the guardian Medivh, whose hair turned white overnight due to Medivh's cursed magic during the process of killing him. Why did he always run into major figures in taverns? Did they just love drinking that much? Before he could even open his mouth to try and get friendly, the white-haired young mage suddenly reached out, grabbed Alan's wrist, and forcefully turned it over. He lowered his head, his gaze fixed intently on the inside of Alan's wrist, as if searching for some mark. However, he saw nothing. "Ah! You're hurting me, sir!" Alan cried out in pain, trying to pull his hand back forcefully. The white-haired young mage looked up, stared at Alan's face for a few seconds, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. He sheepishly let go, his tone somewhat awkward. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." Alan rubbed his reddened wrist. "All right, sir, I forgive you. So, can you answer my question?" The white-haired young mage raised an eyebrow, a sly smile appearing on his face. "I haven't seen the person you're talking about. But I'm very good at divination. If you can give me 1 gold coin, I can divine his location for you." Alan was stunned. The tables had turned. "Scamming me now, huh? Fine. I'll show you what real scamming looks like." Alan's expression instantly crumbled. His eyes began to redden, his lips trembled slightly, his whole person seeming to have had all strength drained from him. "Sir." His voice choked up, "You don't know." The white-haired young mage's smile froze. Alan raised his eyes, those eyes already brimming with tears, glistening under the dim oil lamp. "Our family, our fallen nobles of Alterac. Once quite prominent for a time, but when the war came, everything was lost. My little sister, little Amy." He sniffled, tears sliding down his cheeks. "She's wanted to be a mage since she was little, dreamed of it. She's so smart, so hardworking, she finally managed to get into Stormwind's Mage Tower as an apprentice. But our family is too poor, we can't even afford the tuition. She hasn't eaten for days, yet she grits her teeth and keeps studying. Our beta. I have no choice, I can only take on bounties everywhere, any job at all. The bounty for this fugitive I'm tracking is my sister's only hope to continue her studies. If I can't find him, if I can't get the bounty." He choked up, unable to speak, and lowered his head. Then, he lifted his tear-streaked face, carefully pulling out a piece of emerald green stone from his chest. "Sir, this is the most valuable thing I have on me, a piece of malachite. Can I use it to pay for your divination?" Deception check, 20 points, critical success. Khadgar is utterly convinced you are that person, but strangely, your wrist lacks that mark. So, even with 99% certainty, he cannot be sure. Therefore, he chose to believe you. That person? Alan's heart stirred. Who was that person the system mentioned? What mark on the wrist? Khadgar shook his head and took out his staff. "Forget it," he said. "Although this piece of malachite of yours isn't enough for me to perform a divination dash." He paused, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "But it can be exchanged for a blessing." He raised his staff and recited a string of incantations. Alan felt the air around him begin to flow. Blue-purple arcane energy surged from the tip of Khadgar's staff, swirling and coiling around Alan's body. It slowly seeped into Alan's body. The energy finally converged above Alan's head, coalescing there into an illusory blue eye. The eye slowly opened, looking down at Alan below, then slowly closed and dissipated into the air. You have gained the beneficial effect, Arcane Intellect. Intelligence plus 100, duration, 24 hours. Alan was stunned. Then, the world changed. This feeling was indescribable. His brain felt as if it had been suddenly flooded with countless clear streams. Those usually fuzzy memory fragments were now arranged with crystal clarity in his mind. He remembered every detail of his past life, every game quest he had ever played, every single line from every book he had ever read. He saw the chains of causality. He saw himself entering the tavern, saw Khadgar sitting in the corner, saw himself asking questions. The cause of every action, the consequence of every choice, all extended and intertwined before his eyes like transparent threads. He could foresee every possible scenario that might happen next, could deduce the future branches each choice would lead to. The world had become a book. A book spread open before him. Every page was written clearly, every word was plain to see. He flipped through it at will, controlled it arbitrarily. He saw the hut where Stalvin was hiding, saw every path leading there, saw what kind of armor Lupus's fur would be made into, saw the expression on Wenlei's face when he received the leather armor. He even saw a more distant future. Varian becoming king, Stormwind flourishing and prospering, Morgan reuniting with his family, enjoying a peaceful old age, Khadgar fighting a bloody battle in the blasted lands, and that image flashed by too quickly to catch. He lowered his head, looking at his own hands. These hands, which had just been trembling while wiping away tears, now seemed to hold the entire world. Hidden quest, Wisdom Beyond the World, completed. Intelligence attribute, 118/99. The system's gentle, hollow female voice sounded in his ear, now carrying a certain indescribable excitement. Khan. Congratulations. Ordinary people find it difficult to attain wisdom beyond the world. An intelligence exceeding 30 points already steps into a realm unattainable by ordinary mortals, that of a great sage, a legendary mage, a once-in-a-millennium genius. And you. Your intelligence exceeded 99 points in an instant. This has already surpassed the category of genius, surpassed the realm of sage, surpassed the limit of what mortals can comprehend. You are a god. The god of magic. Even I bow down to you. Alan stood where he was, motionless. Because all of this, he had already seen it. He had foreseen the system's reaction, foreseen these lines, foreseen his own silence at this moment. He knew everything. Everything. Alan looked at his hands. Unbeknownst to him, his hands were now covered in blood dripping from who knows where. He felt dizzy, swaying unsteadily. Quest reward, random 9th level spell X1. Drawing. Drawn, Meteor Swarm. Level, 9th. Effect, designate 4 different locations within your spellcasting range that you can see, and cause blazing meteors to plummet vertically onto their ground. Then, the falling meteors will annihilate everything. Note, you are a god. The moment he regained his senses, Khadgar was already gone. The tavern was still dimly lit, those few patrons were still dozing with their heads on the tables, as if nothing had happened at all. But none of that mattered anymore. He had a whole day to become a god. Alan slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping across the tavern floor. He saw it. On the floor by the tavern entrance, there was a trail of footprints, trampled by later arrivals until they were almost unrecognizable, but in his eyes, they were as clear as if they had just been freshly imprinted. The owner of the footprints had paused at the entrance, the soles of their shoes carrying the mud of Elwyn Forest, mixed with bloodstains. That trail of footprints walked towards the bar and sat down on a chair in the corner. Fibers remained on the chair, along with a faint, barely perceptible scent of blood. It was him. Stalvin Mistmantle. He had sat here, ordered a drink. Alan could see him finish the drink, stand up, and walk towards the door. Alan stood up and pushed open the tavern door. The street outside was still bustling with people coming and going. Soldiers walked past in twos and threes, vendors hawked their wares, children chased each other. But Alan's gaze pierced through all of this, following that trail of footprints only he could see. That direction. He frowned. That direction is, wait a minute, I think I remember seeing something. I remember now. Found you. I'm going to tear you to shreds with magic, easily. A smile curled at the corner of Alan's mouth. He lifted his foot, ready to give chase. Suddenly, the world in his eyes began to shatter. Boom dash. Heaven crumbled and earth cracked. The world-destroying dragon Deathwing dove down from the clouds. His body was forged from molten lava and iron armor, each beat of his wings stirring up cataclysmic storms. Ranob. Dragonfire rained down from the sky. Golden flames devoured the entire street. Soldiers, vendors, children, all turned to ash in an instant. The earth split apart. Magma gushed from the fissures, swallowing the houses of Darkshire one by one. In the distance, a tsunami swept in. Black, towering waves blotted out the sky and sun, drowning everything in despair. And deeper underground, something was awakening. It was an indescribable existence, vaster than mountains, more ancient than time. Countless tentacles drilled out from beneath the earth. Each tentacle bore millions of eyes. Those eyes all opened at once, all gazed at Alan. Quick, use Meteor Swarm. Quick. Alan raised his hand, trying to channel the 9th level spell he had just acquired. Wait. Can't use Meteor Swarm. All of this is just an illusion, it's not real. I can't use Meteor Swarm here. I would personally destroy Darkshire. I can't. Just then, those familiar figures crawled up from the ruins. Half of Varian's body was charred, ghostly blue flames burning in his eye sockets. When Lei walked towards him step by step, his outstretched arm already reduced to bare bone. Stella's small body was twisted into a grotesque shape, crawling towards him mechanically. They all reached out their hands together, grabbing for him. Grabbing for him. Grabbing. All eyes have opened. And yours are the first pair. Alan saw an exact copy of himself lying in the center of a boundless sea of blood, looking at himself, reaching out a hand towards him, murmuring something. We are all walking towards that future. Cough. Alan coughed violently. He lowered his head and opened his hands. His palms were filled with a large pool of blood. Warm, sticky, glaring red. Aeawawa. A wretched scream tore from his throat. His head felt as if countless hands were tearing it apart from the inside, every cell dissolving. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, and the world plunged into darkness. When he woke up again, Alan found himself lying on a soft bed. Above him was an unfamiliar ceiling. Dim daylight filtered in through a gap in the curtains. His head didn't hurt anymore. That wondrous feeling of dominating the world had also completely vanished. Alan abruptly sat up and pulled open his system panel. The arcane intellect buff was gone. What? I actually was unconscious for a whole day. What a waste. Alan felt a pang of intense regret. He hadn't even gotten to enjoy it properly. Although reason told him that continuing in that state might have led to more severe consequences, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. The feeling of omniscience and omnipotence. And he just slept through it. He took a deep breath and, with trembling fingers, opened his skill bar. Meteor Swarm 9th level lay there quietly, emitting a faint golden glow. Alan let out a long, slow exhale. Good, it wasn't a dream. However, Alan could clearly sense that, after losing 100 points of intelligence, with his current body, he probably couldn't cast a spell of this level for the time being. Even if he could cast it, it would probably. You're finally awake. A familiar voice came from beside the bed. Alan turned his head and saw one lay sitting in a chair by the bed. Spread across his lap was a newly finished cloak, made of silver-gray fur, supple and thick, shimmering with a faint luster in the sunlight. It was made from Luposa's pelt. When Lay's hand gently stroked the fur, his movements as tender as if he were petting a living creature, a rather proud expression on his face. Seems you were really short on sleep, he teased. Since I've known you, you've already fainted 3 times. Alan was momentarily speechless. After thinking for a moment, he said helplessly, 3 times? Oh, I remember, when we first met, I was already unconscious. Wenlei looked at him with considerable pride. After spending so many days with you, I've improved too. For your tendency to faint at the drop of a hat, I've already thought up an excuse for you. I said our young master has a hereditary family illness since childhood and is prone to fainting. How's that, considerate enough? Looking at Wenlei's expression seeking praise, Alan helplessly gave a slow clap. Thank you, Uncle Wenlei. How long was I unconscious? The Sons of Lothar. Alan wanted to go find Khadgar again to freeload another arcane intellect. Just this time, he hoped Khadgar would hold back a bit, adding just 10 or 20 intelligence would be enough. Wenlei shook his head. You were unconscious for over a day. The Sons of Lothar just set out, heading for the Swamp of Sorrows. A shame. If the Sons of Lothar aren't here, Khadgar definitely isn't here either. Where did Stella and Matthias go? He asked. Stella went to find an engineering supplier. She said she needed something, a clockwork camel or something. Wenlei shrugged. Don't know about Matthias. That kid is secretive. He slipped out early in the morning. Morgan is downstairs guarding you, hasn't left your side for a moment. Alan propped himself up on the edge of the bed to sit up, his expression suddenly turning serious. Go call them back quickly. As a precaution against danger. The smile faded from Wenlei's face, his brows furrowing slightly. Why? What danger? Alan sighed. He had relied too much on his memories of the future storyline. In the world of Warcraft, Stalvin did indeed hide in that abandoned cottage north of Darkshire, but that was many years later. Right now, it's only the 8th year after the Dark Portal. Stalvin just committed the crime not long ago. He might not immediately hide in that place. In other words, right now, Stalvin could be anywhere. When he was omniscient and omnipotent, he rushed out of the tavern, but what he saw wasn't traces of Stalvin fleeing somewhere in panic. What he saw was... Alan raised his head, looking directly into Wenlei's eyes. I saw Stalvin mismantle himself, he said, his voice low and certain. Right here in Darkshire. At dusk, the sky over Duskwood grew even more overcast, and the distant cawing of crows drifted through the air. Inside the inn, Alan sat on the bed, glanced out the window, then looked down at the cloak in his hands. It had been hastily made by Wenlei and the town tanner during the day Alan had been unconscious. Wenlei had told him everyone agreed to give this cloak to him. Rupus's hide. Back, superior quality. 18 armor. +2 stamina. +3 agility. At that moment, a soft knock sounded at the door. Mr. Prester, I'm the clerk from Darkshire. Your bounty and your companion's reward have arrived, may I come in? Was it already time for the meeting with the clerk? Alan didn't answer but quickly fastened the cloak. Constitution 11 to Constitution 13. Agility 11 to Agility 14. No one replied, yet the door was pushed open. The clerk entered, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a well-tailored dark suit, his demeanor still composed. He carried a fairly large wooden box, about half the height of a person, looking heavy. Seeing Alan seated, the clerk seemed slightly surprised. Mr. Prester, you're already awake. Alan eyed the box and raised an eyebrow. Clerk, does a single gold coin require such a large chest? Sir, I must remind you, Duskwood is dangerous. Being alone isn't wise. The clerk smiled faintly, set the box on the floor, then leisurely smoothed his collar and cuffs, his movements elegant like someone sitting in a noble salon. If you're hoping the stupid paladin downstairs will do it, I must tell you, he's already asleep. Alan snorted and dropped the act. He pointed at the clerk's sleeve, his voice laced with undisguised scorn. I should have noticed earlier. I just didn't expect you to be so monstrous as to slaughter your employer's family and then parade around in their clothes. Our new BS. On the cuff of the clerk's dark suit was an unobtrusive emblem, a shield bearing 3 wavy diagonal stripes. The de Montmorency family crest, this was de Montmorency's clothing. Before he lost consciousness, Alan had traced a trail of clues leading to the sheriff's office in Darkshire and had seen Stalvin's traces woven through the mess. So in the hall of his memory he replayed the moment they first arrived in Darkshire. He recalled the clerk tugging his cuff when he saw them, and this time he noticed the emblem on that cuff. The smile on the clerk's face didn't change, but the eyes behind his lenses suddenly deepened ominously. "Tyroya gave this to me," he murmured, a sickly tenderness in his tone. "That day she smiled at me and said this suit suited me. I knew then she was confessing to me. She loved me, but that crude young man blinded her. She needs time to see who truly understands her." He babbled on, and as he spoke he drew 2 daggers from his belt. They twirled in his hands like 2 silver vipers dancing on his fingertips. Alan pointed at him and said only 3 words. "Disgusting." No sooner had he finished. Shoo! A sharp arrow lunged from the room's shadow like a venomous snake and instantly pierced the clerk's throat. Spot! A spray of blood burst out. The daggers dropped from the clerk's hands with a clatter. He clutched his throat as blood gushed from between his fingers. How is this possible? He staggered, swayed left and right, then collapsed with a convulsion and went still. Varian crawled out from under the bed, still gripping a sword hilt, eyes alert. From the blankets, Stella poked her blue head out, cheeks flushed, panting hard. From the shadows, Wenlei stepped forward, the bowstring in his hand still trembling faintly. Just that simple. Stalvin died just like that. Half a day earlier, Alan had told Wenlei that the clerk who'd handled the bounty might very well be Stalvin. Coincidentally, the clerk had arranged to come that evening to deliver the bounty. So Alan had asked Wenlei, after retrieving Stella and Matthias, not to leave through the front but to circle back. Using Stella's goblin variant rocket boots, they launched from the grove behind the inn and silently infiltrated the room. Not completely silent, Varian had accidentally punched through the ceiling when his rocket boots misfired. They had been asking around about Stalvin's whereabouts, so the clerk must have noticed their intentions. If he realized they were there and that someone was alone, would he be unable to restrain himself from acting? Alan had intended to probe a little longer, after all, perhaps it really was a coincidence. Maybe the clerk wore that suit for unrelated reasons. But he never expected that once the clerk discovered someone alone in the room, he would simply drop the pretense and act. That saved Alan some trouble. Varian walked up to the corpse and plunged his sword into the heart without ceremony, stabbing twice more to be absolutely certain the man was dead. That easy? He looked up, incredulous. Reasonable, Wenlei sheathed his bow. He's a pervert, but only a tutor. It's not surprising he was weak. Wait, no. Alan rose from the bed, stepped to the corpse, and looked down at the delicate face. Something felt off. In Alan's previous life, Stalvin in the game had been a tougher elite than Morladim, but this Stalvin was utterly ordinary, no stronger than a commoner. With such pathetic skills, would he really flip out and try to stab us now? If Alan were him, an ordinary man who discovered 5 seemingly strong mercenaries asking about him across town, he'd flee Darkshire at once. Thinking that, Alan crouched and lifted the corpse's trouser leg. He saw several dark brown blotches. They weren't bloodstains and not wounds. They were. Perception check, 16, success. You notice obvious livor mortis on the corpse's ankles, deep and unchanging under pressure. Livor mortis normally appears hours after death, which means this corpse had been dead for some time. No. This corpse wasn't killed by us, he was already dead. What had been a suspicion became a certainty with the check. Varian looked puzzled at Alan's words. What do you mean already dead? Alan lifted the trouser leg to show the lividity. Look here. This body has been dead long before we arrived. He presented us with it as Stalvin, while the real one is likely still out there. I suspect he wanted us to believe Stalvin had been struck down so he could slip away under another identity once we left. Wenlei examined the body and agreed, then flung open the window. Animating corpses, necromancy like that means the caster can't be far. He must be nearby. Varian leaped to the window and scanned the distance. A dark figure in the distance was turning, as if sensing something, then started sprinting away. There he is. Varian shouted and without hesitation dove out the window. Wenlei didn't hesitate either, his agile form vaulted out like a hunting cat. Seeing everyone jump, Stella scrambled onto the windowsill with her short legs, took a deep breath, and leapt. Alan was stunned to see her open a tiny parachute midair, drifting down gently. Hey! Don't be rash. Wait for Morgan and me. Seeing the three dashing off, Alan glanced down from the second floor, took a deep breath, and psyching himself up. Don't be afraid, you can do this. Jump, parkour, chase the killer. This is what thrilling fantasy adventures are made of. Jump. Come on. Moments later Alan jogged down the stairs, short sword in hand, and slapped the sleeping Morgan awake. Still sleeping. Get up, it's time to fight. Morgan jolted awake, groggily grabbing his sword and stumbling out of the inn behind him. On the cobblestone streets of Darkshire, Alan's figure flashed past, his silver-grey cloak billowing in the wind behind him. Morgan, weighed down by his heavy plate armor, ran huffing and puffing, his speed far slower than Alan's. Where did they go? Look around, should be to the north. In the forest, Wenlei moved as if returning to his most familiar hunting grounds, taking the lead with light, nearly silent footsteps. Varian followed close behind. Stella struggled along on her short legs, panting heavily at the rear, the parachute haphazardly shoved back into her pack. Stalvin, at the front, glanced back at his pursuers, a venomous gleam flashing in his eyes. Dare to disturb me dash, his voice was hoarse and piercing, you all go die. A dilapidated hut appeared ahead, and just as Wenlei ran past a pile of scattered graves in front of it, Stalvin let out a sharp, shrill shriek. Crash! The grave pile beside Wenlei suddenly exploded, mud flying as bony arms burst forth from the earth, followed by skulls and torsos. Over a dozen skeletal frames crawled out of the dirt. Wenlei stopped dead in his tracks, too close for his bow. He flipped out a dagger instead, readying for close combat. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. Varian leaped into the air, his body spinning mid-flight, sweeping his great sword with the force of a thunderbolt whirlwind. Where the blade passed, the undead that had just crawled from their graves were instantly reduced to a pile of shattered bones. Stalvin slithered like an eel into the decrepit hut. Wenlei whipped around and fired several explosive shots. The arrows flew through the window, plunging into the hut. Flames erupted from the opening, shaking the whole building to its foundations, splintered wood flying everywhere. Smoke and dust billowed, and the interior fell silent. Wenlei and Varian exchanged a glance, then silently split up. Varian cautiously approached the front door, while Wenlei circled to the window, bow drawn, watching the scene inside. The moment Varian neared the doorway, Stalvin charged out like a rabid dog. I'll drain your blood dry. Varian blocked with his left arm while swinging his greatsword in a wide arc with his right. Stalvin's dagger slashed across Varian's forearm, sending blood spraying. Then, he agilely leaped high, performing a backflip to dodge the sweeping greatsword. Wenlei's arrow arrived in an instant, but just as it was about to hit, Stalvin's figure suddenly turned ethereal, flickering and translucent like a reflection in water. Alpha Nigerian Naira section. The arrow passed clean through his body, flying harmlessly off to lodge in a distant tree trunk. What? Stalvin flung his hand midair, and several throwing knives shot out, heading straight for Wenlei. Wenlei dodged frantically, but one knife grazed his thigh. Stalvin landed on the hut's roof, raising both hands high as a sickly green, malevolent light flickered in his palms. He muttered an incantation under his breath. Then, the ground began to tremble. Graves around them exploded one after another, rotten corpses crawling from the dirt. They staggered to their feet, turning in unison toward Wenlei and Varian, letting out low, guttural roars. More and more, more and more. Wenlei and Varian watched the dead slowly closing in from all sides, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Too many. Just then, a childish yell rang out from the distance. Get down! Without a second thought, Varian and Wenlei dove for the nearest cover. A small, round object arced through the night sky, landing precisely in the middle of the corpse horde. Boom! The explosive force of the engineering grenade blasted the corpses apart, the shockwave rattling the surrounding trees. See? I told you it'd come in handy. Stella stood nearby, hands on her hips, her small face beaming with pride. But the next second, a dark shadow dropped from the sky, lunging straight at her. The pride on Stella's face instantly froze. Eek! She let out a shriek, frantically pressing a button at her waist. Whoosh! The rocket boots kicked in instantly, twin flames erupting from the soles, launching her like a meteor across the night, leaving only a trail of screams in the wind. The shadow tried to give chase, but a whistling arrow flew in. One Lay's frost shot struck Stalvin squarely in the back. The magic embedded in the arrow exploded on impact, spreading a layer of ice from the wound across most of the shadow's body. His movement slowed abruptly, and the next moment, a glimmering sword tip burst through his chest from behind. Varian had charged to his rear, his great sword piercing through his torso. Stalvin looked down at the blade protruding from his chest, the madness in his eyes slowly fading. Tyroya. His lips moved, forming a blurry murmur, my Tyroya. Then, his body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Varian panted heavily, feeling all his strength drained away. He struggled to pull out his sword, staring at the fallen body. He was certain he'd struck the heart, but he intended to deliver one more blow, just to be sure. He raised his blade, aiming for Stalvin's neck. In that instant, Stalvin's eyes snapped open, and he let out a blood-curdling shriek. The sound carried a curse-like power, Stalvin's curse. Dash. Varian felt as if his head had been struck by a sledgehammer, the agony robbing him of all strength. His great sword clattered to the ground. One Lay doubled over in equal pain, his bow falling from his grasp as he curled into a ball. Stalvin's black robe was torn away, revealing his true form. Grayish, decayed skin, withered flesh, rotting fluid dripping from the corner of his mouth. He had long since become an undead. An immortal monster. Varian tried to pick up his fallen sword but found his limbs paralyzed and unresponsive. He looked down at his forearm. The wound from Stalvin's dagger was now a sinister blackish purple, poison spreading. Damn it! His weapon was poisoned. One Lay, too, knelt on one knee, his calf wound sending waves of numbness through him. Stalvin staggered to his feet, his ghost-fire eyes scanning them as he let out a hoarse laugh. You all, die. Just then. Stalvin. A voice came from the woods, you ugly old bastard. Stalvin whipped around. Alan had finally arrived. He stood not far away, gasping for breath, with Morgan far behind, his heavy armor slowing him down. Stalvin's ghost-fire eyes locked onto Alan, a hatred so intense it seemed ready to burn him alive. The next second, Tasha's hideous laughter slammed into him. Saving throw, success. What? Seeing Stalvin's successful saving throw, Alan felt his doom was sealed. Without time to think, Alan instinctively dove to the side. Sure enough, Stalvin's dagger whistled past his shoulder like lightning. Alan rolled and scrambled to his feet, back to Stalvin, without a moment's hesitation. He cast grease right beneath his own feet. A thick pool of lard spread from under him, instantly covering the surrounding area. At least he trapped Stalvin by his side. Saving throw, success. Saving throw, failure. The success was Stalvin's, the failure was Alan's. Alan's foot slipped, and he fell flat on his back, landing hard on the greasy ground. It's over. He lay there, watching helplessly as Stalvin turned and walked toward him, step by step. Moonlight was blotted out by dark clouds. A lightning bolt split the sky, illuminating that twisted undead face. Thunder crashed. Stalvin stood before him, raising his dagger high. Thud. The icy blade plunged into his chest. Agony shot through his entire body, cold and burning, the breath of death washing over him. Then. Time stopped. Everything froze in that moment. The lightning bolt hung in the air, raindrops hovered, Stalvin's sneer was locked on his face. Alan saw a slender, perfect foot. A delicate ankle, rounded toes, nails gleaming with a pearl-like luster, faint purple veins visible on the instep, all lightly stepping onto Alan's chest. Further up were a pair of long legs, purple skin glowing with a faint light, fading into endless darkness. In his dazed state, Alan's vision was blurry, unable to see her upper body. "My dear, you're about to die again." Her voice was incredibly gentle, like an old lover who had known him for ages, pouring out her feelings with deep affection. "You're truly a faithless heartbreaker." The voice continued, carrying a hint of grievance. "You are clearly a darling of the shadows, practically born for the void. Can't you hear them? The shadows around you have been restlessly craving your favor." Her foot lightly ground against his chest. "They call to you, embrace you, want to merge with you, yet you turn a blind eye, leaving them aside to mess around with those laughable light and arcane magics." A soft laugh. "What a pity. If you were willing." She paused, her tone becoming even more seductive. "To be my slave for all eternity, dedicating everything you have to me. I promise you'll gain power 1,000 times stronger than the light and arcane. How about it, my lovely boy?" Alan smiled in relief. So it really was you, Xal'atath. Although he had suspected it, he hadn't dared to be 100% certain. After all, when it came to the old gods, no amount of caution was too much. Now, confirming that the one whispering to him was indeed Xal'atath, perhaps he could really borrow her power. Though there were risks, Xal'atath wasn't too harsh on her hosts. At least she wouldn't easily turn someone into a mass of old god creations. Besides, Varian, Wenlei, Stella, Morgan, they had all come here because of him, had all fallen into danger because of him. He had to save them. And Milana. He had to take revenge for her with his own hands. Alan took a deep breath and spoke with all his might. "In the name of Alan Prester, I swear to you, my lady. I am willing to dedicate everything of Alan Prester to you. Please grant me your power." Deception check, failed. That jade-like foot suddenly lifted, then stomped hard on his face. "My lovely boy dash." Her foot slowly slid across his face, from the bridge of his nose to his lips, from his lips to his chin. The touch was icy yet soft. "Faithless one. From the moment you arrived here, I have been watching you with loving eyes. I know." Her voice dropped, tinged with amusement. "That is not your true name. How should I pronounce it?" Her foot stopped at his chin, gently tilting his face up. "Alan." The two syllables fell from her lips with perfect accuracy. "I don't like being deceived," she said, her tone carrying a playful, coquettish reproach. "Swear to your master using your real name." Alan smiled helplessly. "Fine." He spoke, his voice hoarse yet sincere. "In the name of Alan, I swear to you, my lady. I am willing to dedicate everything of Alan to you. Please grant me your power, Ranobes." That jade-like foot gently rested back on his chest. "That's more like it." Xal'atath's foot gently rubbed against his chest, then she let out a wistful sigh. "Then, as you wish." Time resumed flowing. Varian was kneeling on the ground, the poison still eating away at his body, but his eyes were fixed firmly ahead. An unprecedented fury surged from his chest. In an instant, Varian felt the poison within him being forced back by this rage. His numb limbs regained sensation, and he abruptly stood up. Wenlei also downed an antidote potion, the numbness quickly receding. He grabbed his bow, nocked an arrow. Then, they both froze. In Alan's hand, a dagger had appeared from who knows where. It was a strangely shaped ritual dagger. But upon closer inspection, it seemed not that Alan was holding the dagger, but that the dagger was pulling him. His arm was being guided by that dagger as he slowly stood up. Then, the dagger seemed to come alive. Countless pitch-black tendrils surged from the blade, winding around Alan's arm, his shoulder, his chest. Alan's eyes flickered with a dim purple light. Faint purple lines emerged on his skin, squirming slightly like living veins. His hair drifted without wind, billowing in the shadows. Boom dash. An overwhelming force of shadow energy erupted from Alan, sweeping outward like a shockwave. Stalvin was sent flying by this force, tumbling several times through the air before landing clumsily on the ground. "Why dash?" he shrieked bitterly, his voice filled with unwillingness and madness. "Why not my Tyroya? Just some filthy void bastard. Die." He kicked off the ground fiercely, launching himself through the air like a cannonball, his twin daggers crossed before him as he slashed down heavily at Alan. Alan stood motionless. He raised the Xalatath, blade of the Black Empire in his hand, the tip pointing straight at the charging Stalvin. A torrent of rage condensed into a sharp roar. "Die! Stalvin! Mind blast!" An invisible force erupted from the blade's tip. Stalvin's body froze mid-air. He saw it, an utterly terrifying thing charging at him. Indescribable. It was countless eyes, countless tendrils, countless screaming mouths, all converging into a torrent that annihilated everything. He wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. He wanted to run but couldn't move. When he came to his senses again, he saw his own body. His soul had been shaken out of his body. A horrifying shadow monster tore at his soul in the air. He wailed in agony. And that ugly, rotting body stumbled and fell to its knees, the daggers slipping from its hands, the ghostly flames in its eye sockets slowly dying out. No dash. A miserable wail echoed through the night sky. The shadow monster ripped at his soul like tearing a piece of cloth. His consciousness shattered in the searing pain, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated into the void. Alan also collapsed to the ground. Morgan, who had arrived late, Varian, whose rage was at its peak, Wanlei, whose antidote had taken effect, and Stella, hanging from a tree by her rocket boots, all of them were stunned by the sight. Their gazes fell on Alan, on that dagger, on the swirling shadows. If that simple necromancy spell, communicate with the dead, could still be explained away, then what about this sinister shadow magic, too evil for words? How could that be explained? Wanlei immediately drew his bow and aimed at Varian, his face filled with determination. "My young master is definitely not evil. I'm not asking for anything else, just let me take him and leave." Varian, with a bow pointed at him, looked completely unruffled. He blinked, looking at Wanlei, then at Alan, and finally at Stalvin's corpse lying on the ground. "What are you talking about?" His tone was genuinely puzzled. "I didn't see anything. How did Stalvin die on his own?" He turned to look at Stella, hanging from the tree, and Morgan, who had just arrived. "Am I right?" Stella, hanging from the tree, nodded vigorously. Morgan, whose body had already involuntarily started using holy light magic to heal Alan, let out a deep sigh. Ah, his conscience would have to suffer again. In the distance, a crow watched all of this from afar, then flapped its wings and flew away. On the edge of the Swamp of Sorrows, the crow landed on the tent of the vanguard force. With a flutter of its wings, it transformed into a white-haired mage. Khadgar stood before the tent, gazing toward Duskwood, his brows slightly furrowed. Maybe, he had really been mistaken. A while ago, he had made a trip to the Forbidden Tower of Karazhan. Although the Kirin Tor had strictly prohibited mages from entering Karazhan without permission, Khadgar had never been one to follow the rules. At the top of Karazhan, he had encountered a time rift. In the chaos, he seemed to see his late mentor, Medivh, along with countless chaotic prophecies and visions. Among them, Khadgar saw an extremely clear vision that one day, a mage with 3 wave-like marks on his wrist would save the sons of Lothar at a critical moment. The face in that vision was unmistakably the same as the young man from the tavern. But there was nothing on his wrist. What's more, he couldn't even withstand a simple arcane intellect spell, and now he had fallen into shadow sorcery. Someone like that, how could he possibly save the sons of Lothar? Khadgar shook his head and turned to walk into the tent. He must have really been mistaken. The light has betrayed me. Alan, who was dreaming about playing a dirty priest deck in Hearthstone from his past life, suddenly sat up while shouting in his sleep. He was met with the familiar ceiling, and when he turned his head, Morgan looked slightly awkward. Morgan could feel the light around him practically buzzing, eager to cleanse this black wizard who had just spouted such heretical words. But he didn't act on it. He simply handed the newspaper in front of him to Alan. Alan nodded awkwardly, took the newspaper, and pretended nothing had just happened. The newspaper was the Stormwind Times Darkshire Special Edition. The headline was printed in bold letters. The de Montmorency Massacre Case Solved. Evil Black Wizard Stalvan Mistmantle Executed. Below it was fine print. Our special report from Darkshire. The sensational de Montmorency family massacre case has been solved. According to reports, the murderer was Stalvan Mistmantle, the family's hired tutor. This man appeared cultured and polite on the surface, but in secret, he studied evil necromancy and even forbidden shadow sorcery. He even transformed himself into an undead creature. His crimes are utterly appalling. After killing all 17 members of the de Montmorency family, Stalvan fled to Darkshire. To cover his identity, he murdered several more innocent people, including Clerk Grey of Darkshire and Sheriff Old Thomas Westwind, piling sin upon sin. Fortunately, the brave and righteous King Varian Wrynn, along with the kind-hearted noble Mr. Alan Prester from the Kingdom of Alterac, stepped forward and engaged Stalvan in a fierce battle on the outskirts of Darkshire. After a thrilling struggle, they finally eradicated this demon completely and brought justice for the victims. This newspaper extends its highest respects to the two heroes. Alan finished reading the newspaper and was silent for a long time. He set the newspaper down with a sigh of deep emotion and looked out the window. Would the Legend of Stalvan quest no longer exist in the future of this world? There would be no more players receiving that damn chain quest in Duskwood, no more newcomers being tortured and killed by Stalvan, and no more poor Banshee wandering in Lion's Pride. He closed his eyes. Then he froze. Several shadow spells appeared in his mind. No incantation needed, no spell components required. It was as if he had been born knowing them, as if he could cast them at will. His eyes snapped open. Damn it. How had he switched classes to Shadow Priest? He had wanted to become a Grand Mage. Feeling that he had become too sinister, Alan looked apologetically at Morgan, the Paladin, and his hidden guilt was plain to see. But Morgan didn't blame him. He just started talking on his own. Mr. Alan, Grey the clerk was my uncle. I never thought the suspect you mentioned back at the inn would actually come to us. Alan was stunned. Morgan's gaze drifted to the window, as if recalling something. When I was a child, my father passed away early. My uncle taught me to read, taught me swordsmanship, taught me how to be a man. He always wanted to be a scholar, but his family was poor, so he could only work as a clerk at the town hall. But he never complained. He always said, being able to read and write is already good enough. R.A. Obes. He paused. And there was the sheriff. He watched me grow up. When I was a mischievous kid, he always covered for me when I got into trouble. Morgan's Adam's apple bobbed. They're both dead. Just because Stalvan wanted to cover his tracks. They were both such kind, such good people. He took a deep breath, then turned to look Alan straight in the eye. Regardless, you saved my life. And you avenged Uncle Grey and Old Thomas. His gaze was firm and clear. I believe in you. Alan was silent for a long time. Thank you, he said softly. Morgan nodded and didn't ask any further. By the way, Alan suddenly remembered something. What about Wenlei, Stella, and Ma? His Majesty the King. Is everyone safe? Mr. Wenlei and Ms. Stella will be back shortly. His Majesty has already returned to Stormwind. At the time, the powerful shadow energy that had erupted had even attracted the Night Watchman of Darkshire. To protect Alan, Varian had no choice but to reveal his identity and pin all the evil traces at the scene on Stalvan. When Matthias suddenly transformed into Varian Wrynn, King of Stormwind, even the ever-unflappable Wenlei was somewhat surprised. This kid Alan, what kind of magic did he possess? That Matthias, whom he had tricked into joining their reckless scheme, was actually King Varian. Stella was beyond words. She had stuttered. She had never met such a big shot in her life. Morgan had been dumbfounded on the spot. The king? He had fought side by side with the king. The entire kingdom had been alarmed. Darkshire had immediately entered a state of combat readiness. Some had raised objections at the time, saying that the Alterac nobleman showed traces of void corruption, that he would unconsciously scream when being treated with the light, and that he didn't seem right no matter how you looked at it. It was Varian who personally vouched for Alan Prester. Everyone else who had been present had silently agreed not to mention that day or that strange dagger. After everything had settled, Varian was quickly escorted back to Stormwind. Alan hesitated for a moment, then finally asked, "So, we eliminated the evil villain. Did King Varian or Darkshire mention any reward or anything?" Before Morgan could answer, Wenlei's voice came from outside the door. "The Stormwind royal family and Darkshire have jointly rewarded us. Stormwind gave 5 gold coins, and Darkshire gave a precious ring." The door pushed open, and Wenlei strode in. Stella followed behind him, the little gnome beaming with joy, clutching a bulging money pouch, practically strutting. Wenlei seemed to know what else Alan wanted to ask and continued, "Of course, there are also the spoils we looted from Stalvin's hiding place. All of them are for us to distribute." He flicked his wrist, and a ring arced through the air, landing precisely toward Alan. Though Alan was weak, his eyes were sharp and his hands fast. He caught the ring. Ring of Forsaken Spirit. Finger, fine quality. +2 stamina. +3 shadow resistance. Equip, increases damage dealt by your shadow spells by 3. Alan looked at the stats and a small smile crept onto his lips. Wenlei continued, "As your personal attendant, I won't participate in the distribution." Varian made it clear that, as compensation for deceiving us, he wouldn't take anything either. "These 5 gold coins and some loose change from Stalvin's body will be split 3 ways between you, Stella, and Morgan." He glanced at Stella and Morgan. "As for this ring, we all discussed it. Since you were the one who just woke up after fighting until you passed out, it goes to you." Stella nodded vigorously beside him, her small eyes full of anticipation. This was the first time she had ever gotten so much money, a whole gold coin. No, wait, including Lupo's bounty and the loose change, that was 2 gold coins. 2 gold coins. She was already mentally calculating how many engineering parts she could buy. Morgan repeatedly waved his hands and said seriously, "I already told you, I can't take it. I didn't do much." Alan slipped the ring onto his finger, feeling the cool touch and the surging power, and said, "Don't say that. You helped us with genuine sincerity. At least you saved me, right?" He looked at Morgan with sincere eyes. "Take it. Think of it as for your wife and daughter. You're out here fighting for justice alone, and they're working hard at home waiting for you. This money can buy them some good food, some new clothes. What's wrong with that?" Persuasion check, success. Morgan opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he just sighed and silently took the money pouch Wenlei handed him. Wenlei watched this scene and inwardly nodded. Alan really knew how to persuade people. But before that, Wenlei said, pulling a letter from his chest, "Take a look at this." On the envelope was a drawing of a weeping eye. It was exactly the same as the letter they had seen at Lion's Pride. Alan's pupils contracted. He grabbed the letter, tore open the seal, and opened it. Unexpectedly, Alan flipped the parchment over and over several times, but the small piece of sheepskin inside was completely blank. "I still don't think this is that simple." Wenlei frowned deeply. "We investigated. Stalvin was originally just an ordinary teacher in Westfall. Why did he become undead? How did he learn these forbidden spells? So I suspect someone must have guided Stalvin the whole way, taught him these things, and helped him transform into the undead." Wenlei tapped his fingers against his thigh. "All of this has to be connected to this letter, to this bizarre emblem." Alan flipped the letter over again, held it up to the light to check the back still blank. "Did you ask around? Has anyone in Darkshire seen this emblem?" Wenlei shook his head. "No one has." Alan sighed and set the letter down. He thought for a moment, then picked it up again, held it over a candle flame to heat it, then wet his finger with a bit of water and gently rubbed it across the paper's surface still blank. "Forget it." He tossed the letter back onto the table. "I'll check at the Stormwind library when we get there." He looked up. "Speaking of which, were there any other spoils from Stalvin? Wenlei nodded, turned, and went out the door. In a moment, he came back carrying a large cloth bag, which he dumped onto the table with a clatter of miscellaneous items spilling out. A few blood-stained clothes, several moldy old books, a handful of daggers, and all sorts of random personal belongings: a broken pipe, half a candle stub, a roll of bandages, a few empty medicine bottles. Alan's gaze swept over the pile of junk casually, then locked onto a staff. Wenlei followed his gaze, reached out, pulled the staff from the clutter, and handed it to Alan. Alan took the staff and examined it closely. The shaft was polished smooth, with a warm, gentle feel in his hand. He flipped the staff over, his eyes landing on the bottom of the shaft, where a line of small characters was engraved. To an eternal secret. Alan's fingers lightly traced the inscription, recalling that morning he left the horse ranch. He had still been packing his things in his room when a young man suddenly came in. He was maybe in his teens, his face haggard, as if he hadn't slept well for many days. He took a deep breath, struggling to keep his voice steady. "My name is Maduk Hunter. Tyroya. Tyroya de Montmorency was my fiancée. I'm sorry, I overheard your conversation yesterday." He lowered his head, his voice trembling. I. After Tyroya died, the staff I gave her went missing. He looked up, his eyes pleading. Tyroya always dreamed of studying at the arcane sanctum in Stormwind. That staff was something I saved up years to buy, a token of our love. I know, in the face of your important matters, this is a trivial thing, but it was her most cherished possession. With tilde Nigerian Nairobi s. He bowed deeply. "Please, if it's possible, could you take me with you? I ask for nothing else, just to find that staff." Alan looked at him. He thought of Milana, of the banshee that had dissipated, of her words, "My Miss Tyroya." "I can't take you," Alan said. The young man's eyes dimmed. "But dash." Alan paused. "I'll bring it back for you. The staff you want." Now, holding the staff in his hand, Alan gently rubbed his fingertips over the inscription. "I'll take this staff." He looked up at Wenlei. "You two split the rest." Wenlei shot him a surprised look. This kid, since when did he become so generous? A week later. The carriage set off again, slowly leaving Darkshire along the same road they had come. This time, Alan honestly spent the entire week resting. During that week, Alan never heard Zalatatha's whispers again, as if everything from that day had been nothing but a dream. The quest, The Mystery of de Montmorency, too, was completed, and Alan put all 5 free attribute points from the reward into Charisma. His reasoning was that other attributes could be boosted through World of Warcraft equipment or skills, but Charisma was a stat that didn't exist in World of Warcraft at all. The 2 random spells he drew were the first-level spell Command and the first-level spell Featherfall. Command allowed the caster to issue a single-syllable command to a creature, and if it failed its save, it would obey that command. Featherfall could alter the speed of a falling object. That's right, 2 more support spells. Alan strongly suspected there was some behind-the-scenes rigging going on, he just couldn't draw an attack spell. At this moment, in the carriage, Alan looked at Morgan Lattimore, who appeared slightly awkward yet exceptionally determined, and voiced a soul-searching question. "Morgan, don't you need to go home and be with your wife and kids?" Morgan's face flushed red as he explained, last time I didn't really help much. I didn't repay the life-saving grace, and I even took a share of the money. It really weighs on my conscience." He lifted his head, his gaze firm. "I heard it in the room earlier too. There are still evildoers lurking in Stormwind territory, committing atrocities. Let me help. Let me join you in punishing the wicked. I won't accept any reward." Alan looked at him, calculating in his mind. Morgan Lattimore, a paladin, combat-ready, reliable character, high loyalty. And if he left him in Darkshire, he would eventually follow the Silver Hand to Lordaeron, suffer through unbearable pain, and end up as that Morladen wandering in Ravenhill Cemetery. If he came with us, maybe we could change his fate. All right. Alan nodded. Come along then. Morgan's eyes lit up, and he nodded firmly. The carriage traveled north, crossing the border of Duskwood and re-entering Elwyn Forest. The sky gradually darkened, storm clouds gathering from all directions as if brewing a torrential downpour. They stopped at the horse ranch in eastern Elwyn Forest. Madook Hunter was working in the stable. Hearing the carriage, he looked up and saw Alan stepping down and his whole body froze. Alan walked up to him, holding the staff out with both hands. "Your belonging. I brought it back." Madook stared at the familiar staff, and in an instant, his eyes turned red. He reached out both hands, trembling as he took the staff. When his fingertips touched the small inscription, tears burst forth. He lowered his head, clutching the staff, making no sound, only tears falling drop by drop onto the shaft, slowly trickling along the engraved words. Thank you, Mr. Prester." Alan said nothing. He turned and silently walked back to the carriage. The wheels rolled, and the carriage slowly pulled away from the ranch. Alan looked back through the window. The young man still stood there, holding the staff, motionless. From a distance, he could only see his hunched back, his shoulders still shaking. The carriage was exceptionally silent. No one spoke. The sky was thick with dark clouds, pressing down low, low. Everyone's mood wasn't as light as when they had set out. To ease the atmosphere, Alan clapped his hands together in a show of dismay, looking regretful. "Ah, I forgot to ask him for a reward." Wenlei cast him a sideways glance. "We could turn back now, it's not too late." Alan shot Wenlei a resentful look. "Obviously, I was just joking around, and you still had to call me out." Pushing hard, they finally made it to Gold's Hire just before the storm hit. The Lion's Pride Inn still stood on the corner, with wisps of cooking smoke rising from the chimney and warm yellow light spilling from the windows, as if welcoming them home. Innkeeper Farley warmly welcomed everyone to stay at the Lion's Pride. Alan was somewhat famous now. Although the residents of Stormwind only cared about and exaggerated the young king's heroic performance in the Stalvin case, the name Alan Prester, after all, had appeared in the newspapers alongside Varian Wrynn. There were also some fragmented rumors with various claims, but Innkeeper Farley absolutely believed in Alan. After a hearty dinner, Alan returned to his room, the same room as the first time. Outside the window, the torrential rain finally began to pour. A thunderclap exploded, lightning illuminating the room in stark white. Alan lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the rain and thunder outside, a strange feeling of emotion surging within him. A twist of fate. Before he knew it, almost a month had passed since he transmigrated. He remembered the first day, it was also a thunderous rainy night like this. Back then, he was alone, picked up by a suspicious hunter. Now. Anyway, the Stalvin case had come to a close. On a moonlit night, he'd go to Milana's grave. Tell her the good news, tell her that her Miss Tyroya, whom she had guarded her whole life, that her sweetheart had received the token of their love. Thinking this, Alan's thoughts gradually blurred, and he sank into a deep sleep. Late night. Boom dash. A massive clap of thunder jolted him awake. Alan's eyes snapped open, his heart pounding like a drum. He lay in the darkness, breathing heavily, his hazy consciousness slowly sharpening. Then, he heard it. Squeak creak. The sound of a door being pushed open. Alan was fully awake now, staring at the direction of the door. Lightning flashed, its stark white light instantly illuminating the room. 6 children. Tattered clothes clung tightly to their thin bodies, their hair dripping wet in strands, leaving small puddles on the floor. They stood silently in a row before the bed. Slowly, they turned their heads. And looked at Alan. Gain. It's not over yet, the Lion's Pride is still haunted. That was Alan's first thought. Then Alan immediately realized that the 6 eerie children he saw on his first day after transmigrating were a completely different incident from the supernatural event caused by that letter. This was another supernatural event. Farley, you innkeeper, how can you have the nerve to charge me money for this crappy inn of yours? It's haunted every single day. Lightning flashed, and in that moment of blinding white light, Alan once again saw the 6 children arranged in a pentagram formation, exactly the same as the first time he saw them. But this time, Alan was far calmer than the first. He wasn't panicking. On the contrary, he wanted to see what the hell these 6 children were up to. Alan held his breath. He was gradually getting used to the darkness. In the darkness, he saw the brown-haired boy step out from the formation and stand in the center of the pentagram. The other 5 children shifted and exchanged positions. When lightning flashed again, Alan quickly closed his eyes to preserve his dark-adapted vision. When he opened them again, he could vaguely make out the children pushing open the door and walking out. Without even bothering to change clothes, Alan grabbed Zalatath, Blade of the Black Empire, from under his pillow, and in his thin pajamas, he crept after them on tiptoes. The hallway was pitch dark, only occasionally illuminated for a split second by lightning through the windows. Alan poked his head out and saw the 6 children lined up in a hexagram formation in the corridor. But this time, a red-haired little girl stood in the center. Alan simply watched silently. When he passed by Wenlei's room, he hesitated for a moment, thinking about going in to wake him up. But the children suddenly started heading downstairs. Afraid of losing them, Alan could only hurriedly knock on Wenlei's door before quickly following. When he passed by Morgan's room next door, Alan gave his door a knock too. Downstairs, Alan saw them walk out of the inn and disappear into the curtain of rain. He stood at the entrance, looking out at the torrential thunderstorm, hesitating. Side quest triggered, The Secret of the Pentagram. You have twice witnessed the eerie rituals of 6 children at the Lion's Pride Inn. Who are they? Why do they linger? What does the shifting pentagram mean? Where are they going in this rainy night? Curiosity killed the cat, but the choice is yours. Though from the look on your face, you've already made your decision, haven't you? Quest objective: track down the 6 children and uncover the mystery of the pentagram. Quest rewards: free attribute points x5, random low-level spell x2, random mid-level spell x1. The sudden side quest gave Alan a push. Gripping his dagger tightly, he resolutely charged into the rain. The downpour instantly swallowed him. The rain was so heavy he couldn't open his eyes. He raised his hand to shield his forehead, squinted, and struggled to search for those 6 small figures through the torrent. Robeta. His pajamas were quickly soaked through, the fabric clinging tightly to his skin, cold and heavy. He kept blinking, kept wiping the water from his face with his hand, but could never get it clean. At first, the children followed the main road. Then, they suddenly veered into the forest. Alan hesitated for a moment but still followed. He trudged along the muddy dirt path, his feet sinking with every step, relying entirely on occasional flashes of lightning to make out those 6 small figures ahead. The children stopped in a forest clearing and arranged themselves into a pentagram again. Alan hid behind a tree, holding his breath as he observed. Just then, he suddenly stepped on something soft underfoot. Alan looked down. A forest wolf was curled up under a tree, sheltering from the rain. His step had woken it up. It blinked its eyes dazedly, its pupils still adjusting, clearly not fully awake yet. Their eyes met. The forest wolf began to bare its fangs, a crimson gleam flickering in its eyes. Afraid that the wolf would either attack or howl and alert the children, Alan grabbed its snout, raised Zalatath, Blade of the Black Empire, and plunged it into the wolf's neck. A few seconds later, it stopped struggling. Alan let go. The rain and wolf blood mixed together, instantly diluted. Just as he was about to stand up. "Darling." That familiar voice sounded in his ear. "How could you use me to stain myself with such filthy, lowly blood?" There was resentment in the voice. "What a faithless man. I gave you power, I gave you my favor, and this is how you repay me." Alan rolled his eyes. She finally spoke. Zalatath had finally shown herself. If she hadn't, he might have started to wonder what happened to her. "Don't you dare roll your eyes at me." The voice suddenly turned dangerous. "Rolling your eyes right in front of me? Showing contempt for your master?" But then, her tone softened. "But I'll let it slide this time, my little boy." Then, as if she knew exactly what Alan was thinking, she spoke again. "Your master is very weak right now. I can't keep my eyes on you every second. I need to sleep too. Alan didn't bother to respond to Xalatath, only asking quietly, can you tell what these 6 children are? Xalatath, however, got angry. Do you really think I'm some kind of wish-granting god? Your first words to me are a question, without even pledging your loyalty. I am forever loyal, my lady. Alan is always your most faithful slave, willing to give everything for you. Xalatath was finally satisfied. That's more like it. They're just ghosts. Did I need you to tell me they were ghosts? Alan really wanted to blurt out a sarcastic remark, but he held it in. Xalatath let out a cheerful, tinkling laugh, as if seeing Alan choke on his own words brought her immense joy. Just then, the children moved again. They left the clearing and continued north. Alan hurriedly followed, crossing one patch of forest after another. The mud underfoot was getting deeper and deeper, every step requiring immense effort to pull his foot free. Finally, the forest ended. Before him was a lake. The water churned under the torrential rain, countless raindrops hammering the surface, kicking up dense splashes. When lightning flashed, he could see the lake's surface glowing with an eerie, faint light, as if something was surging beneath the water. The lake at Gold's Hire should be Crystal Lake. The 6 children walked to the edge of the lake, then turned around and grinned at Alan. Their smiles were innocent, like children playing a game. Come play dash. Come play our game dash. It's so much fun dash. Their voices drifted through the rainy night, and then, in an instant, their figures vanished. Alan stared at the spot where the children disappeared. It was a muddy patch of shore by the lake, overgrown with some weeds. He walked over and crouched down. Then, he began digging through the mud with his bare hands. He hadn't dug for long before his fingers touched something hard. He pushed away the surrounding soil. It was a bone. Buried very shallow, so shallow it was almost right beneath the surface. Alan held the bone, examining it closely under the flash of lightning. He couldn't tell if it was the bone of a small animal, or... Just at that moment, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Alan was startled, his mouth opening to unleash a mind blast. But when he turned his head, he found it was Wenlei. That rain-soaked face was pressed extremely close, staring at him with utter suspicion. You scared me to death. What are you doing here? I should be asking you that. What are you doing here? Alan calmed himself down and explained, I saw those 6 kids again, the same 6 I saw the first night I came to Gold's Hire. This time I followed them out here, and they vanished right at this spot. Wenlei explained his own situation. He'd been woken up by Alan's knocking, opened the door, but found no one there. To avoid a repeat of last time, he'd checked Alan's room, found it empty, looked out the window, and spotted Alan in the distance through the pouring rain. He'd followed. Alan nodded, crouched down, and held up the bone he'd just dug up. I found this. Wenlei took the bone, examining it closely under the flash of lightning. This is a human bone. They exchanged a look, then silently crouched down together and continued digging. With Wenlei helping, things moved much faster. Alan's fingers flew through the mud, his hands caked with filth. As he dug, he eventually gave up and grabbed Xalatath, blade of the Black Empire, using the dagger as a shovel to furiously scoop up dirt. My darling Dash. That mournful voice echoed in his mind. You're using me for this? Digging mud? Scooping dirt? I'm not a shovel. Alan kept working, ignoring her. How dare you treat your master like this? Fortunately, even though Xalatath seemed displeased, she didn't make any further moves or inflict any punishment. It seemed she really was quite weakened right now. Finally, all the bones were unearthed. They lay in a chaotic heap on the muddy ground, scoured by the torrential rain. The stark white bones gleamed with an eerie light under the lightning flashes. Among them was the skeleton of an adult male, several large animal skeletons, and the rest 6 small skeletons. Alan and Wenlei stared at each other. I'm guessing this was a ritual, Wenlei said, wiping the rain from his face, his voice low. An evil ritual. These were all sacrificial offerings. Alan nodded, his gaze falling on the 6 tiny skeletons. 6 children. 6 ghosts. 6 skeletons. What kind of person would hold a ritual like this on a lakeshore? Wenlei frowned, almost talking to himself. And what was the purpose? Alan crouched beside the bones, his mind churning with thoughts. The ghosts of those 6 children keep reenacting the ritual in the room I'm staying in, he said slowly. It's possible they were in that room, maybe even performed the ritual there. The obsession of their souls keeps pulling them back to that place. Nuobi Epsilon. Wenlei nodded thoughtfully. So the killer might have stayed at the Lion's Pride Inn. In your room. Right. Alan stood up. Let's go back and ask Farley if there were any suspicious guests. But they had no more leads. Alan even tried casting communicate with the dead. But these weren't corpses anymore, just a pile of bones. The spell didn't work. Even if he could awaken them, they didn't even have vocal cords to speak. Wenlei broke the silence. Let's head back first. When it clears up tomorrow, we can check the Stormwind library to see if there are any clues about this kind of ritual. Alan nodded. The two crouched down again and began burying the bones back. It would look too suspicious to carry these skeletons back on a stormy night. This time, they buried them more carefully than when they dug them up. Alan went the extra mile, separating the skeletons as best he could. The adult male went in one spot, and for the 6 small skeletons, he tried to keep them close together. When they finished, the two stood up. The storm still raged, lightning tearing through the night sky every now and then. Alan was soaked through, his thin pajamas clinging tightly to his body. Wenlei wasn't much better off. Suddenly, Alan's gaze froze. He stared at the soaked pajamas clinging to Wenlei's chest, lost in thought. Strange, did he just see something faintly? Was the orb of deception wearing off? Or was the rain affecting its effect? Sensing Alan's stare, Wenlei looked down at himself. The next second, his face darkened instantly. He didn't say a word, didn't explain, didn't even look at Alan. He just turned around and strode back without looking back, quickly vanishing into the curtain of rain. The next day, the skies cleared. Morgan stretched as he came downstairs, muttering to himself, strange, did someone knock on my door in the middle of the night? Was I dreaming? Alan was already sitting at the downstairs dining table. 2 prominent dark circles ringed his eyes, a cup of hot tea in his hands, his gaze somewhat vacant. Clearly, he hadn't slept well at all. Only after Wenlei also came downstairs did Alan start asking the innkeeper. Boss Farley, have you ever had a guest stay here who came with 6 children? He tried to keep his tone casual. You know, one adult with 6 kids, all checking in together. Farley stood behind the counter, chin resting on his hand, frowning as he thought hard. 6 children. He muttered to himself. After thinking for a long time, he finally shook his head. No. Young Master Alan, I've worked at the Lion's Pride for years, but I've never seen anyone bring 6 kids to rent a room. Alan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Wenlei sat off to the side, quietly eating his breakfast. From start to finish, he didn't look at Alan once. Stormwind. The noble district, inside a lavishly decorated suite. Lady Katrana Presta reclined lazily on a velvet sofa. She wore a silk robe with a dangerously low neckline, the hem reaching only to mid-thigh. Her 2 long, pale legs were crossed, glistening with an alluring sheen in the morning light. Her fingers gently traced the rim of a wine glass, her red lips pressed slightly together, a chill in her violet eyes. Duke Merismum stood nearby, sweat beading on his forehead, his entire body trembling slightly. Katrana was clearly in a bad mood. To be precise, a very bad mood. She, Onyxia, the Black Dragon Princess, daughter of Deathwing, had been left cooling her heels in Stormwind for so long without even a glimpse of that bratty young king. Onyxia's father was currently in Lordaeron, playing the role of Lord Deval Prester, toying with those foolish human nobles at his leisure. So father had a plan for her to do the same thing here in the future, posing as the Prester family to manipulate all of Stormwind. That's why she was here, preparing in advance to become the Shadow Queen of Stormwind. Show her face, build relationships with some nobles, and most importantly, get close to King Varian first. And while she was at it, establish her own power base so she could take over the city whenever she wanted. Yet here she was, and she still hadn't managed to see Varian Rin even once. It was all because of that damned Alan Prester, who had to drag the young, hot-blooded King Varian off to some remote little town to play hero. And now that Varian had finally returned, the little king had changed, completely burying himself in endless government affairs, working diligently, refusing to see anyone. He'd even turned down her request for an audience 3 times now. The thought that her father was already pressing her to return sent a flicker of barely perceptible fear through Katrana's eyes. That father of hers would not tolerate failure. Merismum. She finally spoke, her voice languid yet dripping with authority. The Duke flinched violently and stepped forward. Yes, Lady Katrana. That Alan Prester, where is he now? Merismum wiped the sweat from his brow. According to the latest reports, he's reached Gold's Hire. He should be in Stormwind within the next 2 days. The corner of Katrana's mouth curled up slightly. At least she had something else to offer. To perfectly play the role of the Prester family, her father had already slaughtered the entire true Prester family in Alterac, not a single soul left alive. But clearly, father had missed one that slipped through the cracks. There was one unfavored son of the Prester family, far away in Stormwind, who had never returned to the family's domain and was never mentioned by anyone. It was father's mistake. And she, Onyxia, would personally make up for it. Alan Prester. She murmured the name, her violet eyes narrowing slightly, a hunter's excited gleam flickering within them. I can't wait anymore, to devour you. When Alan woke up, all he saw was pitch-black darkness. He instinctively tried to move, only to find his hands and feet tightly bound by coarse ropes. He struggled desperately, but the ropes only tightened further, digging deep into his flesh. What happened? His memories slowly came back. Today, he had just arrived in Stormwind City with Wenlei and the others. The carriage had stopped at the Pig and Whistle Inn. He picked up his luggage, went upstairs, pushed open the door to his room, and was about to put his things down then a sharp pain hit the back of his head. When he woke up, he was here. What kind of security was this? Had he been kidnapped by an enemy? Wait, did he even have any enemies in Stormwind City? He struggled again, but the ropes didn't budge. From the darkness, a cold, sinister voice rang out. When did you arrive in Stormwind City? What are you doing here? Alan couldn't see the speaker, only judging by the voice that the person was sitting not far away. He quickly spoke up, his tone dripping with fear. Sir. I'm a member of the Prester family. Don't kill me, someone's willing to ransom me. Name your price, I promise dash. The voice let out a cold laugh. Heh. The owner of that voice, Duke Merismum, glanced at Lady Prester beside him. After receiving a meaningful look from her, his tone turned even icier. The one we're here to kill is precisely a member of the Prester family. Alan's heart sank like a stone. Damn it. So it wasn't my enemies, it was the Prester's enemies. How unlucky could I be? His mind raced. Wenlei and the others must have realized he was missing by now. They'd probably go to Varian for help, right? Would Varian be able to find him? For now, he just had to stall for time. Are with a Qden. Wait, you've got it wrong. I'm just a con artist, I am not actually part of the Prester family. It's all a misunderstanding. Let's talk this out. Humph. Duke Merismum sneered again. Lies through your teeth. I think a dead Prester is more believable. Alan was speechless. If reasoning didn't work, he had to try to scare them. Since he was already playing the role of a Prester, he might as well go all the way. After all, Onyxia wouldn't move south until 10 years after the dark portal opened. With that thought, Alan took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and instantly switched to an arrogant demeanor. Dash. He let out a long sigh first. I've been holding back long enough. His voice was no longer fearful, it carried a hint of superiority. Do you even know who I am? Merismum glanced back at Lady Katrana. She seemed amused, lazily leaning back on her soft couch, propping her chin on her hand, and watching the young man who had been trembling moments ago but was now suddenly bold with keen interest. So Merismum let out a scoff. "Who are you?" Alan gave a cold smile, one laced with arrogance and contempt. "To avoid unnecessary trouble, I've cooperated with you as much as possible, but you just don't know when to quit." He lifted his chin, facing the kidnappers in the darkness with a condescending gaze. "Speak my name, and it will make you jump." Katrana raised an eyebrow. Merismum said, "Oh." Alan took a deep breath, then spat out the name word by word. "I am the son of Deathwing, the great and wicked Black Dragon Prince, Nefarian himself." Duke Merismum froze, instinctively looking toward Lady Katrana. Katrana's expression also stiffened. Seizing the moment, Alan parted his lips and uttered a single word. "Release." "Command." An invisible force surged from him, rushing straight toward the figure in the darkness. Saving throw, failed. A rustling sound came from the darkness. Then, a pair of trembling hands groped their way closer, untying the ropes on him and pulling off his blindfold. The moment the blindfold was removed, the sudden light made Alan squint. A middle-aged man was slumped before him, his face full of terror, his entire body trembling. It was Duke Merismum. His lips quivered, unable to understand why he had done what this man told him to. Could it be that what he said was true? Alan rubbed his wrists, now marked with red lines from the ropes, and slowly stood up. Then, he saw it. In the depths of the dim room, on a soft couch, a woman lounged lazily. Her long legs were crossed, pale and smooth like the finest silk, her toes slightly pointed. Alan's gaze traveled up those gorgeous white legs, meeting a pair of violet eyes that looked at him with a half-smile, like a cat watching a mouse struggling under its paw. This. Lady Katrana pressed her. Duke Merismum turned his head toward her, trembling. What do we do now?" Lady Katrana pressed her. Alan was completely stunned now, even terrified beyond reason. Aside from that one person, he couldn't think of any other possibility. Was the seductive woman before him the sinister, venomous, treacherous Black Dragoness Onyxia? Damn it! How could he be this unlucky? Based on his memories from his past life, in Year 8 of the Dark Portal, the Black Dragonflight should still have been playing house in Lordaeron. He should have been safe in Stormwind City, playing the role of the young Master Prester, until at least Year 10 of the Dark Portal. Why was this Black Dragoness here in Stormwind right now? Damn it, he had made the mistake of relying on empirical thinking again. Game lore often skimmed over things with a few lines, but in the real world of Warcraft, the paths of these living, breathing people were not something he could easily predict. Wait a second. Alan suddenly remembered the other bounties he had glimpsed on the bulletin board back in Gold's Hire when he took the Lupo's bounty. Livestock had been disappearing in Gold's Hire lately. Everything added up. Hadn't Onyxia been the one eating them? Why hadn't he made the connection earlier? And now he had come running straight into Stormwind to die. Alan took a deep breath, forcing down the storm of emotions churning inside him. Now wasn't the time for regret. More critically, he had just pretended to be Nefarian right in front of Onyxia. Alan wanted to immediately clarify that he was just a con artist. But then he thought again, if he pretended to be the Black Dragon and then suddenly dared not continue that pretense upon seeing Lady Katrana, Onyxia would suspect that he knew her true identity. He absolutely couldn't let this Black Dragoness find out he knew who she really was. That would mean certain death. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and keep up the act. So, you're from the Prester family. Humph. It's your honor that I've chosen to impersonate your youngest son. Alan straightened his back. Though his spine was slightly damp with cold sweat, he swept a condescending gaze over the slumped Merismum before finally resting it on Katrana. You mortals, if you know what's good for you, just kneel and submit to me. Alan's voice was arrogant and contemptuous, every word squeezed out like a favor between clenched teeth. Our Black Dragonflight controls the most powerful force in Azeroth. My father, Deathwing, is the destroyer, my sister, Onyxia, is the mighty Black Dragon Princess, the future mother of the brood. And as for me, I am the future master of all Azeroth. Katrana stared at the impassioned young man before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Could he really not be a lost son of the Prester family? The situation had completely exceeded Katrana's expectations. Here was a man, right before her very eyes, impersonating a black dragon right in front of her, the real deal. And he was impersonating her absolutely detestable brother. This was far too interesting. If Nefarian found out, he'd be absolutely furious, wouldn't he? A faint smile curled at the corner of Katrana's lips. That smile carried a hint of ineffable pleasure. Deception check, 18 points, success. You have successfully deceived Onyxia, convincing her that you are a reckless, audacious madman daring enough to impersonate a black dragon right in front of her. This kind of guts and absurdity has made her think, it's interesting. She has begun to appreciate you. Seeing the prompt, Alan breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling he had scraped by. He struck while the iron was hot, piling on more weight for himself, tossing out a valuable bargaining chip. Onyxia's purpose in coming to Stormwind was none other than getting close to Varian and manipulating the King of Stormwind. That was her most important goal. If any of you dares reveal my identity he lowered his voice, laced with threat, I guarantee you'll regret ever being born into this world. He turned to Katrana, his tone shifting to arrogance tinged with a hint of condescending charity. But if you all behave yourselves, especially you, young lady . He paused, putting on an expression of, you're getting a deal here. I can introduce you to King Varian Rin of Stormwind. He's a big shot you'd never have a chance to approach otherwise. Humph. Katrana was taken aback for a moment. Then she looked at Alan with a playful glint. You're a black dragon. Do you think I'll believe you? Hearing Katrana's words, Alan reached out and pulled out Zalatath, blade of the Black Empire, turning to face Duke Merismum beside him. A sinister grin curled at the corner of his mouth. Paired with the shadowy aura faintly swirling around him, he looked like a cultist crawling out of the abyss. Don't believe me? His voice was low and dangerous. Heh. He raised his hand, pointing straight at Duke Merismum, and cast command once more. Kneel. Saving throw, 4, success. Saving throw, 1, critical failure. The one who succeeded on the saving throw was Duke Merismum. The one who failed was. Katrana felt countless whispers suddenly flood into her mind. Those voices layered over each other, sounding as if they came from an incredibly distant place, yet also murmuring right beside her ear. They intertwined, forming two heavy and imposing words, Otailand Batias. Kneel. The voices grew louder and louder, closer and closer, then further and further away. Kneel. By the time Katrana snapped back to her senses, she was already humbly kneeling before Alan. Her head was bowed, and her lips gently brushed against the tip of his boot. WTF? Alan was completely dumbfounded. I didn't even cast it at Onyxia. And why? How could she fail the saving throw? Zalatath, are you messing with me? This is it, I'm completely done for. Onyxia is going to fly into a rage, tear me to pieces, swallow me whole, not even leaving my bones behind. Oh, right. Feather fall. Right now, jump out the window, cast feather fall on myself. He didn't believe Onyxia would dare transform into a dragon inside Stormwind. Alan jerked with all his strength, only to find his boot held firmly in place. Rage. Overwhelming rage. She, Onyxia, Deathwing's proudest daughter, the future mother of the brood of the Blackwing Legion, was actually kissing the boot of such a lowly man, such a pitiful, weak little worm. She had to kill him. Had to. But why? Onyxia herself didn't know why, but deep in her heart, there was even a trace of pleasure. She had to kill him. But Alan had already yanked his foot out of the boot and was sprinting toward the window without looking back. Grease. A massive glob of lard instantly coated the gap between him and Onyxia. Jump. 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 Just then, a report came from outside the door. His Majesty the King has arrived. Before the announcement had even finished, the door was shoved open. Varian Rin strode in. Behind him followed Marshal Windsor, along with Wenlei, Morgan, Stella, and their group. The reason they had barged in so roughly was simple: they had come to save Alan. Varian had long since dispatched SI-7 agents to keep tabs on Alan's group returning to Stormwind. By the time Alan was taken, Wenlei hadn't even noticed, but the SI-7 agents already had. They split into 3 teams, one went to alert Wenlei, one to report to the king, and 2 tracked them all the way here. Everyone stared at the scene before them: Alan's removed boot, the rope marks on his wrists, Katrana kneeling on the ground, and the mysterious liquid spread across the floor. Their jaws dropped. Varian pointed at Alan and Katrana. You. Wenlei's eyes blazed with fury. Stella covered her eyes with one hand but still peeked through her fingers. It's not what you think. This is Lady Katrana Prester, she's my sister. Alan wasn't trying to help Onyxia, he was terrified that if he told the truth, Onyxia, in her rage, would throw caution to the wind and transform into a dragon right here, slaughtering everyone. What? She's your sister. You too. No, Varian was, after all, a king. He took a deep breath, quickly suppressing the shock and embarrassment in his heart, forced a polite smile onto his face, and looked at Katrana. So you are Alan Prester's sister? My apologies. Lately, I've been told there was a Lady Katrana seeking an audience with me. Had I known you were Alan's sister, I would have made time. Alan silently pulled his boot back on. Katrana had already risen to her feet with a blank expression. She elegantly smoothed her robe and gave Varian a slight nod. Your Majesty is too kind. It was I who invited so presumptuously. And so, in that bizarre atmosphere, the two exchanged a round of aristocratic pleasantries. After a brief exchange, Varian arranged for Katrana and Alan to join him for dinner at Stormwind Keep another day. Then, everyone was eager to get out of that suffocating, awkward place as fast as possible. Before they parted ways, as Alan passed by Katrana's side, a hand suddenly grabbed him. Katrana leaned in close to his ear, her warm breath brushing against his ear canal. Her voice was so low that only he could hear. Would you say this counts as me having submitted to you? She spoke slowly, emphasizing every word. My evil and noble black dragon prince. Alan's body froze. Let's work together from now on. She released her grip, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of her mouth, and turned to walk away. Alan stood rooted to the spot, completely paralyzed. This sinister, cunning, malicious, wicked woman. What exactly is she trying to do? After leaving, Alan's mind was a tangled mess. Before he knew it, it had turned into me pretending to be a black dragon in front of Onyxia, and Onyxia pretending to be Lady Prester in front of me. But I had to admit, even if it was fake, making Onyxia bow her head. It really felt damn good. If only it weren't for Wenlei's icy glare. Once he was far away from Katrana, Alan immediately leaned in close to Varian's ear and whispered, my sister is not a good person. Never be alone with her, be extremely careful. Varian shot him a strange look. Pretty protective of his food. Guess I'll just avoid suspicion from now on. Whenever I see Katrana, I'll bring you along. Seeing Varian's meaningful expression, Alan let out a helpless sigh. He realized that pretending to be young Master Prester came with a fatal flaw: it falsely elevated people's positive impression of the Prester family. That was no good. The Prester name ought to be tarnished, preferably so bad that everyone would steer clear. Marshal Windsor silently watched the scene, already resolved that when he returned, he would advise the king to keep his distance from the Presters. This Alan didn't seem like a proper person at all. Varian patted Alan on the shoulder. Anyway, they had finally met again, even if he hadn't expected it to be under these circumstances. Alan felt emotional too, looking at Varian as he asked, I don't know what I should call you now. Your Majesty. Varian waved his hand, his smile genuine, keep things as they are. I'm just afraid you'll treat me differently. He never expected Alan was only being polite. Then the bounty from your Rin royal family is way too stingy. Alan's expression instantly shifted to one of heartbroken indignation. Just 5 gold coins. You're literally royalty. Varian's face flushed bright red. Stormwind is still rebuilding, okay? I'm dirt poor too. Ha 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 ha. Alan burst out laughing, pulled 20 silver coins from his pocket, and slapped them into Varian's hand. Then don't you want your share? The Stalvan bounty was basically paid by you anyway, and you're not even taking your cut from the Lupo's bounty. Varian looked down at the 20 silver coins in his hand, stunned, a strange feeling rising in his chest. This was the reward he had earned with his own hands. Money he made by hunting and adventuring with his friends. His friends still remembered his share. Unfortunately, the king's duties were pressing, and they couldn't chat for long. Take my token. Varian unclasped a token engraved with a lion's head emblem from his waist and handed it to Alan. You can enter the Stormwind library freely. Of course, you can also come see me anytime with tilde and beta. Alan took the token and nodded. As they parted, he suddenly leaned close to Varian, his tone dripping with triumphant teasing. I knew you were Varian Wrynn from the very beginning. Varian stared at him wide-eyed, utterly shocked. But Alan had already turned and walked away, leaving only a cool silhouette and drifting words. Since you saw my father and Lord Darren, how do you know I didn't see you there too? Varian stood rooted to the spot, watching the receding figure, unable to speak for a long time. After parting with Varian, the rest of the group continued back. And then, the atmosphere turned eerie. When Lei didn't say a word, each step stomped heavily as if she had a grudge against the ground. Alan walked ahead, feeling a chill on his back, like something was staring at him. Finally, when Lei spoke. Her voice was as cold as a blade dipped in ice, her face expressionless, her tone dripping with sarcasm. As expected, humans are a lecherous race, shameless, devoid of ethics, morality, and the most basic sense of decency. Alan opened his mouth to explain, but didn't know where to start. Wait, aren't you even pretending anymore? Heh, figures. Short-lived creatures only know how to chase fleeting pleasures. What do they know of eternal commitment? Like animals, they'll mate anywhere, with no regard for propriety, honor, or shame. This was the first time Alan had ever heard Wen Lei speak so much in one go. Stella was slightly taken aback, her eyes wide as she looked at Wen Lei. I thought I was the only non-human in this group, so you're not human either. Meanwhile, Morgan was still basking in the excitement of his first encounter with an undisguised King Varian Wrynn being so close to him. To atone, Alan dove headfirst into Stormwind's grand library. The massive domed ceiling soared overhead, row after row of bookshelves neatly arranged. After asking the librarian, Alan grabbed a few books related to rituals and began flipping through them, searching for any records tied to the pentagram ritual at Gold's Hire. Time slipped away in the rustle of turning pages. Outside, the sky shifted from dusk to night, and then from night to deep darkness. Wen Lei had slipped in at some point, sitting at a long table in the distance, quietly watching him. Candlelight flickered across Alan's profile, his brow slightly furrowed, his fingers slowly tracing over the pages. Occasionally, he paused, stared at a passage in thought, then shook his head and turned to the next page. Wen Lei watched that focused figure. The way he flipped through the book, the way he was so intent, somehow, it was captivating. She abruptly turned her head away, staring at the pitch-black sky outside the window. Stop thinking about it. But after a moment, she turned back, looking at the figure still buried in his reading. He hadn't eaten dinner. From afternoon until now, he had been here, fully absorbed, without rest. Suddenly, a lot of her anger faded. Maybe I misunderstood. Alan closed the last book and rubbed his sore eyes. There were no similar records. Not for that hexagram, nor for the types of sacrifices. He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes in contemplation. He had always felt that the materials for that ritual looked very familiar. Where had he seen them before? Today's information overload had been too much. Onyxia was actually in Stormwind. Speaking of which, was it really her who sneaked into Gold's Hire to steal livestock? Wait. Alan's eyes snapped open as something suddenly dawned on him. The clue had been right in front of him all along, he just had never noticed it. He thought back again to a week and a half ago, the day they had just set out from Gold's Hire and gone to see the sheriff, Thomas, about the bounties. Back then, Alan had walked straight to the bulletin board in Gold's Hire. The notice board was plastered with wanted posters. Some called for fugitives, some offered rewards for lost livestock, and a few sought missing family members. The fugitive who had vanished into thin air was an adult male. The several heads of lost livestock were large animals. Among the missing family members were 2 children. Doesn't that match up with the skeletal remains left behind in that ritual? In an instant, Alan broke out in a cold sweat. Several cases in Gold's Hire that seemed unrelated, some serious, some minor, all pointed toward one evil ritual, one vicious culprit. Even though 4 children were still missing, Alan had a feeling that the truth was definitely tied to these cases. Little Gold's Hire, harboring so much hidden evil. Thomas, how the hell are you even the sheriff? No wonder after all these years, even in World of Warcraft, Classic, you're still just a sheriff. One lay. I found it. He shot to his feet, waving excitedly toward One lay. A withered old hand landed silently on his shoulder, followed by a smack to the back of his head. Library. Keep it down. The next day, Gold's Hire Sheriff's Office. Bam. Alan slammed his palm on the desk. Thomas, what the hell have you been doing? Early this morning, they'd rushed back to Gold's Hire. Alan was now brandishing the token Varian had given him, using it to bully the sheriff Thomas like a fox pretending to be a tiger. Might as well use it while he had it. Thomas cowered like a quail, obediently taking the scolding. Forget it. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Right now, right this second, report every single case to us in detail. Thomas nodded repeatedly, cleared his throat, and began flipping through the files on his desk. Let's start with the livestock disappearance. A month ago, old Barnes in town said his cow went missing. He searched the whole pasture and couldn't find it. He thought a mountain beast had dragged it off. He turned to the next page. Then the 2 kids, they're the blacksmith's twins, a boy and a girl. A month and a half ago, they said they were going to play with friends, left the house, and never came back. He set down the file and shook his head. But honestly, those 2 kids were pretty mature for their age. Some folks in town whispered about whether they might have. Alan cut him off. And then there's this wanted criminal. Thomas pulled out a crumpled wanted poster. His name is Pitt Skinner. He's a Skinner. 3 months ago, he got into an argument with someone at the tavern, stabbed the guy to death in a rage, and ran off. We still haven't caught him. Alan and One lay exchanged a glance. Thomas kept rambling. Come to think of it, his wife Helene is pitiful too. Her husband ran off, leaving the household without its backbone. I don't know how that woman managed to hold it together raising 4 kids all alone, living way out in the sticks. Reno Thailand bot. Hold on. Alan raised his hand sharply. Thomas froze. Huh? What did you just say? Thomas said cautiously, I said, she lives far from town. The line before that. Helene has 4 kids to raise. Alan and One lay exchanged another look. 4 kids. Plus the 2 missing from town. That made 6 total. Has anyone in town seen Helene recently? Where does she live? No, actually, come to think of it, it's been a while since she came to town. She lives by Crystal Lake, just follow the North Trail all the way there. I'm really worried about her. Her husband ran off, and there are murlocs in Crystal Lake. I don't know how she protects herself and her 4 kids. Hey. Where are you going? No more questions. Thomas was still muttering away when he realized the people in front of him had vanished. Alan and One lay had already charged out of the office. Stella was squatting by the roadside, holding a box of honey-roasted muffins, eating with grease all over her mouth. Morgan stood at the blacksmith's door, watching the smith hammer away with great interest. Get in. Alan grabbed Stella by the scruff and shoved her into the carriage. The carriage shot off, kicking up a trail of dust. Inside, Alan and One lay discussed in low voices. Crystal Lake. Those bones were buried by Crystal Lake. And Helene lived right there. When Lay was worried about Helene's safety. The carriage raced along the main road, weaving past grove after grove, gradually leaving Gold's Hire behind. The road grew narrower and bumpier, and the dense branches on both sides nearly blotted out the sky. Finally, the view opened up ahead. Crystal Lake appeared before them. Crystal Lake in daylight was a world apart from that stormy night. Sunlight spilled across the water, creating shimmering ripples like a mirror nestled among the mountains. Occasionally, a water bird skimmed past, stirring up circles of ripples. The carriage pressed on, drawing closer to Crystal Lake. A cacophony of cries shattered the stillness. Up ahead, dust swirled. A swarm of short, blue-green figures surged out from the woods, brandishing crude weapons, blocking the road. Murlocs. At least 20 or 30 of them, croaking and yammering. The one at the front was a head taller than the rest, with a string of shiny shells hanging around its neck. It gestured wildly with its hands and feet. Everyone exchanged blank looks. What the hell were they doing? Alan stared at the Murlocs for a moment, thoughtful. Could they be holding up the road? Typical. Back in the days before the Defias Brotherhood rose to power, apparently this was the Murlocs' line of work. The Murloc chief kept gesturing furiously, pointing at Alan's group, then tapping its own palm with a wooden club. The meaning was crystal clear. Morgan looked at Alan and asked in a low voice, "What do we do?" "Drive them off." Alan waved his hand. "They haven't charged in swinging, so at least these Murlocs are the more polite, civilized batch." Morgan nodded and dismounted. He strode to the middle of the road, raised his great sword, and murmured a prayer. Golden light the light surged from his body, spreading outward like ripples. Consecration. The light fell upon the ground, turning into a blazing halo of radiance. The Murlocs touched by the light shrieked in piercing agony, wisps of smoke rising from their bodies. They scrambled backward, dropping their weapons all over the ground. The Murloc chief ran the fastest, vanishing into the woods in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a trail of panicked croaks. Everyone was taken aback. They just realized how powerful Morgan's light really was, since until now he'd either been getting steamrolled or completely missing the fights. The carriage moved on. Finally, the small cabin came into view. It was a crude wooden house, nestled at the boundary between the lake shore and the foot of the mountain. But right now, a group of short figures surrounded the cabin. Kobolds. About a dozen of them, dressed in tattered rags, holding rusted weapons, bashing madly against the wooden door. "Give us the candle." "Hand over the candle." The kobolds' eyes glowed with a dim yellow light in the dim shadows, like a pack of starving beasts. They sensed someone approaching and all turned their heads. Alan had already raised Xalatath, blade of the Black Empire. The dagger pointed directly at the brow of the largest kobold at the front. "Little kobolds." His voice was low and calm, carrying an eerie rhythm. "Your candles have been snuffed out." Mind blast. Invisible shadow energy erupted from the blade, like a massive unseen hand, violently gripping the kobold's head. Its skull burst open like a ripe watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The headless corpse swayed twice before crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. The remaining kobolds stood frozen for half a second. Then, they dropped their weapons and scattered in every direction, vanishing into the trees and undergrowth in the blink of an eye. Ah dash! Boss Goldfong is dead. Run! The evil human wizard is coming. Help! Xalatath's long unheard voice suddenly rang out in Alan's mind, laced with undisguised displeasure. "Don't you ever use me to kill those filthy lowlifes again." Alan ignored her. Watching the kobolds flee in panic, he shouted after their retreating figures. "Run, little kobolds, run. If you ever dare set foot here again, all your candles belong to me." His voice echoed between the lake and the mountains, startling a flock of waterfowl. He sheathed the dagger, turned to face his dumbstruck companions, and shrugged as if nothing had happened. What could he do? Right now, the only offensive spells Alan had were shadow spells. "Come on, let's head inside." Worried that he might have frightened them, Alan didn't approach. Instead, they sent Morgan, the most righteous-looking among them, to knock on the door. Alpha and Thailand bot. Morgan straightened the sigil of holy light on his chest, raised his hand, and lightly tapped on the wooden door. Mrs. Helene, I am a paladin of the holy light. The kobolds have been driven away by us. It's safe now. You can open the door. There was a moment of silence behind the door, followed by a trembling, faint woman's voice. You, why you, are you with that black wizard from just now? Morgan fell silent. He wasn't very good at lying. We are indeed together. But please believe me, he is a good man. I swear by the holy light. Hearing Morgan say this, Alan felt a flicker of genuine emotion. He was actually willing to vouch for him by the holy light. Though Alan had a feeling that would eventually let him down. Another long silence from behind the door. Finally, the wooden door slowly creaked open. Behind it stood a red-haired woman, her face gaunt, her body thin, her eyes deeply sunken. Who are you people? Alan stepped forward. I am Alan Prester, a noble from Alterac. If you've read the newspapers recently, you might have heard my name. We were sent by Sheriff Thomas to help you. The red-haired woman shook her head blankly. Alan Prester? Never heard of him. Probably because her home was too remote. No newspapers. Alan smiled gently, pulling out the token Varian had given him and waving it in front of the woman. This is a token personally granted by His Majesty the King. We are the Guardians of Women's Alliance, dispatched by the royal family, here specifically to help women like you. He paused. Who need assistance? Deception check, 12 points, failed. You've changed, Alan. Now you can't even be bothered to weave a halfway decent lie. Has the harshness of adventuring life worn down your edges, or has wallowing in comfort drained your wits? In any case, this woman doesn't believe a single word you say. The red-haired woman, however, let out a relieved sigh, apparently convinced by Alan's story. That's wonderful. Thank you. Please, come in. She opened the door fully and made a welcoming gesture. Seeing her reaction, Alan was taken aback for a moment. The others filed in, with Alan bringing up the rear. Inside, the cottage was much cleaner than it appeared from the outside. A crude wooden table, a few chairs, a cold fireplace, and several neatly folded coarse blankets stacked in the corner. Everything seemed perfectly normal. But both Alan and Wenlei noticed the dissonance almost at once. It was too clean. Too tidy. Not like the home of someone with 4 children. Alan looked around, his gaze eventually landing on Helene. Mrs. Helene, pardon my impertinence, but where are your children? Helene smiled gently, a smile that appeared perfectly ordinary. I sent the children to stay with relatives in Stormwind. As you can see, after my husband disappeared, I've been living alone by this remote lake. I simply couldn't protect them. Wenlei's heart, which had been in her throat, relaxed. She had been afraid that this poor woman's children might have. As she spoke, Helene picked up a clay pot from the table and poured water into 4 cups. You must be thirsty after traveling so far. Have some water. The 4 cups of water were neatly arranged on the table, the surfaces rippling slightly, reflecting the daylight filtering through the window. Morgan reached for one of the cups, but Alan grabbed his wrist. Morgan looked at him questioningly. Alan shook his head gently. Stella wore a look of self-righteousness. That's right, you, the junior who joined last, why should you be the first to drink? If anyone, it should be our benefactor. Stella stared at Alan with her big eyes for a while. When she saw he wasn't moving. Heh. If the benefactor won't drink, then I'll drink first. She stretched out her little hand to grab the water, but Alan slapped the cup out of her hand. The cup hit the floor, water spilling everywhere. Aside from the sound of the cup rolling, the cottage fell into dead silence. Even Stella could feel the tension thickening in the air. What was going on? Wenlei and Morgan both looked at Alan, completely baffled by his behavior. Helene still stood there, that gentle smile plastered on her face. Why won't you drink? Mrs. Helene, may I see a photograph of you and your children? The smile on Helene's face, at some unknown moment, had begun to twist. We can't afford that. Photos are a luxury only nobles can afford. From outside, over the empty crystal lake, came a few long, drawn-out bird calls. Alan looked at her calmly, speaking word by word. Mrs. Helene, we just came from Stormwind. We visited every single one of your relatives. None of them received your children. Morgan looked at Alan in confusion. When did we ever visit Mrs. Helene's relatives? Helene's breathing grew heavier and heavier, as if she was enduring something unbearable. Wenlei looked at Alan in disbelief. She seemed to guess his meaning. A terrifying thought flashed through her mind. Could it be, that Alan suspected? That the 4 children had already been killed, and the murderer, was their own mother? Just as this guess burst into Wenlei's mind, Helene's voice suddenly shot up, her gentle smile completely twisting into a ferocious face. Drink it. Drink it. In the next instant, Helene yanked a skinning knife from her waist and charged at the group like a rabid beast. If you don't drink, then die. Alan had been on guard. From the moment he stepped in, his deception had clearly failed, yet Helene had pretended to believe it was practically a confession of identity. He raised the Dark Empire blade in his hand, carving an arc through the air. Mental lash. From the void, 2 shadowy tendrils emerged out of thin air, like 2 living shades, instantly coiling around Helene's body. They tightened, binding her firmly in place. Helene struggled madly, letting out inhuman howls from her mouth. Let me go. Let me go. Alan stared coldly at her. Have you already killed your husband and children? Helene's struggles abruptly stopped. Her body froze in place, her head slowly lifting. On that twisted face, a bizarre fervor surfaced. She gazed in a certain direction, her lips moving, uttering words like delirious ramblings. Master, you're watching me, aren't you? The blade reversed. Thud. Blood splattered across the mottled wall. Helene's body crumpled softly to the ground, those crazy eyes still wide open, staring into some unknowable place. The cabin fell into a deathly silence. After a long moment, Wenlei spoke, his voice low. Now, what do we do? Alan hadn't expected the other party to be so insane, so resolute either. But it was fine. He still had. Alan cast communicate with the dead. The corpse that had just committed suicide trembled violently, then slowly stood up. Helene's face was completely vacant, her hollow eyes staring forward, as if there was nothing left behind them. Morgan, seeing Alan use communicate with the dead for the first time, was struggling to suppress the light churning inside him. Alan cut straight to the point. Did you kill your husband, your children, and the 2 missing children from Gold's Hire? Helene nodded. Yes. Wenlei nearly blurted out why. Why would you kill your own children? But he held himself back. Communicate with the dead only allowed 5 questions, each one precious. Angos. Alan glanced at Wenlei and asked the question for him. Why did you kill them? Yet the group didn't hear the tragic story they had expected. A bizarre smile spread across Helene's face, making it look especially terrifying on her vacant expression. My husband, drank all day long. My children, only knew how to be noisy all the time. Her voice was ethereal and hollow. They were all beyond saving. It was I. I used the purification ritual taught by my master. She paused, her smile twisting further. I sacrificed them to the great darkness. In the ritual, their pain sublimates into purity, their flesh becomes a bridge to the other shore, their skin becomes the garment of the great existence. I purified them, saved them. They should thank me. The group felt a chill creep up their spines. Morgan covered his mouth and turned away, his body trembling slightly. He was afraid he would vomit on the spot. Wenlei and Alan exchanged a glance, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. This lunatic in front of them had actually killed her own children for such an incomprehensible reason. But she didn't seem mind-controlled, did she? Alan took a deep breath and asked the most critical question. This master you speak of, who is it? Helene's head tilted slightly to one side, a trace of fanaticism flashing in her hollow eyes. My master rides a warhorse of death, clad in pitch-black armor. They walk the boundary between life and death, wielding authority over the dead and the undead. Her voice became ethereal, as if reciting a prayer. When they came to my doorstep, I knew they were messengers sent by the gods. Especially the leading master, his eyes burned with ghostly green flames, his voice came as if from the depths of a tomb. He said his name was. Her lips moved, uttering a tongue-twisting language not common, but Orcish. But both Wenlei and Alan had their answer in that moment. Death Knight. Terran Gorfiend. Wenlei's hand clenched suddenly, his knuckles turning white. Finally they had tracked it down. This was what he had come for, to trace the source of this necromantic magic, to hunt down those horde remnants lurking in Azeroth. And now, the truth had finally surfaced. It was actually Terran Gorfiend. Earlier, after the Alliance and the Sons of Lothar had crushed the large group of orcs that suddenly appeared at the Dark Portal, some captured orcs revealed that their massive assault was only a diversion, meant to cover for another group of important figures sneaking into Azeroth. The Alliance High Command and the Sons of Lothar had never figured out who exactly the important figure the Horde had sent in was. Illyria would never have imagined that her sister, whom she always treated as a child, had uncovered the truth one step ahead of them. Terran Gorfiend had brought Death Knights to Azeroth. And more than that, they were very likely lying low within Stormwind City right now. Alan pressed on. Where are they now? Helene answered blankly. I don't know. Master wouldn't let me know. I helped them infiltrate Stormwind City. I hid them in a cargo carriage, and then they left, and never came back. How do you communicate? Once again, that eerie smile spread across Helene's face. No communication now. Master abandoned me. A hint of resentment laced her voice. But before, we used this symbol to communicate. She raised her hand and, using the already coagulated blood, slowly drew a pattern on the wall. A crying vertical pupil eye. The questions were over. Helene's body fell back to the ground like a cut marionette, devoid of any life. Silence reigned in the room. That eye, it was actually Terran Gorfiend's symbol. So it seemed, Stalvan's necromancy also came from Terran Gorfiend. From the letter at Lion's Pride Inn, to the clerk in Darkshire, to this cabin by Crystal Lake, the source of everything pointed to that Death Knight. Morgan and Stella were still out of the loop. But Wenlei and Alan both fell silent. No one had expected that just investigating an ordinary woman living by Crystal Lake could unearth such earth-shattering clues. Side quest, The Secret of the Pentagram, completed. Reward, free attribute points x5 have been distributed. Reward, 2 random low-level spells and 1 random mid-level spell are being drawn. Draw successful. Congratulations. You have successfully obtained spells, Speak with Animals, Knock, and Chain Lightning. Speak with Animals. Spell level, level 1. Effect, you can ask questions to animals and receive answers. If the animal is friendly to you, they might be willing to help. Note, not recommended for use on party members with low intelligence. Knock. Spell level, level 2. Effect, unlock an object sealed by an ordinary lock or a magical lock. Chain Lightning. Spell level, level 6. Effect, strike an enemy with lightning, and a chain of lightning bolts scatters from the target, annihilating enemies. Alan nearly shouted out loud a level 6 evocation spell, Chain Lightning. He had finally drawn a powerful attack spell. This feeling was akin to pulling a golden legendary card in Hearthstone. The frustration of drawing Speak with Animals vanished instantly. Then, a raging fire ignited in Alan's heart. That mark. Behind Helene was Terran Gorfiend. Behind Stalvan was also Terran Gorfiend. Milana. Tyroya. Morgan's uncle, and these 6 children, they had all died because of Terran Gorfiend. He still hadn't truly avenged Milana. Unforgivable. Side quest triggered, Blood for Blood. Terran Gorfiend sounds like some madman from the Red Robe Mage Council. As the true puppet master, his countless heinous crimes have ignited a blaze of fury in your heart. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Blood debts must be paid in blood. Kill him. Quest objective, find Terran Gorfiend and kill him. Quest rewards, all attributes +2, random low-level spell x2, random mid-level spell x1. Alan desperately tried to recall what exactly had Terran Gorfiend come to Azeroth to do. In his previous life, he had never even played Warcraft. He only remembered bits and pieces of the Warcraft storyline before World of Warcraft's release from reading the chronicles. All he knew was that the Dark Portal would open again, but he had no idea what Terran Gorfiend had done before that. Anyway, it should be related to reopening the Dark Portal. Wen Lei was rapidly thinking. Terran Gorfiend must be in Stormwind City right now. How could they use that symbol to lure him out? How could they expose this Death Knight without alarming the target? Regardless. Wen Lei and Alan exchanged a glance. They both saw the same resolve in each other's eyes. Right now, they had to return to Stormwind City immediately. And tell all of this to Varian Rin, Stormwind. Inside Katrana's mansion, candlelight flickered in the study, casting two silhouettes onto the heavy tapestries. Katrana lounged lazily on a soft couch, twirling a lock of jet-black hair between her fingers, her gaze drifting casually toward the shadowed corner of the room. The darkness there was unnaturally thick. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows first, a pair of eyes burning with ghostly green flames, followed by a body clad in pitch-black armor, and finally, a face so pale it was nearly rotting. A Death Knight. He stepped out from the shadows, surrounded by an aura of decay and death, the ghostly green flames flickering in his hand as if they could still see the scene inside Helene's room. They've already tracked me down. His voice echoed like something from the depths of a grave horse, icy, carrying a bone-chilling dread. Black Dragon, when will you finish carrying out our planned operation? Katrana's expression shifted instantly. The lazy smile froze on her face, then was replaced by a layer of icy coldness. She slowly sat up straight, and a suffocating pressure surged in her violet eyes. The air in the study seemed to solidify in an instant. In the corner, the maid's legs gave out, and she fell to her knees with a thud, trembling like a leaf, her forehead pressed to the floor, not daring to lift it an inch. Katrana's voice was cold as frost. Watch your tongue, you insignificant worm. She stood and walked step by step toward the Death Knight. With each step, the invisible pressure grew heavier. If it weren't for my father's favor, you filthy, ugly green-skinned mongrels wouldn't be able to accomplish a single thing. The green flames in Terran Gorfiend's eyes blazed with fury. Rage churned like molten lava in his chest. He, Terran Gorfiend, the most feared existence of the Horde, was being so contemptuously humiliated by this she-dragon. But he held back. His ghostfire eyes fixed on Katrana, a barely perceptible hatred flickering within them. Someday. He would make this black dragon kneel before the Great Horde, just as the Red Dragon Queen Alexstrasza had been enslaved by the Dragonmaw clan, turning the black dragons into mounts and weapons for the Horde's conquests. Ariwith Circumflex knew. But for now, he still needed her. Terran Gorfiend lowered his head, his voice hoarse but restrained. Respected Lady Katrana, may I ask how much longer it will take before we can proceed with the planned operation? Katrana snorted coldly, the pressure slightly receding. What's the hurry? She turned and walked back to the soft couch, lounging down again with a posture so lazy it seemed as if nothing had happened at all. The day after tomorrow, I'll be returning to Lordaeron. Before I leave, I'll help you finish it for sure. Terran Gorfiend raised his head, a look of gratitude appearing on his face. Thank you, Lady Katrana. The Horde will not forget the Black Dragonflight's kindness. Katrana glanced at him with pride, her gaze as arrogant as looking down at ants in the dust. One more thing. Her voice suddenly turned cold. Do whatever you want in Stormwind, but Alan Prester is my man. Don't let him die. She paused, and a dangerous smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Otherwise. In that instant, Terran Gorfiend saw. Behind Katrana, it was as if invisible shadows were churning and swelling, coalescing into the silhouette of a massive dragon. He lowered his head and said nothing more. Stormwind Keep. Late at night. Inside the council chamber, rows of candles flickered in the night breeze. Varian hunched over a long desk piled high with scrolls, his brow furrowed, a quill pen scratching constantly across parchment. A squad of guards stood at attention on either side of the hall's doors, their postures rigid. Several SI-7 agents lurked in the shadows of the corners, their gazes scanning every entrance with vigilance. Varian put down the quill and rubbed his sore brow. After that trip with Alan, he'd realized that Stormwind wasn't as prosperous on the surface as it seemed. In the past, trapped on his throne, everywhere his eyes reached, it all seemed like a scene of vibrant life and flourishing growth. The reports submitted by those nobles always read, governance stable, and, people's livelihood peaceful. But after following Alan on all those adventures, he'd finally glimpsed the truth. It turned out that all of this was only what those nobles wanted him to see. Even Gold's Hire, right at the foot of Stormwind, was plagued by threats from kobolds, gnolls, and murlocs, with a new group of red scarf bandits rising recently. And Darkshire, even more remote, was fraught with danger, its people barely surviving. Along the way these past few days, he'd also heard many of Alan's thoughts on governing. That seemingly carefree guy would occasionally drop insights that left him feeling refreshed. So, after returning to Stormwind, he buried himself in government affairs day and night, striving to rule diligently. He wanted to become a king whom Alan Prester would truly admire from the bottom of his heart, a king who would make his people happy. Just then, Matthias Shaw's figure appeared at the hall's entrance. He approached quickly and bowed. "Your Majesty, Lady Katrana requests an audience on urgent business." Varian didn't look up, continuing to flip through the scrolls in his hands. "What does she want from me?" "Lady Katrana says she has important matters to attend to and will be returning to Lordaeron soon. Before she leaves, she wished to see if she might have the opportunity to join you for lunch tomorrow." Varian frowned slightly. "But Alan hasn't returned yet." "Tell her another time. We have plenty of time, there'll be plenty of chances later." That day, Alan had emphasized to Varian multiple times that the reason they'd stumbled upon that scene before was because Alan suspected something was off about his sister and had tested her, which led to the result. He repeatedly warned Varian never to be alone with her. But also not to alert the enemy. Alan said he would personally investigate further. Varian trusted Alan's instincts. All along their pursuit of Stalvin, his hunches had been spot on. "But..." Matthias's voice hesitated. "Lady Katrana says she has urgent matters to report. Even if she can't join you for lunch tomorrow, she hopes to see you tonight at least." Varian didn't turn around. "I'm not seeing her. If it's really urgent, tell her to have her brother come talk to me." Sigh dash. A soft sigh. Varian's pen paused mid-stroke. That sigh was gentle, plaintive. It wasn't Matthias's voice. "Why bother, little king?" The voice continued. "Can't you just cooperate with me nicely?" Varian snapped his head up. He saw Matthias Shaw's form twisting and blurring. That face rippled like a reflection on water, and then, an enchanting figure emerged from within. Katrana Prester stood there, her purple dress trailing on the floor, her smile seductive. "Where's Shaw?" Varian's voice grew tight. His hand was already on his sword hilt, and he shouted. "Guards!" But those guards stood as still as statues carved from mud and wood. Katrana let out a soft laugh. The shadowy light at her fingertips moved like a living thing, slowly spreading toward Varian. Varian tried to draw his sword, but his arm felt as heavy as lead. He tried to shout, but his throat felt like an invisible hand was strangling it. His body was slowly pressed back into the chair. "Don't struggle, little king." Katrana walked up to him. "Just go to sleep nicely. When you wake up." She paused, her smile growing even more seductive. "Everything will be different." In the dead of night, Alan and his party's carriage was racing toward Stormwind. Inside the carriage, Alan glanced at his character attributes. He had allocated all the newly earned free attribute points to charisma again. Race, human. Strength, 12, can't even lift this much weight. Add some more. Agility, 14, calling you a fast one isn't wrong. Constitution, 15, won't need saline for the next 10 years. Intelligence, 18, your brain isn't very smooth. Perception, 18, trust your instincts. Charisma, 30, what kind of aphrodisiac turned into a person? Unallocated attribute points, 0. Learned spells, meteor swarm, chain lightning, speak with the dead, knock, Tasha's hideous laughter, grease, speak with animals. Looking at his current attributes, Alan felt a strong sense of achievement. In his previous life, he had always been sickly. Now, he was finally a healthy human being. They continued on their way. But when they reached the gates of Stormwind, they discovered the gates were closed due to curfew, and no one was allowed in or out. Even the token variant had given Alan couldn't get them through. The group had no choice but to return to the grassy field outside the main gate of Stormwind and set up camp for the night. Wenlei quickly and expertly pitched 2 tents, then took his bow and arrows and disappeared into the night. Less than half an hour later, he returned carrying a few plump wild pigeons and 1 unlucky rabbit. A campfire was soon lit. Wenlei crouched by the fire, his short knife deftly flipping as he cleanly gutted the game. Morgan helped by whittling wooden skewers on the side. When the chunks of meat were skewered and placed over the fire to roast, fat dripped down, sizzling. Wenlei had also brought some spices and sprinkled them on top. Stella stared at the meat longingly, her little tongue constantly licking her lips. Even Morgan and Alan couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Wenlei glanced at them, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly into a rare hint of a smile. He handed the first 2 skewers of pigeon to Stella and Morgan, then took down the largest rabbit leg and gave it to Alan. Eat slowly. Don't burn yourselves. Stella took the pigeon, too impatient to wait for it to cool, and took a big bite. Delicious. So good. Morgan also ate heartily. Between mouthfuls, he mumbled, Mr. Wenlei, your cooking is even better than the best chef in Darkshire. Wenlei didn't respond. He just kept turning the meat skewers in his hands. Alan bit into the rabbit leg. The outside was crispy, the inside tender, and the seasoning was just right. He stood up, walked to the carriage, and handed a skewer of roasted pigeon to the driver. Thanks for the hard work. Have something to eat and warm yourself up. The driver was a taciturn middle-aged man who had barely spoken during the entire journey. He took the skewer, paused for a moment, then broke into a simple, sincere smile. Are in Nigerian Nairobi yes. Thank you, Master Alan. Alan returned to the campfire and sat back down. The flames flickered in the night breeze, casting alternating light and shadow across the faces of the 4. Not far away stood the towering walls of Stormwind. Nearby was the endless grassy field. Above them stretched a brilliant starry river. At that moment, it felt as if the world consisted only of them and this warm campfire. Alan looked at his companions gathered around the fire, and a strange warmth welled up in his heart. It had only been a little over a month since he had transmigrated here. And now, these people were already by his side. He turned to Morgan and carefully broached the subject. Morgan, once we've made a big fortune, have you ever considered moving your wife and daughter to Stormwind? Morgan looked up at him, somewhat confused. Darkshire is always too dangerous, Alan continued. You're out there punishing evil, and they're at home, worrying all the time. Stormwind is the capital, after all. It has city walls and an army. It's much safer than over there. Morgan shook his head, his tone firm. Mr. Allen, I'm not following you just for money. I'm here to repay a life-saving debt and to pursue justice. Allen looked at him, the firelight dancing in his eyes. I know. To you, the most important thing is the pursuit of justice. His voice was calm and sincere. But if you can pursue justice while also taking care of your wife and daughter, that's what true strength is. He paused, his tone growing heavier. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Morgan fell silent. The fire crackled, and the night breeze gently brushed past. After a long while, Morgan lifted his head, a complex glimmer in his eyes. Mr. Allen. His voice was a little hoarse. Thank you. I will seriously consider it. Wenlei watched the scene from the side, not intervening. He turned to Stella and, showing rare curiosity, asked. Stella, I've always wanted to ask you, you're a gnome, how did you end up in Gold's Hire, begging? In his opinion, as an engineering technician, she was surely a highly skilled professional. How had she fallen so low? Stella's face turned bright red. She stammered, saying things like, there are reasons, and, how can what we engineering types do be called begging? Her voice grew softer and softer, until it was barely audible. Did you come from Gnomerigan? Alan suddenly asked. Gnomerigan was the gnomes' capital city in World of Warcraft, an underground marvel of technology. It was currently in a state of collapse, but Alan vaguely remembered that Gnomerigan didn't fall until the Third War. Stella looked up, a flicker of longing in her eyes. Gnomerigan, such a big city. I've never been there. Her voice softened. I'm from Spirit's Rest. I don't have parents. The villagers raised me. They all said I was the smartest gnome they'd ever seen, and that one day I would become a super awesome engineering master. The firelight illuminated her small face, her sapphire blue eyes sparkling. Later, I heard that Stormwind was being rebuilt, that there were opportunities everywhere, and that I could make a lot of money. Stella's face was full of anticipation. So, the villagers all pitched in and gave me 10 silver coins, so I could go out and make my way. Her voice grew a little low. It was very cold. I walked for a very, very long time until I reached Ironforge. But when I got there, I found out that the Deep Run tram ticket cost 20 silver coins. Stella began to tell her story. The Deep Run tram had only been open for a short while, so the management wasn't too strict. Penniless Stella managed to sneak on board. Since she had never seen the Deep Run tram before, she got off at the middle of the tunnel and accidentally ended up stranded on the tracks. The tunnels beneath the tram were home to many homeless people. Stella was terrified, but she had no choice but to keep walking. Luckily, some of the homeless people were kind. She was very hungry along the way, and she even roasted rats with the other homeless people in the tram tunnels. By the time she finally made it to Stormwind, she had spent all her money. Then, treated as a vagrant, she was kicked out of Stormwind. Luckily, Mr. Farley of Gold's Hire took her in. Wenlei and Morgan both fell silent. The fire crackled, and the night breeze gently brushed past. Stella looked up, a spark of hope reigniting in her eyes. Everyone in the village told me that I would definitely succeed. When I make a fortune, I want to take everyone in the village to live in Gnomerigan. Alan looked at her. Her small face was full of hope for the future. He couldn't bear to tell her that in another decade or so, that city of technology she yearned for would fall, devoured by trogs and radiation. Those city people from Gnomerigan she spoke of would become refugees, flooding into Ironforge and pouring into her home village. He reached out and gently patted her little blue head. Don't worry, he said, his voice warm and firm. I will definitely help you make a fortune. Stella narrowed her eyes, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. The night deepened. Morgan wrapped himself in a blanket and soon was snoring steadily. Stella curled up in her blanket, her small body scrunched into a ball, still smiling. Wenlei sat by the campfire keeping watch, his gaze distant, lost in thought. Alan and Morgan shared a tent. Lying inside, Alan looked out through the open tent flap at the starry river in the sky. The night wind blew, carrying the scent of grass and the faint sound of distant wolves howling. He closed his eyes, and his thoughts gradually drifted into sleep. The next morning, just as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, Stormwind city gates slowly swung open. The four of them were already fully prepared, the carriage heading straight for Stormwind Keep. After presenting Varian's token, the guards didn't hesitate for a moment, respectfully ushering them into the fortress. Passing through several corridors, they were led into a spacious banquet hall. Sunlight streamed in through the tall stained glass windows, casting colorful rays across the floor. Massive tapestries hung on the walls, embroidered with the great achievements of Stormwind's past kings. Please wait here, the king will arrive shortly, the attending servant said, bowing as he withdrew. Alan nodded and sat down at the long table. Morgan curiously examined the decorations around him, while Stella carefully touched the silver platter on the table before quickly pulling her hand back. A quarter of an hour passed. Half an hour passed. No one came. Alan furrowed his brow, stood up, and walked to the door to look outside. The corridor was completely empty, not a single servant in sight. Strange. He murmured. Why is it so quiet? Wenlei also rose to his feet, his gaze scanning the surroundings with wary alertness. Just then, heavy footsteps surged from all directions. Squad after squad of fully armed Stormwind guards poured into the banquet hall, quickly spreading out to surround the four of them. Marshal Windsor strode out from among the guards, his rugged face ashen with grim determination. By the king's order he announced in a loud voice that echoed through the empty hall, Alan Prester is the evil black dragon Nefarian, lurking in Stormwind. He is suspected of spreading dark magic, attempting to corrupt the king, and other heinous crimes. All associates are to be arrested on the spot. Realizing something was wrong, Alan quickly tried to explain. Marshal, there must be some misunderstanding. That order you just read, did you hear it directly from His Majesty the King's own lips? A flicker of hesitation passed through Windsor's eyes. Persuasion check, success. Marshal Windsor is not the kind of fool who blindly follows stupid orders. He hasn't seen King Varian Rin with his own eyes. Since last night, the king has refused to meet anyone, and this order was transmitted through a document. He finds it suspicious too. But right now, with everyone watching, he can't just let you go. So run now. Alan took a deep breath and raised his hand. Feather fall. Pale blue light swirled around his fingertips, slowly spreading toward the three people beside him. Trust me, he shouted. Jump out the window. I won't let you fall to your deaths. Morgan didn't hesitate for a second. He charged toward the window and leaped out without looking back. His figure disappeared beyond the sill, followed by Stella, who jumped with her eyes squeezed shut. Wenlei looked at Alan. Their gazes met for a brief moment, and then he too vaulted over the edge. The guards stirred with unease. Some wanted to step forward and stop them, but no one received an order from Windsor. Alan cast one last glance at Windsor. The old marshal stood rooted to the spot, his face expressionless, yet he never gave the command to attack. That was enough. Alan rushed to the windowsill and launched himself into the air. The wind howled past his ears. Then, a massive force suddenly grabbed hold of him. The strength was terrifying, like an invisible giant hand clenching him in its grip. Blood Demon's grasp. Alan felt his body being yanked backward uncontrollably. The walls of Stormwind Keep, the sky, the earth, everything spun wildly in his vision. Thud. He slammed hard against the wall, every organ in his body feeling like it had been knocked out of place. Excruciating pain radiated from his back, his vision swimming into a blur. When Alan opened his eyes again, the first thing that came into view was a pair of long, pale legs, lazily crossed, teasingly visible beneath a robe. My dear little brother Dash. A languid, seductive voice drifted down from a soft couch above him. When did you return to Stormwind? Why didn't you tell me? Have you grown distant from your big sister? Onyxia. He had fallen into her hands again. This hellish dungeon kept throwing him straight at max-level bosses fresh out of the tutorial zone. Alan looked down at himself, ropes wrapped around and around, tied up tightly. The only part of his body that could move was his mouth. Given the current situation, pretending to be the Black Dragon Prince seemed pointless. Alan launched into his performance once more. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to impersonate a member of the Prester family. I never expected to offend the real one. Please forgive me. Rain Gobes. Katrana looked at him with amused interest. Oh. So you're not the great and wicked Black Dragon Prince Nefarian? That was just a desperate lie I told to survive. His voice carried just the right amount of regret. Think about it, how could I possibly be the Black Dragon Prince? If I were him, then you would have to be the even more noble and powerful Black Dragon Princess. His voice grew softer. I've been living in fear every single day, scamming and bluffing my way through. Tomorrow, I'll come clean to everyone. I'm not from the Prester family at all. Katrana stared at the young man before her, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. She was very satisfied with this answer. She shifted to cross her legs the other way, the movement agonizingly slow. Since that's the case, then tell me first, why did you pretend to be one of us? Alan's mind raced at lightning speed. Think, you idiot brain, think. What kind of answer would a wicked, treacherous, vile, and shameless female lizard like? Money. The words burst out of him, his voice dripping with sincerity. For the money. I want wealth, fame, and the most beautiful woman. I've never had any of these since I was a kid, so I took a desperate gamble, risking everything to impersonate a noble from some distant northern kingdom. I just wanted to get by, to find my way to the top. Katrana let out a soft laugh. No one could tell what she was thinking as she looked Alan up and down, taking her sweet time before speaking again. Very well. Finally, her crimson lips parted. I, Katrana Prester, like honest people. Since you want wealth, fame, and the most beautiful woman dash. She shifted her posture, leaning slightly forward. The deep cleavage practically struggled to escape her robe, swaying temptingly before Alan's eyes. I can give you all of it. A meaningful smile curled at the corners of Katrana's mouth. But from today onward, you will work for me. Since he really wasn't a surviving Prester heir who had escaped disaster, there was no need to kill him. Better to take him in as her proxy in Stormwind, preparing for the day she officially took control of the city. A greedy con man hungry for wealth and fame was the easiest kind of puppet to control. Work for me, and I will make you a true Prester noble son. Katrana's voice dripped with temptation. I will give you endless riches, let you enjoy boundless luxury and glory. She leaned in closer. The softness of her chest seemed ready to spill out, less than a foot from Alan's face, her warm breath brushing against his cheek. As for the most beautiful woman dash. Her voice dropped to a lover's whisper. Alan's breath hitched for a moment. Starting today, you'll live in my manor. Tomorrow, you'll return with me to Lordaeron. As for now dash. She stood with her back to the moonlight streaming through the window, her graceful figure flickering in and out of the shadows. Come serve me. Was there really such a good? No. No way. Was he, Alan, the kind of man who let his lower brain do the thinking? Becoming Katrana's kept man sounded nice and probably would be nice, but it was absolutely not a good thing. This female dragon was moody and unpredictable. Who knew when she'd get bored of him and swallow him whole in one bite? This was definitely not what Alan wanted. So. Loot. Lie. Not. But if he refused her, what if she got furious and swallowed him right here and now? Looked like he could only pretend to agree, then find a chance to slip away. I'm being forced into this, I'll have to reluctantly enjoy it, right? No. Right? In that moment, countless images flashed through Alan's mind when Leigh, Stella, Morgan, had they escaped. Varian Rin, that young king who trusted him, was his life hanging in the balance right now. Milana's promise, still unfulfilled. Could the knock spell undo the ropes binding him? Would command still work on Onyxia? Maybe he should just blast her with chain lightning and go out in a blaze of glory. He didn't know what had come over him. He lifted his head and stared straight at Lady Katrana before him. All corruption starts with a single compromise. Katrana watched the fraud before her. His gaze suddenly changed, she couldn't quite describe it, but it felt so, calm. I refuse. Katrana couldn't believe it. She thought she'd misheard. What did you say? I said dash. Alan's voice was calm but firm, each word deliberate and distinct. I refuse. That smooth-talking fraud was gone. Now, the man tied up so tightly, there was no fear in his eyes. Only something indescribable, something that made her deeply uncomfortable. Katrana flew into a rage. She snatched up her robe, her face freezing into an icy mask. She clapped her hands, the sound crisp and cold. The door swung open. Several guards strode in, followed by Duke Merismum, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile. Alan's body tensed, ready to cast a spell, ready to fight for his life. But Katrana's reaction caught him off guard. "Take him away." Her voice was ice-cold. "Throw him into Stormwind's prison." The guards grabbed Alan and dragged him out. Alan didn't struggle. He didn't speak again. But just as he was being hauled through the doorway, he glanced back. That look, it was impossible to read its meaning. The door slammed shut. Duke Merismum stood there. He'd been eavesdropping outside and had caught snippets of their conversation. So this proud Lady Katrana, who had never favored any man in Stormwind, also harbored such filthy desires. His breathing quickened. His greedy eyes slid over Katrana like a slimy tongue. Lady Katrana. He dropped to his knees with a thud, crawling on all fours like a dog toward her. I'm willing to serve you. I'd do anything for you. Anything. I'd even lick your toes if you commanded it, Aotiland bot Epsilon. Katrana looked down at the worm squirming at her feet. A flicker of disgust passed through her violet eyes. Filthy vermin, daring to covet me. She raised her hand. A dark light coiled around her fingertips, like an invisible thread, gently wrapping around Duke Merismum's neck. The disgusting sycophantic smile was still plastered on his face. Then, the smile froze. His eyes bulged wide, his mouth gaped open, but no sound escaped. His body began to convulse. After a moment. Thud. He collapsed to the floor. But his eyes, still wide open, stared up at the ceiling. In those dead eyes, staring at nothing, lingered the last remnants of fear and confusion. Katrana didn't spare him another glance. She walked to the window and looked out at the nightscape of Stormwind. Her mind couldn't calm down for a long time. Alan Prester. Alan Prester. Alan Prester. This man actually dared to refuse me, actually dared to refuse me. She had lived for 10,000 years, seen countless creatures grovel before her, seen countless humans kneel at her feet, seen countless so-called heroes turn into cowards before her. But this fraud, this weakling, this ant she had tied up like a dumpling, who could be killed with a single thought. He said, "I refuse." Katrana suddenly felt that everything about Stormwind had lost its appeal. She didn't want to stay here anymore. She raised her hand and waved. A set of elegant, casual clothes materialized out of thin air, draping over her body. She pushed open the door and summoned the guard standing in the corridor outside, one of her true confidants, transformed from a dragon man via magic. Everything that needed to be done is done. Her voice had regained its usual lazy indifference. Let's go. Back to Lordaeron. The dragon man guard bowed. As you command, my lady. Alan woke up in a strange place. The first thing he felt was the damp, chilly cold. Then came the smell rotten straw, moldy stone, and the faint stench of excrement. He opened his eyes. Dim. Rough stone walls surrounded him. The floor was wet stone slabs, covered with a thin layer of already blackened straw. Stormwind Prison. The deepest dungeon. He struggled to sit up, only to find his right hand chained to an iron ring fixed in the wall. "Oh, awake." A hoarse voice came from beside him. Alan turned his head. In the same cell, a filthy prisoner was staring at him. The man was around 30 or 40, his face covered in stubble, his hair a tangled, matted mess. He was sizing Alan up with a lecherous gaze. "Pretty boy, new here." He grinned, revealing a few yellowed teeth. "Know the rules. Newcomers pay tribute to the old-timers. You look soft and tender, should have some fat on you, right? Hand it over, and I'll have your back from now on. Otherwise." He stood up, staggered over, and reached out to slap Alan's face. "Otherwise, I'll show you what it means to wish you were never born dash." His voice died in his throat. Alan's gaze fell upon him. In those eyes, shadows surged. It was as if something indescribable was watching this pathetic prisoner through those eyes. That gaze landed on him, like the stare from an abyss. The filthy prisoner's hand froze mid-air. His legs started to give way. Thud. He plopped down onto the ground, mouth agape, unable to make a sound. He watched the pretty boy slowly sit up straight. The chains clinked against his wrist, but they couldn't drown out the trembling that rose from the depths of his soul. What was that? He didn't know how he crawled back to the corner. All he knew was that when those eyes finally looked away, he was already drenched in cold sweat, curled up in the corner of the cell, not daring to lift his head again. Stormwind Prison, contraband storage. Right now, a portly guard was bent over, rummaging through rows of wooden shelves. His name was Mocker. He had worked in this sunless dungeon for 10 years, and his greatest pleasure was rifling through prisoners' belongings. Of course, every now and then a few silver coins would accidentally slip into his pockets. That was his side income, and nobody cared. The prisoners? Who would bother about a bunch of criminals? Let's see, that pretty boy who came in today. Mocker mumbled, opening a wooden chest that had just arrived. Inside the box were a few disheveled clothes, a short sword, a cloak, a ring, and some miscellaneous items. His hand reached in and felt a heavy coin pouch. He opened it and found 2 gleaming gold coins and 76 silver coins, sparkling enticingly in the dim oil lamplight. Mocker's eyes lit up instantly. Ha! This clueless kid has this kind of money and doesn't even think to share. He clicked his tongue in amazement, stuffing the pouch into his vest. Serves you right for ending up in prison. He rummaged further and pulled out a shriveled ration bag and a dagger. It looked like a fairly ordinary ceremonial dagger. Mocker casually picked it up, about to toss it back into the chest. But his gaze suddenly froze. The engraved patterns on the sheath seemed to writhe slowly, as if alive. Mocker stared at it without blinking, as if he'd been rooted to the spot. Pick me up. A voice sounded inside his head. It was soft and alluring, like a lover's whisper, yet like a call from an abyss. Mocker shivered, but did not snap out of it. Instead, he stared at the dagger with deepening infatuation. Pick me up. I am yours. His hand tightened around the hilt involuntarily. A cold sensation crept across his palm, but it brought him a strange pleasure. Mocker grinned, a wicked purple light flashing across his eyes. He slipped the dagger into his waist, staggered to his feet, and shuffled out of the storeroom. As for what he had intended to do before, he had already forgotten. At the same time, deep in the dungeon, Alan sat on damp straw, leaning against the cold stone wall, his mood heavy. The bully who had come to stir up trouble had shrunk into a corner and dared not make a sound after Alan gave him a glare. Now the bully was curled up in the far corner of the cell, sneaking glances at him from time to time, then quickly looking away. Alan had no time to pay him any attention. Thoughts churned through his mind. Onyxia had said she would leave Stormwind for Lordaeron tomorrow. Of course she would not remain in Stormwind permanently. Alan now vaguely remembered that reopening the dark portal required a few treasures, most likely the usual 3, Mediva's book, the Eye of Dalaran, and Sardra's scepter. Gorfine's infiltration into Azeroth was probably aimed at retrieving those 3 items. Could one of them be hidden in Stormwind? Very possible. It now seemed likely that Terran Gorfine had reached some agreement with the Black Dragons. Onyxia had assisted Gorfine's operations in Stormwind, but that assistance stopped there. Without Onyxia, Gorfine was not invincible. What Alan had to do now was leave this prison, rendezvous with Wanlei and the others, confirm Varian's current situation, and then kill Terran Gorfine. A mouse crawled out from the wall corner, squeaking, sniffing through the straw. Alan instinctively patted his pockets empty. His belongings had been taken. Not the dagger he had long treated as a wand. He lifted his hand, and a faint glow appeared at his fingertips. Speak with animals. In an instant, the world sharpened. Tiny noises became clear, vague sensations grew acute. The mouse's squeaks turned into words in his ears. Hungry, hungry. Alan squatted down and looked at the little gray creature. You lead me to a way out of here, and I'll give you something tasty. The mouse tilted its head, its black eyes staring at him. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Alan. This mouse probably only knew that one word. He sighed and stood up. He tapped the chain on his right wrist with his left hand. Knock. Clack. The chain snapped, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. The bully in the corner widened his eyes, stunned. Alan flexed his wrist, then turned his head toward the gobsmacked thug. Where can I get food around here? The thug trembled. His name was Pete. He had been arrested 3 months ago for theft and had been bullied here regularly. Seeing a fresh pretty face like Alan's had made him think he could pick on someone new. Pete shivered all over and stammered. This is a prison. The guards only issue food once a day, not now. Seeing the deep, sinister look in Alan's eyes, Pete shivered and hurriedly corrected himself. There is. Colin. Colin is the boss among the prisoners here. He definitely has food. Even right now he must have some. Where is he? Pete pointed, trembling, then hesitated before clenching his teeth and saying. Brother, I'll show you the way. Alan raised an eyebrow. Pete immediately regretted his words, pulling a long face at the iron bars. But we can't get out either, right? Alan walked up to the door of his cell and tapped once. Clack. The lock opened. The thug's eyes bulged. My God, this big shot must be a mage, that's a big deal in his world. By the way, how did you end up in here? Alan swaggered out and glanced back at the thug. Pete gritted his teeth and forced himself to follow. They walked through dim corridors, winding and turning, until they arrived at a relatively spacious cell. The scene there was starkly different from the rest. Clean straw covered the floor, a few wine bottles were piled in the corner, and even half a roasted chicken was stuck on a makeshift wooden rack. Several burly prisoners sat together, drinking and tearing into meat. The bald, burly man at the head should be Colin. His face was full of coarse flesh, and a snarling grey wolf tattooed on his chest. He was gnawing at a drumstick, mouth greasy with juices. Pete cowered behind Alan and whispered, That's him. Alan strode up to the cell door. The prisoners looked up, paused, then burst into derisive laughter. Well. Where did this pretty boy come from? A thin-faced fellow jeered. Colin put down his drumstick, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and sized Alan up with contempt and mockery. New here? Know the rules? He grinned, showing yellow teeth. If you want to survive here, you better pay your respects to me first. Alan looked at him calmly and said, I want a piece of bread. Bread? Colin laughed as if he'd heard the world's funniest joke, tilting his head back. The lackeys laughed uproariously too. Where the hell do you think you are? A charity home? Colin rose, shook his thick neck, clenched his fist, and walked toward Alan. The lackeys rose with him, grinning viciously as they closed in. Pete's legs went weak with fear, but he dared not run, trembling behind Alan. Alan stayed perfectly still, simply watching Colin. Before you move, I have one last question. His voice was terrifying in its calmness. What crimes did you all commit to end up here? Colin paused, then sneered. His grin was overflowing with pride and recklessness. You little bastard, I killed 11 people and ended up here. He leaned close to Alan, his breath smelling of wine, and spoke each word slowly. Even so, I escaped the death sentence. Don't you get it? Alan watched him. His lips barely moved as he mouthed a few silent syllables. Mind blast. Colin's body stiffened suddenly. He froze where he stood, the feral grin on his face solidifying like a clay statue. Boss? A lackey prodded him in puzzlement. Boss, what's wrong with you? Colin didn't respond. He stood rigid as dark red fluid slowly seeped from his orifices. The lackey pushed again. Thud. Colin's body collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. The cell fell into deadly silence in an instant. The lackeys stared at Colin's fallen body, then looked up at Alan. Their expressions shifted from confusion to alarm, and alarm to sheer terror. Black wizard. He's a warlock. Help dash. They screamed, scrambling backward as if they wanted to crawl into the walls. Alan looked at his hands and sighed. Without Xalatath, even the power of Mind Blast was greatly reduced. A spell that could have obliterated a head could now only crudely shatter a brain. Just then, a clamor of footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. The guards! The guards are coming! Someone shouted. Everyone turned. A figure emerged from the dim end of the corridor. He wore a guard's uniform, but his gait was unsteady, his posture odd as if sleepwalking. Clutched to his chest was a dagger, held like something priceless. It was that guard. He cradled the dagger and walked with slow, deliberate steps. The yellow light fell across his face, revealing an obsessed, intoxicated expression, as if lost in the sweetest dream. The lackeys saw the guard and instantly treated him like a savior. Guard! Captain! Quick! This warlock killed Colin the boss. He used evil sorcery. He's a warlock. Arrest him. You must stand up for us. They cried out excitedly, eyes lighting with the hope of revenge. Colin had killed someone for some noble, that noble's influence had greased the wheels. The guards usually turned a blind eye to Colin, but now Colin was dead and the guards would surely avenge him. The pretty boy is finished. Pete went deathly pale, his whole body collapsing to the floor. It's over, I bet wrong, this is completely over. Colin is dead, the guards came, he followed that black witch doctor, can he still survive in this prison? But before long, the guard's strange gait and silence drew the attention of the other bullies. My lord, are you all right? One bully probed, voice trembling. The guard did not respond. He walked straight up to Alan, then, to everyone's shocked eyes, dropped to one knee. Until today. His voice was hollow and devout, like a prayer in a chapel. Until today, I finally know what a true God is. He lifted his head and gazed up at Alan, his eyes filled with fanatic worship. I have found my master. The bullies looked at one another, their expressions shifting from bafflement to terror, then from terror to disbelief. You are the sole apostle chosen by the divine, the guard continued, each word sending chills down spines. I am willing to give everything for you, including my lowly life. He carefully took out the stolen goods from his bosom, cradled them with both hands, and respectfully raised them above his head. Now, please allow me to return your noble possessions. Alan accepted the items and checked them one by one. Dagger there. Ring there. Cloak there. Coin pouch. He opened the purse and counted, his face immediately darkened. My 2 gold coins, 76 silver coins, and 5 copper coins, where are they? The guard hurriedly produced the coins he had just embezzled, then began to tremble in panic. He only had 2 gold coins and 76 silver coins. 5 copper coins were too few, he had thrown them away somewhere without even knowing. He grew increasingly frantic, finally dumping the dozen or so silver coins from his own pockets as well, shoving those coins along with the gold and silver into Alan's purse. Everyone watched this bizarre scene without daring to move. At last, someone stammered. You, who exactly are you? Alan raised an eyebrow. He tossed the question to the kneeling guard. You tell them why I was imprisoned. The guard lifted his head and answered mechanically. The god selected was discovered to be a black dragon covertly hiding in Stormwind, and thus imprisoned. Alan Prester raised a brow and cast a teasing glance at the bullies. Plop. Plop plop. One by one, the bullies fell flat onto the ground, trembling, wishing they could bury their faces in the straw. What's up with Stormwind? Even a black dragon isn't sentenced to death. Just tossed into prison. Stormwind is truly hopeless. Pete, meanwhile, suddenly puffed out his chest with pride. I pledged allegiance to a black dragon as my boss. I've hit the jackpot. I'm really set now. Alan ignored those cowering on the ground. He crouched down and extended a finger to gently touch a mouse crawling out from a corner. Speak with animals. The mouse squeaked, and in his ear its tiny voice turned into fragmentary words. Hungry, hungry. Alan smiled faintly and said to the mouse. Go call your kind. Today I'll let you all feast. The mouse cocked its head at him, then zipped into the hole in the wall. Trade District. Second floor of the Gilded Rose Inn. Wenlei stood by the window, peering through a gap in the curtain at the street below. He wore a dingy coarse cloak and a battered felt hat pulled low, hiding most of his face. He had never worn such shabby clothes before. Morgan had taken off his armor and wrapped himself in a shabby coat clearly 2 sizes too small. Stella had stuffed her signature blue hair into a knitted cap, wore an adult's oversized old shirt with the hem dragging to her knees, and had streaks of soot on her face, looking just like a little beggar. Wenlei sighed. These past few days have been rotten luck. Stormwind suddenly put a bounty on them with no explanation. They had to flee, hiding everywhere. The only decent thing in the last few days was discovering the Gilded Rose Inn. Soft beds and pillows, plus soundproofing far better than the Pig and Whistle Inn. If there's another chance, he'd never stay at the Pig and Whistle again, from now on it would be the Gilded Rose. They moved here mainly because they were wanted, and because their tracking of the prisoner Alan led them to this area. Stormwind Prison sits on a small island in the waterway between the Trade District and the Mage Quarter. The grey stone fortress rose in the river center, connected to both banks by only a single stone bridge, easy to defend and hard to assault. At this moment, the 3 of them all looked out the window at the prison's silhouette. The air was tense. Because, they were about to break into the prison. Stormwind Prison changes guard every 8 hours, and during the brief few minutes of rotation the defense is thin, they plan to exploit that window, break in, and rescue Alan. Action start. In the days leading up to this, Stella had been laboring to assemble several crates of smoke bombs for the rescue. After Morgan loaded the last crate onto the carriage, Wenlei and Stella climbed down. They quietly got into the carriage. They exchanged a look inside the wagon. "Thank you for trusting me and my young master. No more words, great reward awaits." Morgan and Stella nodded firmly. Everything was set. Prison break operation, commence. The previous coachman hadn't been wanted, but he volunteered to follow Wenlei and the others to help. Now he held the reins steadily. The carriage rolled onto the street in the Mage Quarter closest to the prison. It was basically empty. Towering mage spires lined the sidewalks, with few pedestrians. The coachman made a hard decision and yanked the reins. The 2 horses neighed and bolted away. "Oh no! My horses! My horses ran off!" The driver jumped down and shouted, running anxiously toward the nearby guards. The unattended carriage sat where it was, the wagon door facing the prison. Inside the carriage, the 3 of them quietly lifted the curtain a little and anxiously watched the distant prison. Finally, the guards on the stone bridge began to move. The guard rotation time had arrived. Wenlei gripped his bow, Morgan held his sword hilt, Stella clutched a bundle of smoke bombs. Suddenly, right next to their stationary carriage, a manhole cover abruptly opened from below. A head poked up out of the hole. Alan stuck his head out and looked up at the carriage. Wenlei's hand was still on his bow, Morgan's eyes bulged, Stella held the smoke bombs while her lips formed an O. Their eyes met. Alan blinked. Well now. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks. They were just about to break into the prison, and this kid casually strolled out on his own. Alan spoke lightly, "What's going on? How did you know to pick me up here?" "Telepathy." Just then, a muffled voice came from beneath Alan, "Boss, how is it? Can we get out?" "Boss?" Wenlei, Morgan, and Stella almost simultaneously leaned out of the carriage window, peering down at the manhole cover. In the sewer, faint figures could be seen in the dim light. They were stacked on top of each other like a human pyramid, with the one at the very top supporting Alan with his shoulders. Looking further down, there were more people, some bracing against the wall, others stepping on their companions' shoulders, forming a crude ladder. When those prisoners looked up and saw the heads poking out of the carriage, they panicked. "Boss! Go! We'll hold them off." Alan waved his hand dismissively, "Don't worry, they're with me. They came to pick me up." The terror on the prisoners' faces instantly turned to shock. They looked at the people in the carriage, then back at Alan, unsure how to react. That thug, Pete, puffed out his chest matter-of-factly, of course. As the king of prison, the boss definitely needs an escort for his escape. Wenlei and the others couldn't keep their composure. What the hell? You've only been locked up for a few days, and you're already the king of prison. Wenlei took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and asked, "Are you just going to climb out like this? Aren't you afraid of drawing attention?" Alan smiled mysteriously. He began a countdown. 10. Everyone exchanged glances. 9. 8. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Boom. A massive commotion erupted from the distant Stormwind prison. Screams, shouts, and the clatter of falling objects mixed together like a pot boiling over. Then, countless grey figures poured out of the prison's gates and windows. It was a huge swarm of rats, a pitch-black tide surging out of the prison. The guards were scared shitless. Some dropped their weapons and ran, others climbed high and screamed, and a few simply rolled their eyes and fainted. The entire prison descended into chaos. Amidst the pandemonium, Alan lightly leaped out from under the manhole cover. Wenlei's gaze landed on him, and she froze for a moment. Even though he had just crawled out of the sewer, Alan was surprisingly clean. Though he looked a bit travel-worn, it only accentuated an air of fragile beauty about him. Wenlei looked away. The coachman had already whistled, and luckily, the horses obediently returned. He swiftly tied the reins, moving with the efficiency of a seasoned thief. "Reno." Before leaving, Alan lowered his head and spoke to the prisoners under the manhole cover. "After I'm gone, you all need to reform yourselves. If you do well, come find me after you're released. If not, dash." He paused. "Sooner or later, I, Alan Prester, will return to Stormwind Prison. And when I do, there'll be hell to pay. Pass that on to everyone." A resounding chorus of replies came from beneath the manhole. Then, those figures silently retreated into the darkness, and the manhole cover was carefully moved back into place. Not a single prisoner tried to escape. The carriage immediately sped off, heading toward the end of the street. Inside the carriage, Stella pounced on Alan, her small face full of concern. "Savior. Are you okay after all these days?" Wenlei sized Alan up, the corners of her mouth lifting with a hint of teasing. "Not just okay if you ask me, you've gained a bit of weight." Alan's expression flickered. He seriously looked down at himself, then back up at Wenlei. "Really? Have I gained weight?" Wenlei met his earnest gaze, looking at that handsome face glowing faintly in the dim carriage light, and suddenly she looked down without answering. Stella shook her head vigorously beside him. "No way, no way. My savior has clearly lost weight. A lot." Alan reached out and gently patted Stella's head, his eyes apologetic. "Sorry, I said I'd take you to make big money the other day, and now we're fugitives." He then looked at Morgan, his gaze carrying the same apology. Stella squinted, enjoying the petting, her small face full of contentment. Don't worry. I absolutely trust my savior. My savior is definitely not some ugly, evil black dragon." Morgan said nothing, just nodded slightly. But that nod carried significant weight. Wenlei looked up and asked, "So, what do we do now?" Alan didn't answer. He reached out and pulled the carriage curtain slightly, his gaze crossing the rooftops and streets in the night, landing on the towering Stormwind Keep. The castle's spires glimmered coldly under the moonlight, only a few windows lit among countless dark ones. "I firmly believe that decree wasn't issued by him personally." His voice was calm, yet resolute. "We're going to save Varian." Stormwind Keep. At the end of a long corridor, two groups faced off. Marshal Windsor stood there, flanked by fully armed guards. His face was grim, his gaze piercing as he stared at the opposite party. Duke Merismum stood at the other end of the corridor, followed by a group, some dressed as nobles, some as guards, and a few in black robes. "Marshal, are you going to disobey orders?" Duke Merismum's voice was sharp and arrogant. Windsor stood unmoved. Unless I see the king himself, I will not allow anyone into Stormwind Keep's treasury. He spoke each word deliberately, every syllable hammered into the ground. Also, Duke Merismum, I expect to see His Majesty the King here tomorrow. Otherwise dash. He paused, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. I will lead my troops to impeach your Regency Council. An unnatural look crossed Duke Merismum's face. The face was still the same, but the smile's curve was stiff, the gaze's movement sluggish. A figure standing beside him lifted his eyes slightly. It was Terran Gorfiend. He was wearing the skin taken from Helene's husband, a plain middle-aged man with an ordinary face and medium build. But deep in his eyes, ghostly green flames silently flickered. He was barely restraining his rage. Damn that Windsor. Duke Merismum had already been transformed into an undead by Terran Gorfiend. The Duke loved his new identity, believing it was a new life granted by the beautiful Lady Katrana. He was immortal now. He could forever enjoy power, wealth, and everything this rotting world offered him. So he continued to pretend to be alive, secretly manipulating the Regency Council. As for Varian, he was currently controlled by Katrana's minions, imprisoned deep in his chambers. Logically, Gorfiend should have been able to easily achieve his goal: retrieve Mediva's book stored in Stormwind, then leave this damned human city. But because of this stubborn Windsor, who insisted on seeing King Varian in person before granting access. He had stalled for so long. Terran Gorfiend's eyes gradually turned icy. He had no time left. It seemed. A direct assault was necessary. Deep at night, the high walls of Stormwind Keep cast a forbidding shadow under the moonlight. Wenlei kept glancing back at Alan. Are you sure this will work? Can it really understand what you want it to do? Alan gave a faint smile. Don't worry about it. Time rewinds to 3 hours earlier. After escaping from Stormwind Prison, they hid temporarily in the Dwarf District. The carriage driver brought them to an old friend's blacksmith shop. The blacksmith was a red-bearded dwarf named Blorn, and he was generous to a fault. The carriage driver only promised, "I'll buy you a good drink later," and the dwarf waved a huge hand, lending them the entire smithy. There, Stella crafted an extraordinarily long grappling rope. Alan planned to bypass everyone in Stormwind Keep and climb from the back of the keep straight into Varian's bedchamber. How could the rope possibly hook that far? He found a sparrow pecking for food in the blacksmith's backyard. He crouched down, stared at the tiny bird, and cast Speak with Animals. "Hey, little guy, can you do me a favor?" The sparrow tilted its head and chirped a flurry of sounds. "What are you doing? Got any food?" Alan pulled out a handful of grains. "Find me a bigger bird. These grains are yours." The sparrow pecked a few grains and fluttered away. Not long after, a plump pigeon flapped down before him. "Human, are you calling me?" The pigeon's voice was slow and earnest. Alan looked it over and shook his head. "You're not big enough. Find me a larger bird, and you'll be handsomely rewarded." The pigeon cooed and flew off. After a while, a sudden gust of wind pressed down from the sky. Alan looked up and saw an eagle diving. Its wingspan was over a man's width, and clutched in its talons was that poor pigeon. The eagle landed on the wall and released its grip. The pigeon lay motionless on the ground, clearly dead. "Human." The eagle spoke, its voice low and majestic. "I have heard that you are a wish-granting god of the wilds. Make a wish to you, and a reward will be returned." Abs. Alan glanced at the innocent pigeon on the ground and his mouth twitched. You could say that. If you help me with a small task, I'll grant you a wish." The eagle's eyes brightened. "No problem, human." It lifted its head with extreme pride. "I desire the most dazzling plumage to attract a mate." Alan inspected the eagle's gray-brown feathers and nodded. "No problem." The deal was sealed, and Alan, as promised, gave the pigeon a proper burial. As for the eagle's wish. That night they quietly borrowed dye from a textile shop in the Dwarf District and painted the eagle a vivid pink. Alan left enough coin in the shop to cover the dye and labor. Back in the present, the pink eagle sat ostentatiously on Alan's shoulder, strikingly conspicuous in the moonlight. Alan muttered a few words to the pink eagle. It nodded, took the tip of the grappling rope in its beak, and shot into the sky. Lei tilted her head and followed the silhouette with sharp eyes. She watched the eagle fly to the highest point of the keep, the Stormwind Lion banner snapping in the night wind. It circled the flagpole, winding the rope round and round. At the end, it even used its sharp beak and talons to tie a knot in the rope. Lei's eyelid twitched. Is this, okay? She turned to Alan with envy. So he really could talk to animals. Judging by that, he was more suited to being a ranger than she was. Go ahead. Alan made a hand gesture. Lei did not hesitate. She grabbed the rope, tested its stability with a hard pull, then launched herself upward. Her silhouette in the moonlight was like a nimble cat, climbing the rope at a breathtaking speed. Morgan went second. Stella went third. Alan dawdled until the end. He grabbed the rope and looked up at the towering wall, his Adam's apple bobbing. I'm not afraid of heights, he murmured to himself. I'm not afraid of heights. I have feather fall. Don't be scared, don't be scared. He drew a deep breath and began to climb. In the king's bedchamber of Stormwind Keep, Varian lay in bed, frowning, tormented by endless nightmares. Varian didn't know how long he had been in the dark. A blood-red scene stretched before him. He stood in the throne hall of Stormwind Keep. Someone sat on the throne. His father. Lane Rin. Garona's dagger pierced his chest, blood streaming down the throne, drop by drop onto the floor, pooling into a river of blood. Father. A young Varian knelt beneath the throne, his hands coated in blood. The warmth and stickiness of it seeped through his fingers, impossible to clean away. You must. His father's voice came from far away, broken, like a candle in the wind. You must, become a worthy king, you must. I can't. Varian shouted, terror loud in his voice. I can't do it, father. I can't. But his father's figure blurred, and along with the throne and the blood, dissolved into the darkness. Then he saw the day the orcs broke Stormwind. The wall collapsed, flames towering, green-skinned monsters roaring as they poured through the gate. He saw himself being carried away in panic, fleeing that burning city. Behind him was the ruin of his home, his father's kingdom, the blood of countless people. You must become a worthy king. His father's voice sounded again in his ear. You must. But another voice rose too. Run. Go somewhere safe. You can't do it. You're not capable. Run, run far away. It was his own voice. The cowardly self that had taken root in his heart the day his father was murdered. Over the years, that coward had lain dormant inside him, emerging whenever he was alone, weary, or frightened. No. Varian ground his teeth. I will not flee. I am Varian Rin. Even if I die fighting here, I will not run. But that cowardly self was so determined. He felt himself split into two, one who wanted to fight, one who only wanted to flee. He returned to the throne hall and lay weakly on the floor, staring up. Above the throne hall were stained glass windows. Those windows once depicted the glorious deeds of Stormwind's kings. Now those images were twisted. They warped, reshaped, constantly changing, green-skinned orcs, tentacled demons, and a black dragon. A massive black dragon sprawled across the stained glass, its golden eyes staring through the panes, fixated on him. They laughed. They waited for him to break. They waited for him to become a coward. Bang! 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 A heavy impact sounded from overhead. Varian raised his head in confusion. The grotesque monsters on the stained glass had vanished. In their place stood a blurred human figure. That figure stood beyond the thick glass, shouting something at him. The voice filtered through the glass, distant and muffled, like words through water. Rian. Wake up. Who was it? He watched the figure outside the glass, mouth opening and closing as if shouting. "We're here, to rescue, wake up." The voice came in broken fragments but grew clearer. Varian forced his mind to focus to hear it. "Knock, this window, is it, unlocked?" Varian saw the figure stand up. "Whatever, just break it, forget it." Then the figure leapt high. A foot pushed off. Bang dash. The stained glass exploded. Countless colored shards rained like falling stars, glittering, spinning, cascading in the moonlight. That shower of fragments was like a brilliant downpour, engulfing the entire throne hall. The twisted monsters, the crimson eyes all dissolved with the shattering glass. And that person, that figure, fell toward him through the rain of broken glass. In the room, Varian finally opened his eyes. Moonlight spilled through the broken window, illuminating the whole bedchamber. A silhouette stood in the shattered window frame, backlit by the moon, face hidden. But Varian recognized the outline all too well. Alan Prester. He stood amid the broken glass, night wind whipping his robes. Moonlight traced a silver edge around him, the fallen shards glittered at his feet as if he were stepping on stars. He steadied himself and brushed glass fragments from his clothes, then looked down at the man in the bed. "You're finally awake. Get up, quick. Stormwind is about to be turned upside down." Varian opened his mouth, about to speak. Outside, Wenlei's voice called immediately. "Alan. Are you okay?" Stella's small exclamation followed, "Wow." Our benefactor kicked the window open. And Morgan muttered in a low tone, "By the light, this is the royal palace." Alan couldn't help frowning as he looked at Varian, who had become so thin and gaunt. "Brother, can you even handle this?" His tone was full of disdain. "I told you over and over again. My sister is dangerous. Very dangerous." At the mention of that, Varian's face instantly darkened. "You'll have to ask Shaw about that." His voice was hoarse and weak. What the hell was he doing? The leader of SI-7, and he got replaced so easily. As they spoke, Wenlei and the others also squeezed in. Alan helped Varian stagger to his feet. Once Varian steadied himself, he suddenly grabbed Alan's arm. His eyes were filled with urgency. "Tiffin. My wife. Have you seen her?" Alan quickly patted the back of his hand. Calm down, calm down. We'll find her right now." Just then. Bam! The door was shoved open violently. A figure dressed as a maidservant stood at the entrance, a long spear clutched in her hand. When she saw the group of uninvited guests inside, she froze for a moment. Then a murderous glint flashed in her eyes, and she lunged forward, spear at the ready. Alan reacted quickly, raising a finger and pointing. Tasha's hideous laughter. Saving throw, failed. The maidservant halted mid-charge. Suddenly frozen in place. She looked down at her own maid outfit and, for the first time, thought it looked utterly ridiculous. She burst into laughter. The laughter grew louder, more maniacal, until she could no longer focus on maintaining the magical transformation. Amid the laughter, the maidservant's form began to twist and swell. Something seemed to writhe beneath her skin, tearing the maid dress apart. Her body grew taller and more massive. Vicious bone spurs jutted from her back. Her face elongated, fangs and scales sprouting. A hideous dragon man now stood before them, still laughing wildly. Arcane shot. Wenlei was the fastest to react. A beam of light shot from her hand, striking the dragon man squarely in the chest. But the dragonman's skin was as hard as iron. The arrow only penetrated a few inches before stopping. The searing pain snapped the dragonman out of its laughter. It let out a furious roar, grabbed its spear, and charged at the group. Morgan, who had crawled up without his armor or shield, panicked. He grabbed a nearby solid wooden cabinet, hoisted it above his head, and swung it at the dragonman's spear. Obs! Boom! The spear pierced the cabinet door, sending wood chips flying. Morgan gritted his teeth, pushing the cabinet forward. Stella hadn't brought up many of her engineering gadgets either. Flustered, she started chanting a spell. Clatter clatter. A pile of steaming magical bread materialized out of thin air, forming a small mountain. Luckily, the magical bread wasn't completely useless. When Varian saw the bread, his eyes lit up. He was too weak, barely able to stand. He grabbed a loaf, wolfed it down, and shouted hoarsely. "Alan! Give me a weapon." Alan pulled the short sword from his waist and tossed it over. Varian caught it. The moment the hilt touched his hand, the fire in his eyes reignited. Wenlei kept firing. Every arrow struck true, aiming for the dragonman's eyes, neck, and gaps in its scales. Morgan was blazing with the light. He swung the shattered cabinet down with all his might. Judgment strike. Boom! The cabinet shattered completely, but the dragonman just swayed, growing even more enraged. At that moment, Varian moved. Rage burned in his chest. Rage at the black dragon. Rage at being controlled. Rage at everything, all of it condensed into the tip of his sword. He let out a furious roar. Like a provoked lion, he charged forward and leaped high. Thunder strike. The blade, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, drove down from above, plunging precisely into the dragonman's skull and piercing straight through. The dragonman's roar cut short. Its massive body swayed twice, then crashed to the ground. Varian gasped for breath, stumbled, and nearly fell. Alan quickly caught him. "Let's go." Varian pushed his hand away, his voice hoarse but firm. "Find Tiffin." They rushed out of the room. In the adjoining side chamber, Tiffin Rin lay quietly on the bed, as if in a deep sleep. Her face was pale, her brow furrowed, as though tormented by a nightmare. Varian staggered to the bedside and took her hand, his voice trembling. "Tiffin. Tiffin. Wake up. Let me." Morgan stepped forward. He stood beside the bed, took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, and prayed softly. "Light, you are the bane of all filth, the end of all darkness. Please heed your servant's prayer. With your radiance, cleanse this body of every power that does not belong to her." Golden light surged from his palms. Like a warm tide, it slowly enveloped Tiffin's entire body. The moment the light touched her, wisps of black mist seeped from her mouth, nose, and ears, dissolving in the holy radiance. Tiffin's eyelashes fluttered. She opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Varian's gaunt and anxious face. "Varian." Her voice was weak but carried a tender smile. "You're safe, that's wonderful." Varian pulled her into his arms. "I'm fine. You're fine too. Everything's fine now." Tiffin raised a hand and gently stroked his face. "It's good that we're both fine," Tiffin said softly. "Good that we're both fine." The tender moment had just begun when shouts of battle erupted from outside. The clash of steel, furious roars, and screams pierced the night, coming from elsewhere in Stormwind Keep. Alan suddenly stood up. "That should be Terran Gorfiend. He's lurking in Stormwind. I suspect he came from Mediva's book." Wenlei glanced at Alan. This was the first time he'd suddenly brought up the guess about Mediva's book. Alan looked at Varian. "You're too weak. Just give me the signet ring or something. We'll handle it." Varian lifted his head. "No. Why so stingy?" Alan raised an eyebrow. "It's not like I won't give it back." "No." Varian leaned on the bed frame and slowly stood up. "I mean, I'm coming too." Alan looked him up and down. "In this state?" he said mercilessly. "You're not afraid of dying on the battlefield on your royal campaign?" Varian shot him a look tinged with a hint of disdain. "Look at yourself. You're the spitting image of an evil black wizard. If you show up with my signet ring, which side are my soldiers supposed to attack?" Alan was momentarily speechless. Tiffin gently took Varian's hand, looking at him tenderly. "Go." Her voice was soft but firm. "Don't let your people worry. I'll wait here for you to come back." Varian leaned down and placed a kiss on her forehead. Then he straightened up, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the room. Finally, it landed on Morgan. Morgan. Morgan shuddered. Sir. Can you carry me downstairs? Morgan's brain short-circuited in an instant. I have to carry King Rin. I have to carry King Rin. His face flushed crimson, his chest heaving violently, and he stammered out. Yo. Your Majesty, of course. It's my honor. Morgan's brain short-circuited in an instant. I have to carry King Rin. I have to carry King Rin. His face flushed crimson, his chest heaving violently, and he stammered out. Yo. Your Majesty, of course. It's my honor. White light spread across the horizon, the dawn about to tear through the night. The treasury of Stormwind Keep sat on the castle's lowest level, adjacent to the armory. On the open square before the vault, Marshal Windsor leaned on his sword, his marshal's coat soaked in blood, some his own, more from the enemy. He hadn't returned home for some time because of his suspicions, instead remaining on duty here. Sure enough, Duke Merismum bared his fangs. Tonight he led his privately trained soldiers and knights in a surprise attack on the keep's treasury. Although Windsor's suspicions were confirmed, he felt no joy. The confirmation meant King Varian Rin might already be in grave danger. He would have preferred to be wrong. Hold on. Windsor shouted hoarsely, cleaving open a corpse that lunged at him with his long sword. Reinforcements will be here any moment. In truth, he did not know whether help would arrive. He only had to make his men believe. Marshal. The adjutant's face was streaked with blood, his voice hoarse. Brothers are running out of strength. Windsor. Duke Merismum stood behind the battle line, that ghastly pale face full of smugness. You colluded with the Black Warlock, plotting against the king. Tonight is your death. Windsor didn't bother answering the shameless accusation. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword back into the fray. With such commotion, where were the troops stationed at Stormwind Keep? Had the keep already fallen? At last, the sound of heavy footsteps reached them. Row after row of fully armed Stormwind guards surged onto the square. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Duke Merismum's face changed instantly, but he reacted quickly, drawing a parchment from his breast and raising it high. Look closely. His voice was sharp and triumphant. This is a personal edict from His Majesty the King. Windsor colluded with the Black Warlock Alan Prester, betraying Stormwind and conspiring against the realm. His Majesty has been harmed by that evil black witchcraft, stricken ill and forced into seclusion. He paused, letting his gaze sweep over the soldiers who now showed hesitation, a cold grin curling at his lips. Remember that day when Windsor let Alan's accomplices go free? Many of you were there. The traitor exposed himself. Will you still risk your lives for him? Windsor is Alan's accomplice. The soldiers looked at one another, their grips on swords and spears starting to falter. Someone whispered, "The king, is he really ill? I saw it with my own eyes." Duke Merismum's voice climbed. That Alan Prester is always lurking near His Majesty. Didn't you notice? The king left with him and returned shut away. Is that not the sign of black magic taking hold? Weapons were held tensely as gazes flickered between Windsor and Merismum. Some wore confusion, some nervousness, some were already wavering. Windsor watched it all, ice cold sinking into his chest. He recalled the vision from Karazhan. That day, he and Sir Lothar had stormed Karazhan. Inside the tower he'd seen a prophecy of his death. In the vision, Stormwind was engulfed in flames, a black dragon's shadow blotting out the sun, and he lay beneath that dragon's claws. It was his fate, a conclusion he seemed destined to be unable to escape. Could that vision be coming true today? He raised his head, scanning the bewildered soldiers and the triumphant Merismum. Maybe today would be the day he gave everything. Maybe today would be the day his fate finally claimed him. Soldiers. Windsor spoke, his voice low. I, Windsor, enlisted at 15, followed Sir Lothar into battle for half my life, witnessed Stormwind's falls and personally buried countless comrades. In my life I have never betrayed my oath, nor this city. He paused, lifting his blood-blunted longsword, pointing the tip squarely at Duke Merismum, his voice abruptly rising. Today, I am willing to give my life to prove it all. Evil Black Dragon, I will use my life to expose your true face. Windsor raised his sword high, shouting as if to charge forward. Ha! At that moment, a cry split the sky. The king is here! The voice struck like thunder from above. Everyone froze, the soldiers, Merismum, Windsor, all eyes turned toward the sound source. Dawn was breaking, the first ray spilling down. Within that light, several figures plunged from above, leaping directly from the castle rooftop. Behind them the newly risen sun cast a golden outline around their silhouettes, as if gods had descended. Alan was at the front. He spread both hands, pale blue light welling from him, enveloping every person behind him. Feather fall. The rate of their descent slowed abruptly, as if invisible winds cradled them. They drifted down gently, gradually approaching the square. Varian dismounted from Morgan's back. He staggered but then stood steady. His face still bore the pallor of illness, yet his eyes, those lion-like eyes, burned with fierce light. The soldiers were stunned. That was the king. That really was their king. Varian strode forward. His voice, hoarse from weakness, still carried undisputed authority. Soldiers of Stormwind, heed my command. He lifted his hand and pointed straight at Duke Merismum. Merismum plots to usurp the throne and colludes with external enemies. Seize him. By your command. The soldiers' roar was deafening. They turned, blades and spears instantly aimed at Merismum's men. The smugness on Merismum's face froze. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Enough. A roar like hell itself. One of the black-clad men beside Merismum began to twist, his body swelling. The human skin tore apart, revealing a hideous visage beneath, a rotting body burning with sickly green ghost fire, black armor etched with twisted runes, orbits blazing with the fire of death. A death knight. Terran Gorfiend. The men wearing human skins ripped off their disguises in turn, death knights emerged from their shells, the air instantly thick with rot and the scent of death. Terran stood in the morning light, and upon that decayed face a grotesque smile appeared. Varian Rin. His voice echoed like from the depths of a tomb, you came. Excellent. Then die here. Alan raised Xalatath and pointed it at Terran Gorfiend. Grease. But at the very moment of casting, a searing pain struck his skull, like countless steel needles piercing his brain at once. The agony made him freeze, and the conjured lard veered off course, splattering noisily beside Terran Gorfiend and the others. It drenched them in grease, but did nothing to hinder their movements. Terran Gorfiend sneered coldly. Just as expected. According to the intelligence Lady Katrana provided, Alan Prester was the weakest link among these meddlesome fools. The Death Knights moved. They swept into the ranks of soldiers like reapers of life, blades swinging, flesh and blood flying. Ordinary weapons clanging against them only sparked off faint flashes, incapable of dealing lethal damage. But every single one of their attacks claimed a living soul. When Lay drew her bow, an explosive arrow aimed at Terran Gorfiend. Roar! Terran Gorfiend let out a thunderous howl, the sound laced with some strange, sinister magic. One by one, crimson bloodhands burst forth from his body, latching onto dozens of soldiers and dragging them like dolls toward Terran Gorfiend. When Lay quickly lowered her bow, afraid the explosion would injure the soldiers being pulled toward the Blood Fiend. Alan tried to immediately throw another Tasha's hideous laughter at the Blood Fiend, but suddenly, his head hurt even more. He dropped to his knees, his skull feeling like it was splitting apart. The soldiers screamed and struggled, but they could not break free from that power. Crunch crunch crunch. The sound of bones shattering rose and fell in waves. Those soldiers were forcibly crushed into bloody, mangled remains, then cast aside like discarded rags. Then, the dead soldiers' bodies twitched and slowly rose to their feet. Their eye sockets blazed with ghostly green flames. They turned, raised their weapons, and aimed at their former comrades. Undead. They had been raised as undead. Varian's eyes turned bloodshot. "No dash," he roared, about to charge forward, but Morgan grabbed him in a death grip. Morgan held him fast. "Your Majesty," the paladin's voice carried a pleading note. "You cannot go. You cannot dash." Varian struggled, but he couldn't break free from Morgan's iron hold. Stella fumbled frantically through her bag, muttering under her breath, "Grenades, grenades, where the hell did I put the grenades?" Alan knelt on the ground, both hands pressed against his forehead. The pain felt like countless steel needles churning inside his mind, each pulse made his vision go dark. Through the cracks between his fingers, he saw one lay tangled up with several death knights, saw Morgan desperately holding back a nearly maddened Varian, saw the terror on Stella's face as she dug through her belongings. Omicron. Then his gaze fell on his own hand. That dagger. Xal'atath, blade of the Black Empire. Could it be, she was the one causing this? In that instant, the world froze. Stormwind Keep vanished. The battle vanished. The blood and screams vanished. Alan stood atop a stretch of ruins. The burning city of Stormwind crumbled behind him, flames illuminating half the sky. Among the shattered walls and broken pillars, he sat on a throne forged from bones and blades, the highest point of the ruins, a dais built from corpses. And he, perched at the very top. At his feet, countless figures prostrated themselves, humans, orcs, elves, dwarves, and even, dragons. Those once proud beings now groveled before him, trembling in fear. Katrana, that arrogant black dragon princess, bowed her head low, kneeling at his feet. Alan looked down at his own hands. Shadows coiled around his fingertips, a power capable of crushing stars. Alan stared coldly at all of this. "Darling." A voice came from behind him. He turned around. Above the rubble, from behind a broken stone pillar, a figure slowly emerged. Xal'atath. She had taken the form of a high elf, but her skin was a pale purple, like the twilight sky at dusk. Her eyes were like the deepest starry void, countless stars being born and dying within them. In her hands, she held a crown. The crown was pitch black, studded with countless violet gemstones. At its peak sat an open eye, slowly swiveling to look at Alan. She carried the crown toward Alan, each step treading upon empty air, ripples of shadow spreading like water beneath her feet. Alan stared at her coldly. "What are you doing?" Xal'atath stopped before him, her smile growing even more seductive. "Crowning you, darling." She bent down, raising the crown slowly, aiming it at Alan's head. "These past few days, I've had enough of you playing house with these insignificant mortals. You don't belong to their world. You should become the person you are now." She looked around at the burning Stormwind, the groveling masses, the endless ruins. "Everyone, even the entire world, lies prostrate beneath your feet. You should control everything, their hearts, their minds, even their dreams. You are the king of shadows, the deity of the void descending upon this realm." She lifted the crown even higher. "So, go ahead. Use my power. Kill everyone here, leave not a single soul alive." Her voice was like a summons from the abyss. "Use their blood to forge your stairway to godhood. Then present Mediva's book to me." Alan said nothing. He just stared at her coldly. "Let me out. I don't have time for your nonsense." The smile on Xal'atath's face froze. Those deep, starry eyes turned suddenly icy. "Darling." Her voice changed. No longer gentle, it carried a cold, condescending authority. "It seems my affection for you all this time has given you the wrong impression." Her body began to swell. Higher and higher, larger and larger, in an instant she loomed like a titan over the ruins. Before her, Alan was as insignificant as an ant. "Have you forgotten who the real master is?" Her voice thundered like lightning, shaking the entire expanse of ruins. "Have you forgotten that you swore an oath to me using your true name, that you entered into a contract? Did you really think you were the chosen one, the protagonist of this world? Did you think I was just some item you owned, who fell for you at first sight, and from then on would let you toy with me, always doing as you please, providing whatever you wanted? A storm of void raged behind her, like doomsday descending. Did you think the contract you signed before a true void god was just a joke? Her face leaned down, those enormous eyes fixed dead on Alan. From the moment you made that vow, you became nothing more than my puppet. So then Alan. Every word she spoke carried an undeniable pressure. I command you. Now. Kill everyone. Bring Mediva's book to me. Alan looked up at that titanic, godlike face. And suddenly laughed out loud. Who the hell is Alan? Zalatatha's form flickered. She couldn't believe it. Could it be? Alan looked at her, unbothered. That day, when Alan first opened his eyes in this world, the very first words he spoke. He had been lying. The young man thought to himself as he lied as naturally as drinking water, I came from Baldur's Gate. Just call me Alan. He had lied as easily as drinking water, and it wasn't just the bullshit about coming from Baldur's Gate. Alan was just a name he'd casually made up on the spot. Or rather, it was just a character sheet from a D&D role-playing game. He said, his voice hoarse yet sincere, I swear to you in the name of Alan, my lady. I am willing to devote everything of Alan to you. Please grant me power. Maybe there really is some poor bastard named Alan out there, whom I offered up to you. Alan's voice was as calm as still water. But that sure as hell isn't me. He took a step forward. On the other hand, Zalatath Dash. When that name slipped from his lips, Zalatatha's expression completely changed. You, on the other hand, truly did promise to give me power. Zalatath stared at Alan in disbelief. She had never revealed her name. How could this mortal standing before me possibly know my true name? You're probably wondering right now, how I know your true name, aren't you? The rubble began to tremble. Amidst the shaking, Alan's form was transforming. He was growing taller. No, not growing taller. Zalatath was becoming smaller. Zalatath felt her lofty position crumbling. She felt something more ancient than the void slowly opening its eyes and fixing its gaze upon her. How do I know your name is Zalatath? How do I know you're pathetically sealed within this blade of the Black Empire, barely clinging to existence, groveling and begging? Alan looked down at her. His gaze was calm, almost cruel. How do I know that you, treacherous and vile as you are, can only trick the Gurubashi trolls, deceive the dark iron dwarves, living out this pitiful, petty, colorless existence, are a Nigerian Naira? Zalatatha's body trembled violently. If you knew that I wasn't the original owner of this body. If you knew that my soul actually came from the endless starry cosmos beyond Dash. Alan leaned down. Those eyes, seemingly swirling with galaxies, were inches away. Then have you ever considered that I might be the god? Zalatath opened her mouth, but no sound came out. I've been watching you all along. Alan's voice was as light as if he were stating an insignificant fact. Little Zalatath. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile devoid of warmth, nothing but the condescension of a deity. You wanted to be my master. He paused. Are you worthy? Zalatath felt her void-born body collapsing, disintegrating, being devoured bit by bit by this man's gaze. You who fled the void in disgrace. You who were betrayed. Abandoned. Weakling. Alan straightened up. His towering form blotted out the sky. Zalatath could only look up at him. One day, I will sweep across the endless darkness and descend upon Azeroth. His voice rang out as if from the peak of the world. But your position will always be just one thing Dash. He extended his hand, pointing at the diminutive Zalatath. And that is as my most lowly servant. Zalatath. Deception check, success. Target number, 30. Roll, 31, 19 base plus 2 deception bonus plus 10 charisma bonus. You casually recite her history like a familiar tale. You skillfully toy with and interrogate her. Beneath those eyes that seem to see through all things, Zalatath feels insecure for the first time. Countless questions surge through her mind. Who are you? Where do you come from? How do you know all this? The authority you seem to hold in your hand is one that makes her tremble. It is a forbidden secret older than the void itself. She is afraid. She is afraid of being devoured by you whole, of becoming a speck of dust on your path to godhood. So she lowers her head, sheaths her claws, and decides to continue observing before reconsidering. Zalatatha's proud head bowed deeply. Alan reached out, and with one hand, he grasped her entire existence. His thumb pressed against her chin, forcing her bowed head slowly upward, compelling her to tilt her neck back and look up at him. The motion was like toying with a plaything. Now dash. His voice was calm, yet it crashed like thunder. Tuck your tail between your legs, and continue to offer me the power you promised. The void trembled. When Alan's form returned to normal, what he held in his hand had become a dagger. The blade of the Black Empire. But it had changed. It was no longer just an ordinary ceremonial dagger. The deep purple-black blade was like solidified void. Flesh and blood-like purple creations extended from the tip of the blade all the way to the hilt, squirming slowly, as if they were living organisms. A dark purple gem was set into the hilt, like a wide-open eye. Alan flipped the dagger, and a system panel appeared before him. Zalatath, Blade of the Black Empire. Quality, Artifact. Intellect +5-. Spirit +5-. Equip, increases the critical strike chance of all your spell attacks by 5%-. Equip, increases the damage dealt by all your spell effects, especially shadow spells. Equip, grants Void Torrent, and slows the rate at which you descend into madness. Void Torrent, raise your dagger to the sky, unleashing a torrent of void upon your enemies. Zalatath whispers dark words in your ear, granting you forbidden knowledge and making your spells more powerful. In reality, the battlefield was a bloodbath. When Lei was being surrounded by 3 Death Knights. Her arrows had long since run out, and she could only fend for herself with a short blade. Morgan activated his divine shield. A golden barrier of light protected both him and Varian behind it. Varian, like a wounded lion, fought with his dying breath. The Stormwind guards charged forward like madmen. In the open square, blood flowed like a river. Stella had already thrown all her grenades. Now she crouched among a group of wounded soldiers, using a goblin jumper cable to repeatedly shock the dying men. Some came back to life. Some didn't. Her face was smeared with blood, her eyes red-rimmed, but she gritted her teeth and kept going. Marshal Windsor was drenched in blood. He raised his sword, glanced at King Varian, and then looked at the rampaging Terran Gorfiend. All along, he had been calmly waiting for his destiny to arrive. The vision from Karazhan told him he would die under the claws of a black dragon. He had prepared himself. He had imagined that moment countless times, the black dragon's claws tearing through his chest, him falling amidst the ruins, completing his fated sacrifice with his life. But today, there was no black dragon. Only Death Knights. No black dragon. Today was not the day of his fated death as foretold by prophecy. That day had yet to come. So what? Windsor tightened his grip on his sword. Even if today wasn't the day of his foretold death, even if he couldn't die a hero's death fulfilling his destiny, even if he might die without profound meaning, he was still willing to die. He was willing to sacrifice himself to save Stormwind's future, to save that young king. He was Windsor. Marshal of Stormwind. Comrade in arms of Sir Lothar. Guardian of the Rin bloodline. He had to. A hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. My turn. Marshal Windsor turned around and saw the young man he believed was a dark wizard who had corrupted King Varian. He saw his youthful face, and the dagger in his hand, wreathed in an eerie purple light, breathing like a living thing. Alan stepped forward, his voice suddenly ringing out across the blood-soaked battlefield. Terran Gorfiend. Your plan won't succeed. Terran Gorfiend spun around sharply, the ghostly green flames flickering in his eye sockets. You won't get Mediva's book, you won't get the Eye of Dalaran, you won't get Sardra's scepter dash. Alan's voice grew louder, each name striking the Death Knight's heart like a heavy hammer. You won't use those artifacts to reopen the dark portal and invade dash. Silence dash. Terran Gorfiend's roar shook the entire plaza. How did he know? These planned secrets known only to the Horde's upper echelons. How could this damned mortal know them? He no longer cared about the Black Dragon's warning. He no longer cared about Katrana's order, don't let him die. He had to kill this strange bastard. He had to kill everyone here. Kill him. Terran Gorfine's scream came from the abyss. All of you, attack. Kill that mortal. Then kill them all. The Death Knights who had been besieging Morgan, Varian, and Wenlei instantly withdrew. They turned, their pitch-black blades all pointing at Alan like a pack of wolves scenting blood, charging madly toward him. At that very moment, the sky darkened. The newly risen dawn was suddenly obscured, dark clouds surged from all directions, devouring the sky. Alan walked toward the Death Knights. A fierce wind rose. The wind howled, sweeping up dust and broken banners from the ground, hurling them high into the air before shredding them to pieces. Alan's hair whipped wildly in the wind. Electricity began to crackle in the air. Sparks of arcane energy danced through the air, jumping between people, flickering across blades and armor. The storm was coming. The first Death Knight reached Alan. He raised his massive pitch-black greatsword high, its blade wreathed in the aura of death, and brought it down viciously toward Alan's head. Wenlei watched the blade fall slowly, and then a golden bolt of lightning, like a spear hurled by a god, descended from the heavens and struck the tip of the black sword. The instant Alan passed him, the lightning engulfed the Death Knight's entire body. His armor shattered under the bolt, his flesh burned in the electric fire, and the ghostly green flames in his eye sockets were extinguished. Anew. Then, the golden lightning leaped from the charred corpse, split into 3 blinding arcs of electricity, and shot straight toward the next, and the next Death Knight. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, the roiling darkness blocked out all light. The battlefield was lit only by the brief flashes of lightning as they tore through the darkness. Terran Gorfine didn't even have time to react as he watched the young man approach. Behind Alan, the branching chain lightning illuminated the dark battlefield. It also illuminated Alan's face. Terran Gorfine saw that the young man's pupils seemed to be lit from within, glowing with a blue light. 3 arcs of electricity shot toward Terran Gorfine. Closer and closer. Brighter and brighter. Anti-magic shield. A green barrier rapidly spread around Terran Gorfine, the ghostly green light about to converge into a single point. But then, before his eyes, the 3 bolts of lightning merged into one. The blinding, searing, annihilating light filled his entire world. Boom dash. When the deafening roar finally exploded, the lightning had already swept across the entire battlefield. All the survivors stood frozen in place. They saw the flash of light vanish in an instant, saw the churning dark clouds suddenly disperse, saw the dawn light fall once again upon this blood-soaked ground. Then, they saw a pile of charred corpses on the battlefield. Those Death Knights were now lying in a chaotic heap on the ground, some were still smoking, others were completely carbonized. Their physical forms had been utterly destroyed. Even as undead, they could never come back to life. And in the very center of the battlefield, Terran Gorfine knelt there. His black armor was shattered and broken, the runes no longer glowed, the aura of death was fading away. His left arm was gone, his left leg was gone, his broken and mangled body lay pathetically among the rubble, gasping in agony. He was not resigned to this. His eyes, burning with ghostly green flames, stared intently at the young man before him. He was Terran Gorfine. The embodiment of death. The master of life and death. The most fearsome existence in the Horde. How could he die here? At the hands of a mortal? Alan Prester. His voice was hoarse, every word dripping with bone-deep hatred. Who are you, really? Alan stood before him, looking down at the once arrogant Death Knight. His voice was calm, even carrying a hint of exhaustion. Stalvan. Helene. Why did you make them do those things? Terran Gorfine was stunned. So many innocent people who had nothing to do with your grand plan, why did you cruelly take their lives? A twisted smile stretched across Terran Gorfine's lips. That smile was filled with madness and venom. Damn little brat, just stall for a little more time, let him come a bit closer, just a bit closer, and I'll drain his blood dry and restore my physical form. He was about to speak. But Alan had already raised Xalatath, Blade of the Black Empire, high. Just kidding. I actually don't give a damn about the answer. I just like. Terran Gorfine's voice cut off abruptly. He saw the purple light on the dagger suddenly swirl. He saw some indescribable existence behind Alan open its eyes. He saw a pillar of violet-black light descending from the heavens. It was a torrent from the depths of the void, an all-consuming nothingness, an abyss from which not even souls could escape. Terran Gorfine's body was engulfed in that torrent. He opened his mouth to scream, but found his voice swallowed up. He tried to struggle, but found his limbs dissolving. The torrent scoured his body, his armor turned to dust, his flesh turned to nothing, his bones turned to ash. The torrent scoured his soul. The last remnants of Terran Gorfine, bit by bit, evaporated, dissipated, and faded away into nothingness in that violet-black light. In the end, there was nothing left. The void torrent drained away completely. Where Terran Gorfine had knelt, there was only a patch of scorched earth. Alan stood in place. The survivors watched this scene, snapping out of their excitement. And then, they fell into an even deeper despair. Were they going to have to face another dark wizard so evil and powerful? Just then, a loud shout cut through the deathly silence of the battlefield. We have won. Varian Rin raised his arm and shouted. Soldiers of Stormwind. We have won. He turned and pointed at Alan, his face brimming with pride and excitement. See that? That's my personal arcane advisor. Alan Prester. He took down Terran Gorfine. He took down that Death Knight. We won. The soldiers were stunned. They looked at Varian, then at Alan. The Dark Wizard stood there, being pointed at by Varian, a look of innocent helplessness on his face as he shrugged. Then, someone laughed for the first time. It was a soft laugh, but it spread like a contagion, quickly rippling outward. We won. Long live Stormwind. Long live King Varian Rin. Cheers surged like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Soldiers dropped their weapons and embraced each other. Some knelt to kiss the blood-soaked ground. Some howled at the sky. Some wept with joy. One Lay leaned against a broken pillar and let out a long breath, staring blankly at the sky. Sister, we defeated Terran Gorfine. Morgan slumped to the ground, laughing like an idiot. Another great evil has been purged today. Stella stood up from a pile of wounded, her small figure jumping and dancing through the cheering crowd, shouting something about, my benefactor is amazing. Marshal Windsor stood in place, watching the young man. Alan Prester. The young man he thought was a dark wizard. A slow smile spread across his face. Seems I really am just an old fossil. Alan stood there in a daze. This was the first time, after a big battle, that he hadn't passed out on the spot. But he wasn't dazed because of that, he was dazed because his long-awaited main quest progress had finally changed. Main quest, Warlock Trial, completed. Quest objective, weave a grand deception, 1-to-1. Brilliant. You fooled Xalatath, something that seems to be at least a demigod. Hell, you even fooled me. It seems I'll have to update your character card, won't I, Mr. No Name? Reward, free attribute points x 10 distributed. Reward, 3 random mid-level spells being drawn. Reward, class change system being unlocked. Warlock profession unlocked. Warlocks where they come from is truly baffling. They wield spells that are etched into their minds from birth. Some warlocks do not know the origin of their power, others connect their abilities to family history or to strange events in their personal past. A dragon's blessing, a treant present at a child's birth, or being struck by lightning under a clear sky could all trigger a warlock's gift. A god's endowment, exposure to exotic magic from another plane, or even a fleeting glimpse of the underlying principles of reality can likewise create a warlock. No matter the origin, it leaves an indelible mark on the warlock, a surging magical force that can be passed down for generations. A warlock's casting key attribute is charisma. For a warlock, charisma is not just the ability to bend others to your will, it is certainty in your own existence. Simply believing you can work miracles that actually helps. Your charm and confidence can sometimes twist wills, bend magic to your body, even make the whole world fall for you. I think you might be able to become a competent warlock. Please choose your subclass. 3 options unfolded before Alan, each radiating tempting light. Dragonblood Warlock. As one of the oldest, mightiest, and most mercurial lineages, dragons sometimes form secret intimate bonds with a few mortals. Among descendants of these dragons, spellcasters who accept the dragon bloodline and learn to use their abilities become Dragonblood Warlocks. As they gradually awaken ancestral power, they can learn to breathe fire, fly using membranous wings, and, when reaching the pinnacle, even transform into a true dragon. Wild Warlock. Your magic springs from ancient chaos. No matter how things transpire, this chaotic power churns within you, always waiting for release. Storm Warlock. Whether in the thunderous might of ancient deluges or pierced by sudden gales and lashing rain, your bloodline is forever a strange tapestry woven by storms. Dragon Blood. Wild. Storm. That bolt of lightning from just now, that feeling of commanding lightning, it was exhilarating. But Alan hesitated. Each of the 3 options was alluring. This is so hard to choose, he murmured. Can I pick later? Yes. The system neatly closed the option panel and replaced it with another line of text. 3 random mid-tier draws successful. Congratulations, you have obtained spells, Communion, Dream Weaving, and Anywhere Door. Communion. Tier 5. Effect. You contact a deity or an agent of a deity and ask up to 3 yes or no questions. You will receive the correct answer to each question. Alan's eyelid twitched as he read the spell description. He dared not casually use this spell on Azeroth. After all, Azeroth was full of every kind of strange spirit. God only knows who he'd connect to if he dialed a communion. What if he thought he was speaking to a Naru, but on the other end was Sargeras or N'Zoth? Dream Weaving. Tier 5. Effect. You designate a creature you know that exists in the same plane as you. If the target is asleep, you may enter their dream and converse with them while they slumber. You may freely craft the dream scene. RB. Dream Weaving. Another ghostly, otherworldly spell, may be useful in special circumstances. Anywhere Door. Tier 4. Effect. You can instantly teleport yourself to any location within 30 meters. You may also bring 1 willing creature with you. Alan's eyes lit up. Blink. Isn't this Blink? He was delighted. Although he lacked an arcane talent, with Blink he could still be considered a proper mage. At the same time, a side quest was completed. Side quest, Blood for Blood, completed. Quest objective, kill Terran Fiend, 1/1. Reward, +2 to all attribute points has been granted. Reward, 2 random low-tier spells are being drawn, 1 random mid-tier spell is being drawn. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained spells, Shield, Tongues, and Polymorph. Shield. Tier 1. Effect, an invisible magical barrier appears around you, protecting you and preventing damage from magic missiles. Alan almost burst into tears on the spot. He finally had a defensive tool. No longer would he worry about being knocked out with a single club or being bound and carried off. After all, everything about Alan was fine now except he was paper thin. With Shield, his survivability would improve to some extent. Tongues. Tier 1. Effect, for the spell's duration, you understand the literal meaning of all spoken languages you hear. You may also touch written text to read its literal meaning. A useful spell. Azeroth had plenty of tongues, things like Draconic, Thalassian, or the elemental languages. This might come in handy someday. Polymorph. Tier 4. Effect, this spell changes a creature you can see within casting range into a new form. A non-consenting creature gets a perception saving throw to avoid the effect. Alan stared at this description, his grin widening crazily. Polymorph. He could turn someone into a sheep. Even stronger than World of Warcraft's sheep spell. Beyond transforming enemies, he could turn teammates into useful forms. What a haul, what a haul. Alan felt himself getting closer and closer to his dream of becoming an archmage. Alan. Alan snapped back to attention and found Varian being supported by Morgan, standing before him, one hand pounding his shoulder hard. Behind them, the surviving soldiers were still celebrating. Cheers, raucous laughter, and people belting out war songs. They had just helped slay Terran Gorfiend and protected the King a staggering feat to brag about for the rest of their lives. What are you doing? Varian asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Still savoring your dramatic entrance just now. Alan glanced at him. The young king was drenched in blood with several cuts on his face, but his eyes gleamed brilliantly. He was in a state of intense excitement. Your Majesty, Alan said slowly, you should go back and rest to recover your wounds. I'm not tired at all. Varian shook his head forcefully. I can't sit still. He grabbed Alan's arm, babbling with excitement. Can you imagine? We wiped out Terran Gorfiend's Death Knight contingent. Terran Gorfiend, that scourge that plagued the Alliance and the Sons of Lothar for so long. We just took him down. Let's see who dares say I'm not grown up yet. Then when Lei came over. Her first question was about Alan's condition. Are you all right? Len smiled slightly. Of course I'm fine. See, this time I didn't even pass out. When Lei gave a knowing smile. Stella came sprinting over with excitement, her short little legs churning and her 2 blue braids flying behind her. She had just finished emergency treatment on the severely wounded, her small face still smeared with blood and soot, yet brimming with pride. Benefactor. I saved Dash. Before she could finish her sentence. Splat. Stella tripped over something and landed flat on her face. Ow. That hurt so much. She lay on the ground, lifting her head with a look of grievance. Then, she realized that what had tripped her was a wooden stick. A wooden stick about the length of a forearm, lying quietly on the ground. But oddly enough, the surrounding flagstones had all been scorched black and cracked by the void torrent, yet this stick was completely unharmed, without even a trace of burn. Stella was about to reach for it. Wait. Alan had already stepped forward and picked up the wooden stick. The moment it touched his hand, he sensed something unusual. Perception check, success. Your gaze falls upon this seemingly ordinary wooden stick. It was left behind at the spot where Terran Gorfiend vanished, the Death Knight who was completely vaporized by the void torrent, not even a trace of his soul remaining. Yet this wooden stick lies intact on the blackened stone, as if mocking the void's consumption. You study it closely and discover delicate patterns on one end, ancient runes. Though only fragments remain, those surviving pieces alone allow you to feel a vast surge of magical energy, like an unfathomable ocean. This is no ordinary item. Absolutely not. Alan flipped the stick over, and the item information appeared. Fragment of a Tish. A fragment of a Tish, a piece of the Guardian's legendary staff. What? This is actually a fragment of a Tish. The Guardian's legendary staff, one of the most famous staves in World of Warcraft, the symbol of the Guardians of Tirisfal throughout the ages, Mediva's weapon. Newbie. Alan nearly blurted it out. He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart, gripping the seemingly unremarkable stick, his fingertips trembling slightly. Although he possessed Xalatath, Blade of the Black Empire, and wielded shadow magic with ease, he had just unlocked the Warlock class and truly lacked a decent staff. How did Terran Gorfiend have a fragment of a Tish on him? Right, Gorfiend had come specifically to hunt for artifacts. Perhaps the Guardian's legendary staff was also among his backup targets. Maybe he had already found one fragment but hadn't managed to collect them all before. A smile curled at the corner of Alan's mouth. In that case, I'll gladly accept your legacy. No one cared about this unremarkable stick, so Alan naturally pocketed it without a second thought. Side quest triggered, strange wooden stick. You picked up a seemingly ordinary wooden stick from the remains of Terran Gorfiend. But its survival through the void torrent proves it is no ordinary item. The surviving runes faintly point toward a surging magical power. Go inquire at the nearest magic city. Who knows, you might get a pleasant surprise. Quest objective, arrive at the nearest magic city. Quest reward, random low-level spell X1, increase 1 class level. Magic City. The nearest magic city in World of Warcraft, that would have to be Dalaran, right? Alan touched the fragment in his bosom, lost in thought. Benefactor. Stella leaned in. What's so special about that stick? Nothing. Alan pulled his hand out of his chest without changing expression. Just a broken stick. Probably leftover firewood someone used. Stella let out an "oh" and quickly got distracted by something else. At that moment, Marshal Windsor had finished getting bandaged. He limped over to Varian and knelt on one knee, head bowed low. Your Majesty. His voice was hoarse and heavy. It was my incompetence that failed to protect you. For putting you in such danger, I deserve death 1,000 times over. Varian quickly stepped forward and raised the old general with both hands. If you hadn't held the treasury with your troops and bought us time, we never could have arrived in time. Alan stepped forward and spoke at the right moment. Your Majesty, Marshal, Terran Gorfine's target this time was Mediva's book. I suggest we take the book out immediately and store it in a safer place. The Horde probably sent more than just this one team. Varian and Winlay both glanced at Alan. Alan had a knack for surprising people by being even more surprising than they expected. Regarding the things he had shouted on the battlefield, how he could know so many Horde secrets, they were almost used to it by now. So Varian tacitly avoided bringing it up, choosing instead to trust Alan's intel. After all, in Stormwind, there was a tradition for such things. A dark wizard being a prophet that was completely in line with the ancestral ways. Windsor's expression turned serious. He nodded. Makes sense. He turned and called a few trusted guards. Follow me. The group quickly headed toward the treasury. At the same time, more guards flooded into the battlefield. They began cleaning up the charred corpses, carrying the wounded, and maintaining order. The priests of the Cathedral of Light had also arrived. Over a dozen white-robed priests, holding holy light artifacts, began treating the wounded. Several of the priests stood in the center of the battlefield, sensing the surging shadow magic around them, exchanging glances with grave expressions. This is Terran Gorfine's power, a young priest murmured. So evil, so terrifying. An older priest nodded in agreement. Indeed. Such dense shadow energy, even the orc warlocks of the Shadow Council I encountered in the Second War were no more than this. Thank goodness His Majesty is unharmed. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Their conversation drifted into the ears of nearby soldiers and the wounded. Many instinctively lowered their gaze or turned away, pretending to be busy. No one corrected them. No one dared to say that these traces weren't left by Terran Gorfine. No one dared to say that the one who had left these traces was standing not far away at that very moment. Alan scratched his head awkwardly, pretending not to hear. Varian cleared his throat and turned to Alan and the others. Everyone, you've worked hard. Why not rest at Stormwind Keep for a while? I'll have the best priests tend to your injuries. Alan was about to decline. Something terrible has happened. Marshal Windsor came stumbling back from the direction of the treasury. His face was pale, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Something terrible, Your Majesty. Mediva's book. Mediva's book is gone. Varian's face changed drastically. What? Windsor ran up to them, panting, and raised an open box. The box that held Mediva's book is empty. His voice trembled. All that's left is this. He pulled an emblem out of the box. It was a silver emblem, engraved with a snow-capped mountain, atop which stood a castle. The emblem of the Kingdom of Alterac. Everyone's eyes fell squarely on Alan. After all, who didn't know that Alan Prester was a noble from the Kingdom of Alterac? He stared at the emblem. Stared at that damned snow-capped mountain and castle. The corner of his mouth twitched. Fuck.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.